Hey everyone, welcome to React 2022 full course on codedamn. My name is Mehul and I'll be instructor for this course for you. You're watching this video on YouTube completely 100% free, but this course is available as a part of codedamn's full stack web developer learning path as well. Now this will be a quick 2-minute introduction before we get to the main course itself, which is going to be hours long, but I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page on what you are getting from this video. Yes, this is a complete full React course, and yes, even if you are a paying member at codedamn, that does not affect you. Why? Because in programming, learning by building is one of the most important things. Even if you watch this YouTube video at full, until and unless you have built projects yourself, that will not be useful for you in terms of knowledge, right? If you're a codedamn pro member, if you have access to this learning path, you not only have access to this video content, which will be here, you would also have access to all the projects and all the things which you will build using codedamn playgrounds. So for example, this website which you have to build as a part of your React curriculum, Tesla clone website using codedamn playgrounds, this would be available only to people who are actually pro members, who are actually going through the full stack web developer learning path. And most of all, it creates a sense of accountability where you have purchased something, you have the ability to implement stuff within the browser. You will be working hard enough to complete these labs, to build your portfolio, to build that sense of momentum going on. So that is extremely valuable in terms of getting a job or in terms of getting an internship. But if you're someone who's low on budget, if you're someone who's just trying to evaluate different platforms, you can use this video as an example of what codedamn would provide you in terms of education. But on top of that, we have so much more in terms of projects, in terms of community over Discord, in terms of special access like accelerators, which are simple cohort-based programs available only for pro members, and so on. So just to get this video, just to get this thing out of the box right before the actual video starts, because last video, which was complete web developer course, there was a little bit of confusion. Some people were thinking, why did we buy full stack web developer learning path if this video is here? The video is just a small part of what you get from the subscription. The most important other thing is projects and labs where you practice by building, and those things unfortunately are not available on YouTube, and they cannot be shared on YouTube because this experience of writing code yourself and seeing stuff changing and the output reflecting on the right, that is not replicable on platforms like YouTube just yet. So that's it. That's a little elevator pitch of how it differs from the main full stack learning path. Feel free to skip this section, or you already have probably. But yeah, that's all for this little section. Let's start with the React 2022 full course in this video. All the best. If you're new here, make sure you leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon. This is free of cost and helps the channel grow. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video course, an interactive course, I should rather say, not a video course, on codedamn, which will be on React. Now React is very special, it's very close to my heart because I have been using React for a very, very long time. In fact, the very first versions of codedamn, this platform which you see, were built purely in React. And yeah, I mean, it's a great framework. It's a great tool to have on your list. And I'm super excited to start this course in order to tell you the best way to work with React.js. And whether your goal is to get a React developer job, build your own projects, get an internship, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure that this course would be a solid foundation to that goal. So in this course, you will find videos and you will find hands-on lab exercises like this, but for React.js, which you have to do within your browser. So make sure you are doing those labs, you are completing these exercises, you are practicing, because practicing is super important and I don't want you to get stuck in tutorial hell. Therefore, we will be completing labs in this course as soon as we understand or as soon as we cover an important concept. There would be projects to build, there would be labs to complete, and I'm excited to start this course. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and set up your development environment first. How would you develop, how would you write this React code, which I'm talking about? So first things first, React is a JavaScript library. That means it's not as different as writing in HTML and CSS in JavaScript, which we have been doing so far in the last 3, 4, 5 courses. But with React, let me tell you what happens. With HTML and CSS and JavaScript, you know these are 3 static files. You can create an index.html, style.css, and script.js, include them into one another, and you're done. With React, there's a build process in between to convert the code you are writing, the JavaScript you are writing, into something which browser can understand. I mean, browser can also understand React directly, but let's just assume for now, you can assume that you write React in a way and then the browser understands it in a different way. Although both are JavaScript, but there's some differences which we'll address. So in order to make that JavaScript compatible from what you're writing to what browser sees, we need an intermediate server, a build process, right? So for that, we need a little bit of special setup. So in order to do that, what you can do is A, you can set it up on your computer, which I'll just quickly show you, or B, you can use the codedamn React playground, which we will be using in this course. So the best way to follow along is to just use codedamn playground, and your labs would also be in that interface. So that will be pretty much what you would probably need. But in case you want to follow locally, that's how you can do it. Go to your terminal, your shell, whatever you have. If you're on Windows, you can open PowerShell or command line and write npx create React app and then the name of the app which you want to create. Let's say I want to just create Hello World and hit enter. Now, the moment you do that, you will see that npx uses npm and sets up create React app, but create React app actually uses yarn internally. And these are like both package managers. I'm sure if you have seen the npm course in the learning path, which you are following on codedamn, if you haven't seen, it's probably ahead. But we will cover npm and yarn in depth in those courses. But anyway, the moment you do this, you will see it will take some seconds. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, depending on your internet speed. But once it's done, you will see that a folder is created for you, which you can cd into and start your project. And it looks like we are almost done here with just a few more updates. There we go. So now you can go into Hello World. And if you open this in VS Code, you will see you can start programming, right? In order to start the server, you have to write these commands: yarn start, yarn build, yarn test is not required, yarn build is also not required. Just yarn start will start the server. This is how you set up locally. Another way, which is the recommended way, which will help you avoid all this clutter and setting up on your computer and slow internet speeds, is actually go to codedamn playgrounds right here and click on this React playground, React 16 playground. We'll update this to React 18 and beyond real soon, so you don't have to worry about the versioning. I mean, it might seem like it's React 16, it's too old, but we'll update this to React 18. Anyway, so the moment you open this, you will see that you have a playground booted up in seconds, not minutes, in less than 10 seconds. So once you do that, you will see that you also have a terminal at the bottom, which we can use pretty much to control all the parts, just restarting server, or if you want to navigate in the server, if you want to do ls and stuff, you can do that, right? In our case, we don't want to do anything, so we just start back our build process, which I mentioned. Like, we need a build process in the middle, so we started that back. And right here in the hierarchy structure, you can see we have a bunch of folders we can take a look at, and it pretty much matches very closely to what you will have inside of your local setup. Public, src, node modules. We hide the node modules folder because that's something you probably don't want to enter. If you do want to enter, you can use the command line anyway, right? So anyway, once you do that, if I open index.js right here, you would see that there is a bunch of code already present in these files. So what is this all code and how does this work? We will take a look at that in the next video, because that's the video we'll be writing Hello World. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is tell you how you can write a hello world program in React.js. And before that, let's just take a look at what exactly is happening right now at this point when I open this in a new tab. So you see that we get a nice little page for us which says edit src React.js, but how does this even work? I mean, if you remember from in the internet fundamentals thing, you know that your server needs to send an HTML file first, right? In order for anything to start. So if we take a look at this page source, you can see we have a bunch of HTML right here, right? Which is probably auto-generated. So we won't go into the source that much. What I would go into is basically this public and index.html file. So what this file is served whenever you load that website, right? You load your development setup. So what this file is, it's pretty much boilerplate. It's a template, right? You would not be working in this file, in the HTML file. Why? Because what you have to realize when you're working with a framework like React, you do not basically write HTML in HTML files, right? You construct that document object model, the DOM thing, which I was talking about, inside of JavaScript. That is important, that when you're using React, we don't write HTML and manipulate it with JavaScript. We actually create the whole HTML or, most of the part from JavaScript world itself, right? So for that, all we need to do in this case is we have an index.html file. We have this special tag, which you don't need to remember. Like you don't have to remember this information, which I'm telling you, but this is just me telling you how everything is working. We have this special tag, which is pointing to a file /dist/index.js. And you might wonder that I'm not able to see this directory anyway, right? I'm not able to see this dist directory anywhere. So how does this work? Well, the reason this works is because remember, I told you that these are not static files. I mean, these are static files, but they are served by this server called Snowpack in our case. Now this server could be any server, right? It could be create React app, which we saw in your local setup. In this case, it is Snowpack. It could be ESBuild. It could be any sort of server. The point of the server is to build or slightly or lightly build your code, which is being shipped to the browser, right? Even in the development mode. Why? Because if you take a look at this thing right here, you see we are writing some sort of HTML in the JavaScript world, right? And of course, this is not supported in JavaScript out of the box. I mean, you cannot really write JavaScript. You cannot really write this HTML-like thing inside JavaScript right away, right? It will not work. So why does this work? Well, because this is the Snowpack right here, which is sitting right in the center, injects some sort of code or manipulates or, just creates this behavior, which allows your browser to understand what is going on here, right? So this is like super important stuff in the sense that you should always remember that whatever you're seeing in this public.html, public index.html file, it might or it might not be true. What do I mean by that? For example, in this case, /dist/index.js, this file when accessed is not actually looking at a file system file, but is actually served automatically by this process right here, right? Which just sees that, hey, if this page is accessing this /dist/index.js file, let me go ahead and serve this page this generated code out of the build process. So anyway, what you have to remember at all from this video is that you will always work with JavaScript files, or most of the times you will work with JavaScript files when you're working with React, right? You would not be interacting with .html files for the most part, right? So this is super important. But yeah, I mean, once we have this, in case of just doing hello world, let me just go ahead and first of all delete this so that we can do a little bit of minimal hello world. And I'm just gonna say react.render h1 hello world and h1 closes. That's it. That's all I would do. And we could probably remove this as well. Let's see if I refresh this page, because we had some major changes out there, deleting files and stuff. You can see we get a nice little hello world right here. So we'll go into this, what is happening here in this program and how everything is working. But yep, this is your hello world, the very first hello world you have done on React. And I mean, you don't even need these CSS files. If you really want a really minimal hello world, then what you can do is, let's see, something like this. Yep, I mean, you can do this and you get a very basic hello world in React. So all you need is a bundler, which is Snowpack, which is running in our case, an index.html file, which is like the first file which is served, and just a single file saying react.dom.render hello world, and there you go. And this is basically this element. We'll get into this, how this is working. But if you're smart, you would be able to see that we have a div ID root on the page, and that's exactly what it's targeting, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to write hello world in React yourself. If not, we would have a lab after this where you have to write. So that's how you would be able to practice with me. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at how the Hello World program works in React, because it's super important stuff and super fundamental to get right when you're starting off. So what I want to do first is start from the very first line here, which is importing React from React. And for those of you who don't know what this import syntax is, I'm sure we have discussed this in the JavaScript basics course, some course before. So if you're watching this and if you know, that's fine. But for those people back in the audience who are relatively new to this, this is just the syntax of new ES6 import syntax. If I go ahead and create a file, let's say calculator.js, right? And if I go ahead and create a function, add num1, num2, and if I just console or, just return num1 plus num2, what I can do is add a keyword called export in front of this. And now any single file in this project can import this function, right? So it's basically making your code more modular. So I can go into this index.jsx and I can say import add from calculator, right? And what I can do is I can say console.log add 5.6, right? And what this will do is, let's see, I don't think we'll get a result like this. So maybe we can just probably alert this. So what this will do is it basically give me an alert of 11, right? Console log is probably being blocked by Snowpack here. So alert just works. So I'm able to import this function from this file. Now quickly, I was able to see that I had to write these curly braces when I'm importing. Now we would probably discuss this more in the ES6 syntax, ES6 import syntax, but the TLDR here is that if you use just export, then you have to add these curly braces because you can do it for multiple functions or multiple variables, and looks like we need to disable this alert. There we go. And if I do a subtract, for example, and return num1 minus num2, this will also work. So I can import it like an object-like syntax, but not really, right? So if I do something like this, this will also work. You might sometimes see that your import is not working. Just give it a refresh and it should. And if you use something like export default function abc and return 100, for example, then in order to import this into some file, you just use that without the curly braces, right? That's basically the crash course on ES6 import export syntax. So right here, you can see, I mean, there's a lot to it. Don't really just, consider this as the ultimate tutorial. I have kind of like oversimplified a bunch of things here as well, but that should be enough to get you started. But what I want to do here is I just want to show you this React and React.DOM, what they are doing. They are basically importing these two important packages, React and React.DOM. And further down the line in the further advanced tutorials about React, what we will understand is that React is nothing but a UI library which handles trees, right? That's all React does. React knows how to differentiate, how to diff not differentiate, how to diff, that means take difference of two virtual DOM trees and just tell the renderer, in this case the browser, what are the differences which needs to update on the screen, right? So let's say if you had 1,000 hello worlds and I click on the third hello world, you do not need to repaint all the 1,000 hello worlds, right? You just need to repaint that third hello world. That's it. That's all React tells to browser, and that's all React does. And that is the function of React. Now, people realize that this behavior is awesome and we can actually make it generic, right? So they took React out of the browser and started using it in places like mobile. For example, you have React Native. Now, when they did that, they also realized that this has to be generic, like I said. So what they did is they split React into two parts. The first part is the reconciler, which is basically what I said, that this uses the diffing of trees to understand what's happening. And UI consists of trees, right? Whether you are on web, whether you are on mobile, it consists of a root element, then you have a bunch of elements and so on and so forth. And what the second part was of the equation was the renderer. So in this case, React needs to know how to create elements on the screen. For example, React needs to know about document.createElement, right? When you're writing this h1 hello world and React has to render everything in this div id root, then React needs to know how to create this h1, right? Or how to create that div. So React DOM has that job. React DOM tells the React how to create these elements on the screen, right? So yep, that is how it works. And what is happening here is that React DOM has to get a first initialization point of how React should start, or where React should start rather. So what it does is the first argument it takes is a root element, and the second argument it takes is basically the place where you should mount that React tree, right? Whatever that is. So you have one root element which can contain multiple elements, and you need a place to mount that on the screen. So you just create some random place. It could very well be body, but it's usually recommended that you just keep it some div or something so that you can still use other paths in your HTML. So that's what we do by default. Document.getElement by id root, and there we go. So that's all it does. That's all Hello World program does, but it does a lot of things, right? And soon, by the end of this course, or maybe in some other course, we will also discuss about the React 18 and beyond features, which include a bunch of interesting stuff, right? It includes concurrent UI and stuff like this, where this definition actually changes, where you don't have React DOM.render, but something known as create root. We will learn about that. Don't worry about that. It's ahead. But this is like the old and solid way so far of creating React. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just want to upgrade to React 18 so that we can also use a bunch of React 18 features as we go ahead, because that's the latest React right now. And I'll probably update this whole course, or parts of this course, if React 18 also becomes outdated. But anyway, at the moment, what we have to do in order to just upgrade to React 18, first things first, you can see we have a yarn.log file. That means we are using yarn as the package manager here. So I'm going to say yarn add react @alpha. And why I'm doing alpha, because React 18 is an alpha at the moment, and that's what we need to have, right? Similarly, I'm going to do yarn add react DOM @alpha, right? And the moment I do that, you will see that basically if I cat package.json, you will see our React and React DOM both are on React 18, right? Awesome. So once we do that, let me just go ahead and restart the server here real quick as well. So yep, if I refresh on this, you see that we still have pretty much no change at all. Hopefully it's just the bundler is just starting off the build process. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, it should probably give us the same output more or less. Let us hope. And there we go. There we go. So we have an H1 rendered on the screen, but Right now we are running React 18. You can see it in the terminal, and we can also verify this real quick on how you can use a new React feature, which is known as create root. So what is this root API? For now, you don't need to worry a lot about this if you're starting off, but I'm just showing you this so that you can show off to your friends that, hey, you are on the latest and greatest React. So I'm gonna say container here is my root element. And instead of react.dom.render, I'm gonna say react.dom.create root of this container, right? And I'm gonna say this is my root element. And then I'm gonna finally say root.render. What do I want to render? H1 hello world. There we go. And boom. We basically have the same hello world, but in a different syntax, right? Earlier we used to have react.createElement. Now we have react.createRoot. And if you're confused, it's fine. I mean, it's fine to be confused because the real benefits of react.createRoot would be out there when you actually understand React internally very well, right? Which is the aim of this course. So anyway, I just wanted to put this out that we are using the latest course, the latest technology, so that you don't feel like you're watching some course from 2017 or something. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to go ahead and explain components to you. Now what component is, it's basically the fundamental building block of React. Now how React works is, think about this in the following way. Let's say I go to codedamn.com, which you can see right here. Now on the screen, you can see that if you think about it, you can split this layout into multiple components. The first one is this header, which is sticking at the top. And inside even header, we have these links right here, right? The next layout which you can think of is these repeated areas, right? You can see these areas are repeated multiple times. Then this is this block right here on the right, which is floating. So you can split pretty much all of this into multiple components. And finally, we have a footer at the end, right? So what you can do is, in React, the way you work is that you split this whole UI into different sort of components and then code them all individually and then use them together, right? So the first step you need to do in order to start your programming journey basically is to just go ahead and create a folder. Let's say components right here, right? Inside this, I'm gonna say I start with header.jsx. And if you're wondering about what this JSX is, the extension, it just stands for JavaScript extensible JavaScript. Now what this is, it's basically the syntax which you are using, right? So if I say, for example, function header like this, and I just return header just like regular HTML, and I just say hello world, or not hello world, too much hello world is there already. This is header. So what's going to happen now is that when I export this, export default header, I could go ahead and use it right here like this, right? And of course I have to import it as well. So I'm going to import it like components header, right? And the moment I do this, you can see on the screen I get this is header, which is pretty awesome because now what I can do is, instead of creating this as header, I can also create my initial app.jsx component, right? And what this app.jsx component will be, it will pretty much be what we are doing right here, but instead of app, basically I would say a div, and instead of h1, I would just embed our header right here. So it might seem that I'm just going a little faster, but we need this boilerplate code in order to understand it better. But the moment I do this, you can see now I can switch from header to app, and all I need as my root component is this app right here, right? And there is no change basically in the header part because it still renders fine. But now I can split this website into multiple parts. Header, for example, I can include a footer, and in the middle there will go the content. So I can say this is div id content, and I can say that this is pretty much like hello there, right? So if I have a p opening and P closing, you would see that we get a hello there, which is pretty awesome, right? Now you can make all sorts of changes here and this will work just like that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you work with functional components in React. All you need to do is make sure that you create the root component as a single component, and then that component will be kind of like, you know, your bootstrapping way of layout. We can include header, which are different components. We can include a bunch of regular HTML, and we can include footer, etc. as well, which we will see very soon as we proceed. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore about JSX in JavaScript and in React basically. So what this JSX is, it's basically this weird syntax which you're able to write, which looks like HTML, but it's not HTML. So what happens with JavaScript, or in React in this case, is that earlier when React was new, what you had to do is you had to import React first, and then you had to do some weird stuff like react.create class, and then pass in basically an element and stuff like this. And I don't even know if this was create class or create element or something like that. But what you had to do is you have to actually write in JavaScript to create the HTML-like structure, right? Just like with DOM, what we do, let's say a UL is document.create element a UL, right? Then for an LI, I do the same thing, document.create element LI. Then what I do is ul.append child li, right? And then what I would do is, for example, I would say li.append child document.create text node and so on, right? So this is super verbose, right? All this code, all this 4 or 5 lines of code is generating this syntax, ul li 3 dots li ul. That's it. So much information is there, even though we had so much better syntax like HTML already in place. So what React does is that it combines the best of both worlds. That means you get the best of JavaScript world, that you can compute and do all sorts of stuff in a function. But at the same time, what you're also able to do is you're able to write HTML-like syntax here. Now your browser does not understand this, right? Your browser by default does not understand this. Therefore, we have Snowpack, Babel, stuff like this running, which converts this, compiles it down into different syntax, and that is what is understood by your browser. Now, that is awesome because now we can, as developers, we can write in great looking syntax, and the browser can understand in the syntax which it wants, right? So this looks very, very close to HTML with a couple of differences which you will understand. But yeah, that's great, right? Because now you can write HTML-like syntax in JavaScript. But the problem here is, or rather I should say a great feature here is that you cannot write invalid HTML, right? Let's say if I remove this div tag, you will see the whole code breaks, right? Now, this is because of the internal validation performed by JavaScript on this JSX syntax which you're writing. But nonetheless, this is awesome because now you cannot write broken HTML. Technically, this would work if this was in an index.html file, but it does not work in a React case. So that's awesome. So anytime you're seeing this error message like, you know, unterminated JSX contents, that probably means that you have messed up somewhere in your HTML-like looking syntax. So this is one thing. Another thing which is super important and critical, and which you have to understand, that in JavaScript, in React, at least for now, at least right now, when you want to create a class to an element or assign a class name so that you can style it with CSS, you don't use the class keyword, right? You don't use the class keyword, you use the class name keyword, right? And why is that? Because class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript, and there are reasons for it. The way JavaScript is compiled, how it gets transformed. So React developers just said, screw it. We will not allow people to use class, but rather just go with class name. So a lot of places when you're reading React.JS code bases, old and new, you will see that they are using class name instead of class. This is not a special attribute. If you take a look at the DOM, for example, if I open this in a new tab and let's say I inspect this by taking a look like this, and if I increase the size, you will see if I go to elements, we get a class of DSF, right? Not a class name, but rather a class right here. So this is another thing. The third thing you should know about JSX is that you can write actual JavaScript expressions right here, right? So you can do hello 2 plus 2 like this. And you will see that it actually spits out hello 4 right here instead of hello, 2 plus 2, literally. So in order to write a JavaScript expression, all you need to do is open a curly brace and close a curly brace and write whatever you want here. Now you might think, what can I write here and what cannot I write here? So think about this in the following way. You can write whatever you want here as long as this is something which you can also pass in a function call, right? What do I mean by that? Let's say you had a function called dummy, right? With just console logs, whatever you're printing. Let's say this is one argument, right? Whatever you're sending. So you can call this dummy with 2, correct? You can call this dummy with this, a string value, correct? You can call this dummy with an array, like, correct? You can call this dummy with x greater than 5, or not x, but let's say 4 greater than 5 is true, then hello, otherwise world, like this, like ternary operators and stuff. You can do this stuff, right? But what you cannot do is you cannot write if something, then do something, right? This does not make sense. You cannot pass this as an argument. Similarly, you cannot write this if-else statement like this right here in this stuff, right? All you can write here is what you can probably pass in a function call as well. And we will actually understand later down the line that that is a very good way to realize this, because the syntax is actually converted by Babel and others, is actually converted into a function call argument itself, right? So this JSX expression actually becomes a function call argument. So anyway, that's it. That's all you have to remember. So you can say that if I am I above 18, if this is true, for example, I can say am I above 18 is true, then I am above 18, for example. Otherwise, I just return null. And null is a special JSX element which does not render anything, right? It would not render anything on the screen. So if I make this false, for example, you will see that this is then gone, right? Because, well, I'm not above 18, so it renders null. So instead of this, you can say I am too small, right? Something like this. So now you can see if I toggle between true and false, you will see it just changes into I'm above 18 and I'm too small, right? So on and so forth. So yep, that is your introduction with these JavaScript JSX, how React uses it and how you can work with it as well. We will be using a lot of these components and a lot of stuff, and we will be playing around with some dummy applications as well. So make sure you are able to understand this, you are able to complete the practice labs on codedamn and move forward from there. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what props are in React and how they work. Now we will be spending a lot of time with these things, so you don't have to necessarily worry about them right away, but it's good to know about them. So what props are is basically in React, what happens is just like in HTML we have discussed, if you go to a page source, for example, you see we have this HTML, then it contains a head, then it contains a body and so on, right? So what we know here is that HTML constructs a tree-like structure, which is called as DOM, right? Similarly, what React can also do is it also constructs a tree-like structure, which is also called virtual DOM. But the point here is that React can also have custom components, right? So let's say we have a new component here, which is custom.tsx, or not tsx, but JSX, for now. So if I have React from React, and if I do something like function custom like this, what I can do is I can just return h1 hello Mehul, right? So let's say this is a greeting component, which is like a very common example, but there you go. So now what I can do is I can just say custom like this, and it will just render hello Mehul right after importing this like this. But the problem here is, let's say I want to change this name to something dynamic, right? So this should be supplied by an API or something. So what I can do when I'm rendering this component is I can actually pass it custom data alongside this component, which helps it to render properly. Now, this data could be optional, this could be mandatory, depends on how you have created the component. But in this case, what I can do is I can give this function a new argument, the first argument called props. Now this props argument is a custom object which is supplied by React to this function when this is rendering, right? So you could pretty much use these props in here, and React will make sure that these props are available when this function starts rendering. Now we know this props is an object, but what is it exactly? Well, this is an object in which keys are the keys which you pass in here as attributes. So I can have something like name, and the values are in fact the values which you pass in the attribute value. So I have decided that I would just write name equal to Mehul for this custom function. And what this would transform the props into something like this, name as Mehul, right? So what React is doing under the hood is that it will transform this calling signature, and it will make sure the props which you receive in this custom component is in the following object format. So all I need to do now is that go ahead and just write a JSX expression here called props.name, and voila, you can see that I get hello Mehul instead of hello Mehul, which was also before, but we could change it to pretty much like anything and it will immediately reflect, right? So this is pretty powerful, because now what you can do is you can create a very generic component, like you know, I think we discussed an example of e-commerce website, right? So this could very well be a item in the website, right? It could be a singular item, and then all of the data which it needs in order to render, whether it's price, whether it's title, whether it's description, whether it's rating, all of that could be supplied by props. And how would we get that data in props? Through an API, through a fetch API call or whatever. We'll discuss that. But yeah, this is your introduction to props. And one more thing which is possible here, which is usually not possible in the HTML world, that is that you can supply this JSX expression as well, right? So we discussed that you can do weird stuff like 2 + 2 here, and it will evaluate into 4. You can pretty much do the same thing. You can pass like variables, you can pass expressions, you can do anything you want, and you can see it renders correctly. If I pass an age like this, if I square this, you could pretty much do a bunch of stuff here with props. And of course, I mean, you can pass multiple props here. So you can say greeting message as hola, for example. And what you can do is just replace this with props.greeting message, and this will also work, right? So you can customize it as much as you want. It's up to you. But yep, that's pretty much it for your introduction with props. We will be using this a lot, again, like I say, with JSX expression and everything, because this is more or less how JavaScript works in React and how React itself is used a lot, right? So that's all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and learn about something important, which is known as short circuiting in JavaScript, and how does that work? Because the further concept which I'll be discussing is based on that. So we need to understand this fundamentally in JavaScript first. So in JavaScript, what happens is, let me just go ahead and actually do nothing here except for a simple console log in the browser. And I want you to guess the output of what would happen, right? So just checking up once. You can see we get 1, so that's fine. What I want to do is I want to say true, and let me just switch it to terminal so you cannot guess it right away, and false. So I want you to guess what would appear in the browser, in the console. If we take a look at the console, you see we get false, right? Now the reason we get false is because when you use double and in JavaScript, what it tries to do is that it tries to keep on checking the argument as long as it does not find one falsy value. What do I mean by that? If I have, let's say, hello double and Mehul double and undefined. If I have an expression like this, you see we get undefined in the console. Now the reason for that again is because hello is a truthy value, right? It evaluates to true when you force typecast it into a boolean. Similarly, Mehul is a string, it's a truthy value, but undefined is not a string, or it's not a truthy value, it evaluates to false. That is why ampersand, these double ampersand will keep on checking which one is a falsy value, and the first value which they find, they will stop at that. What do I mean by that? If I don't have any falsy value at all, you see we get Mehul in the console, which is the last value. So pay close attention what's happening here. If I have an expression which is just this, so if I assign this to a variable, which is just this, we will get undefined. If I assign this expression to a variable, we will get Mehul as the value, right? If I have undefined in between, you will see again, we still get undefined, because remember I mentioned it will go ahead and keep on looking until and unless it does not find the first falsy value. And in this case, it just finds it because it's the second value, so it does not look forward. So this is known as short-circuiting behavior in JavaScript. And why this is important? Because what it allows us to do is do conditional rendering. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say I have a div here instead of just an h1, which just says h1 hello world, right? And what it does is that it has a paragraph which may be visible, right? So this paragraph may or may not be visible. And the way this works is that, let's say if I want to make this an expression, a JSX expression. Remember we talked about how you can make a JSX expression with these curly braces. And in fact, as a matter of fact, you can write HTML-like tags of JSX within these expressions as well. But what's powerful now about this is that I can bind this to certain expressions. So I can say something like true and double and this thing. Now, what does this mean? Taking a look at this, it will try to evaluate and, just keep on evaluating as long as it does not find a falsy value, right? And in case it does not find a falsy value, it will just return you the last one. So in this case, this whole expression actually just becomes this single p tag, right? Similarly, if you had a false here, then you see nothing appears on the screen, right? Because by default, falsy values just are not visible in a JSX expression, right? Even if you have something like 0 here, which is also a falsy value. So you can see here, this is a little fun. Why? Because you can see 0 gets rendered on the screen because 0 is a falsy value. So this whole expression becomes 0 and React just shows you 0, right? But in most cases, if you know this is a Boolean expression, this is a common pattern which people follow, right? A Boolean expression, for example, like age greater than 18 and this thing. So what does this mean? Let's say if there's a variable called 18 age, which is 18, you can see it does not render it. But if I change this to 20, for example, you can see now we get the p tag on the screen, right? So this is super interesting and super important stuff, which is one way of doing conditional rendering in JavaScript. Conditional rendering just means that sometimes the element might appear on the screen, sometimes it might not, right? Another way of doing conditional rendering is using ternary operator, which you should probably know about. So this basically also requires you to specify the false case. So you can say that if age is greater than 18, then you want to do this. Otherwise, you want to just render null or any false value, right? You can also write false here, but null is basically what you should write, because null is a JSX element, a JSX component, a valid JSX component as well. All right, I think this is pretty much it. All you need to know in order to conditionally render elements. We will learn more about them when we work with state in JavaScript. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can basically add a DOM event listener kind of thing in React world. Now, this is basically how you would do exactly in JavaScript, but with a little bit of differences. In JavaScript, you would have remembered that we used add event listener to add certain events, right? In React, we do it in a little different way. The way we do it is that we don't use add event listeners and anything, but we directly go ahead on the element. Let's say this button says click me. And on this button right here, I would just go ahead and start writing on click. And see that the C of this on click is capital. This is important because if you make this small, your handler will not be called. So what this is that first things first, you can see that I'm directly giving it a JavaScript expression. Now the reason for that is because I want to pass in a function here. It does not make sense for this on click to be a string, right? So what I'm gonna say is let's say this is button click function, for example. And just create this function outside our component, which just says console.log I was pressed, right? Just like that. So now what I can do is I can just go ahead and start clicking this button, and you can see in the console, I start getting I was pressed. So all you need to do and all you need to remember in React is the way the event listeners work is that you have an on and then whatever the event is, as an attribute or as a prop rather, I should say, right? So this is a prop which you're passing to this button, which React internally binds to actual event listener on the page, right? Now the funny thing about this is that if you actually open this in a new tab and try to take a look under the hood of how this is working, you will not find this on click attribute in the rendered DOM, right? So if you take a look here, you would see there is no on-click attribute present here, right? And the reason for this is because this binding, although it works, this is internally binded using add event listeners and stuff, right? It's not just directly an inline HTML sort of function binding. So this you should remember. But yep, this is how you would work with it. And one more thing which you would often find a lot of people doing is that they would be defining their callback functions for events right into the component. And this might seem like a crazy thing to do, that defining a function inside a function if you have never seen it before. But this is pretty common in React world, right? What you want to do is you want to keep your functions as tight as possible. So you would just try to keep everything enclosed in a single scope. So this is perfectly fine practice, and in fact this is actually mandatory if this function wants to access any state variable or anything, which we will take a look at very soon. But yep, this is pretty much it, how you should go ahead and attach a click event listener, for example, and that is how React binds it to your real elements on the page. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. This is an important video because in this one we'll be starting off with introducing the concept of state in React. So far what you have seen is pretty much useless till certain extent because we are not using React to its full power, what React is really capable of. It's capable of creating these static pages and static stuff, it's fine, but the true power of React is realized when you actually add interactivity and stateful components. Now, what is a stateful component, or what is state in general? So you see, most useful applications or most applications which involve some sort of user interaction need to be stateful. That means they need to remember what has happened in the past. For example, in games, if you're playing tic-tac-toe, your game needs to remember the past, that is which box is square, which box is occupied, which box has not been occupied, who's the winner, and so on. Similar thing you can do with React components as well by introducing the concept of a state. So let's take a look at a very simple example in this one. Let's say I have a counter like this, which is just a number, like you can right away see that I did not use a 0 right inside this, but I gave it a number, right? And we can get rid of the custom component. You can see I have a counter of 0. Let's say this button increase the counter and the next button decrease the counter, right? And I have this first function, which just, pretty much just console logs I was pressed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import a function called useState from this React library. And I'm going to say, stick with me here for a while, counter set counter is useState of 0. Now, there's a lot that needs to be explained here. So let me just go ahead and explain it first of all, before we even move forward. So first things first, useState is a function internally provided by React. It's a function, right? It's a regular function you can think of. But this function is called a hook in React, right? So anything which starts with use, it's a convention, technically speaking, but React considers anything which starts with use as a hook, right? What is the difference between a function and a hook? Nothing on the technical sense, but if you're using a React linter, React will warn you if the useState hook, or if any hook, as a matter of fact, is conditionally rendered. That means all of your hooks needs to be at the very top of the function, right? Anyway, what we need to discuss right now, we can just forget about the hooks complexities for later down the line, but what we need to discuss right now is that this hook right here, useState, accepts a default value. So what this default value is that when this app component would render for the very first time, this is the value which would be used as the default value for counter. And the way I have destructured this, you would have observed that this useState actually returns you two values, right? So I could have also done something like counter set. And then I know this is an array. So in order to display this, I would do a counter set of 0. So what this does, you can see it gives me 0. If I make this 100 and refresh this page, you will see I get a counter of 100. Why? Because this is the default value which is available to us, right? And the counter set of 1 is actually a function. So what that function does is that if I call that function with any value, that is what the 0th value, or the counter value becomes. Now this is important because let me just go back to the previous syntax, because that way you would be able to see it in a much better way. So now I have counter, for example. Now what I'm telling is that, let's say in this function, I say the counter becomes -250, right? So the moment I click on this button, you will see that this right here updates to -250. So let's go, and you can see it updates to -250. So what happened? This is the exciting part, and this is the part where you have to be most careful. You just told React declaratively what you want to do, and React automatically matched it to your UI. Super powerful stuff. Why? Because what you have here is just a counter, right? And a set counter function. The moment you click this button, you call this set counter function with a new updated value. And what React did under the hood is that it repainted this UI, it recreated this function, it actually recreated this whole function, right? It called it again, and it saw that, okay, this counter variable now, in the last render, it was 100, but in this render, it's -250. So I'm gonna go ahead and show this on the screen. Now, the important part here is when this function is called again, so this is like, we can mark this as the first render, right? So in the first render, what happened was that this useState, the array value which this returned was something like 100 and then a function, right? This is what this function returned. But in the second render, which happened when the moment I clicked this button, second render, let's just make this an underscore so that it does not complain. What this useState returned was -250 and a function. Important. The same code, everything same, but React knows that this is the second render, right? React is aware about the state of the render. So this allows React to, basically allow us as developers to use const even though this variable technically changes in the next render, right? So this is why you have to remember why you can use const with state variables, because state variables are not mutated. They are actually created again in the next render. So in this case, in the second render, this is what useState returns. Therefore, your counter is -250. React creates a new tree, new render, which shows you -250 here, and everything else is same, right? So yep, that's pretty much it. That's how I think that's more than enough on what you should know about when you're starting your first, introduction with React state. We will be using state a lot, so it's just getting started. But yeah, that's pretty much it for state in React. That's how it works. That is all for this video. I'm gonna go ahead and see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and complete our application, which we were trying to develop, which was just increasing the count of this counter, right? So what I want to do is for you to think about how I can increase the counter's count by 1, because that's what we are trying to do, right? So if you think about it, the most obvious thing which might occur to you is that, hey, let's just go ahead and let's start it with 0 first. And let's just go ahead and set it to counter +1, right? Because it makes sense. I mean, and in fact, it also works. If you just click on this button, you can see it starts on increasing, right? It keeps on increasing and increasing and so on. Now, this is absolutely fine for this application, and it will work just fine as well. Similarly, what we can do is we can create another function. So we can just say this as increase. We can just say this as decrease, increase like this, decrease like this. And in this one, I would just say this as -1. And now we have a little application for us, which increases and decreases the counter declaratively. And the reason I just keep on saying this word declaratively is because you can clearly see nowhere we are mentioning that the UI should update or, document.query selector inner text is equal to counter +1. We are not doing any of that. We simply say that this is a state variable to React, and we control the variable. We only control the variable. We do nothing else. And that's it. React handles the rest. And if any one of you have any doubts about why don't we set like counter ++ or anything like that, you can clearly see that we are using const. So counter is a constant. You cannot do this. And we also discussed this briefly in the last video. But yeah, I mean, understand this carefully, that state variables always need to be updated by their setters. You cannot update them directly. You can technically create this as a let as well, which would allow you to do this thing, but React will not care about this expression which you wrote, and this will be a bug, right? Your UI would not update. So just a quick help tip out there that you need to update your state variables with the setter defined. All right, once you have this application, you can see it pretty much works flawlessly. But what I also want to discuss in this video itself is that there is another way you can increase or decrease or do whatever you want with the setter function. Now, this will be a little hard for me to explain right away all the details why this works. But what you have to understand is that the setter function also accepts a function as the value. Now, this is slightly different from an integer or a string or anything like that, because if I go ahead and set this counter, for example, if I set this to the string, right? And if I click on this, you can see we get this random string. If I set this to, let's say, I don't know, like, some random number. And again, when I click on this, I'll get that random number. But if I set this to a function, then something special happens, because React internally is configured to see that if there is any native Boolean string object, any such value like that, then pretty much just set it directly to the variable. But if there's a function supplied, then do a little different things, right? So maybe if we can just figure out the algorithm of how the set counter works, or the pseudocode, this is probably something like this. So set counter is a function, we know that it has a value, right? So what React kind of does, of course you can consider this in a different way. React says if type of value is a function, then I want to do something else. Otherwise, it just basically says set counter as value, right? Which is basically just internally setting the value as the same, or basically just saying counter is equal to value and then basically re-render, kind of like this. So what happens here if this is a function? Well, if value is a function, this is what React would do. So React would say updated value is value of old value, and then counter is updated value, and then re-render. So what's happening here? What's the difference? You can see a couple of things. The first thing is React will actually call this function which you have passed to it. And the second thing is React will call this function with an argument which is equal to the older value. Awesome. So in this case, what we have is a code where I can accept an old counter value, which I just told you, right? And whatever I return from this function would be set as the new counter value. That's the thing. So if I return, for example, 200, what's going to happen is that it's just going to set this counter to 200. And I had to just do a quick refresh of the page. But anyway, we are back, and you can see I returned 200 from here. And if I click on this, you see we set this to 200. Now this is important because now what I can do is I can also say old counter value plus 1, right? And if I click on this, you can see now we are actually doing the same thing, right? But in a different way. This also works fine, but here we are using the older approach. Now you can reduce this a little bit using arrow functions. So you can say this is basically old counter value as old counter value plus 1, something like this, and an old counter value minus 1. And you're gonna see that both of these things work just like before, right? This thing is also working like before, and the other one is also working like before. So the question now is that which format should you use? Should you use the functional update, or should you use the value assignment thing? Remember, for now, for reasons which we will discuss in future when you have a little bit of advanced React knowledge, whenever possible, use the functional updation criteria as long as the newer value depends on the older value. So what do I mean by that? In this case, you can see the counter depends on the old value. That means this is a dependency. The new value cannot be computed if you don't know the older value, right? That's why we were using counter plus 1 here, right? Similarly in decrease as well. As long as the value depends on the newer value, try to use the functional updation way. And there are a bunch of good reasons for this, which we will discuss later. But yeah, this is just a general rule of thumb. If your value does not depend on the older value at all, just like I wrote 200 here, for example. If you're doing something like this, where it does not depend on the older value, you might as well just go ahead and do it like this. It doesn't matter, right? It really does not matter. But yeah, functional notation is super important if your newer value depends on the older value. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood it. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just quickly want to create a very small project which might help you just understand a bunch of things in React again. Very simple stuff, and that will be a random quote generator, right? And I just want to think about how you would create something like this. So what this would involve is pretty much nothing. It will just involve a button with you, which will just say click me, and it will involve an area. It will involve an area called div where the quote appears, right? And this quote is a random quote. So first things first, we know because this code is going to change, this should be a state variable, right? Because only state variables, when those are updated, then React re-renders the component, right? So we can import useState from here, and that's it. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and create an array of quotes, which will include all the quotes which you want, right? So something like, if you are good enough, never do it for free. Even though you're getting this React course probably for free, right? But yeah, I mean, the better courses and the hands-on labs would be paid, but you get the idea. Then let's see, what else do we have? I am not afraid of a man who practice one kick, you know, something like that, 1,000 kicks one time, but rather one kick 1,000 times, something like this. This is like one of my favorite quotes. So that could also be one. Then we can have something like ABC, because I'm lazy, DEF, GHI, and so on. But you can pretty much use an API or anything like that. So what I want to do is, first of all, we can initialize this with the, you know, the first quote if you would like. But second thing which I want to do is I want to go ahead and, let me just refresh this real quick. I want to go ahead and create a function, randomize quote, and call it just when I go ahead and click on this button, right? So right here. Now what this button would do is that it will just set the state to a new quote. And remember that in this case, we don't have to depend on the previous state, right? So we don't need to necessarily use the functional approach. So we need to generate a random element in this array. And the way you generate a random element in an array in JavaScript is like following. So you say random quote is quotes, and then math.random into quotes.length, and then you just wrap it down into math.floor. So just to explain you what's happening here, if you haven't seen this code ever before, this right here, math.random, returns us a number between 0 and 1, and it will never return you 1, right? It will always return you 0 and probably a number like 0.99999, whatever. So it will never return you 1. That means this number will always be smaller than quotes.length, right? So this means if this length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this number at max could be 4.999999, whatever, right? But it is finite. And then finally, if this is always less than 5, or, you know, in this case, the length of the array, then math.floor will bring it down by 1, right? So it will make the 4.99999 in worst case a 4. In any other case, this will always lie between 0 and 5, exclusive of 5, and this will just floor it down to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it pretty much, depending on what math.random does, you're going to select one out of these. So it's a random quote. It's a truly random quote, and you can just set this quote like this. Now, when you click on this, you can see every single time randomly you get a quote, right? So yep, I mean, you can now use your CSS, imported CSS, and style this a little if you want, but that's how you pretty much create a random quote generator with React. So yep, that is all for this one. Hopefully you were able to follow along. Pretty simple stuff, nothing fancy, but yeah, covers a bunch of important concepts in JavaScript and React. So that's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create a side effect when something happens. Now, what is a side effect? Well, in general, if English is your first or second language, you know that side effect is basically something that happens after you do something, like maybe taking a wrong medicine or anything like that. So similarly, in React, what happens as a side effect is, let's say you update this variable, right? And you want a side effect to happen in your code, which is, you know, not necessarily bad, like in the analogy, but you get the idea. So the side effect is basically something which happens after you have done something. So what you do in order to do that, in order to have that listener setup or a callback kind of thing set up, is make use of another hook called useEffect. Now, what this useEffect hook is let me just go ahead and actually show you before even explaining this. So import it just like this, and useEffect right here just sits as a standalone hook. It does not return you anything, it does not do anything. It has two parts, however. The first argument is a function, which can be anonymous functions. In the most cases, it's just anonymous. And the second function is a dependency array. Now, if I go ahead and console log I was ran, right? Or I ran or whatever. So what you can do is refresh this page, for example, and you will see the first statement which you get is I ran, and that's it. So what's happening here? Well, you see useEffect, although I told you that this is a side effect, but this also runs all the times after the component is mounted for the first time, right? So you see, it was mounted for the first time. When I increase the counter, you know it got mounted again because we discussed how the first render and the second render works. So this is a second render, right? But we did not get I ran again because we have no dependencies at all. This function is not listening for any dependency, or it's not observing any dependency. You can see I can just keep on decreasing the counter and nothing happens here. But pay close attention to what will happen here the moment I give this a counter variable as the dependency. And remember, this is an array, right? This is not a regular, just a single value. This is an array of values. That means it can accept more state variables if you would like it to. So anyway, now when I click on this, you can see any single time this counter variable changes, we get an I ran information. And if I try to console log the counter here as well, you would see, give it a refresh, we start with an I ran of 0, which is fine. I mean, it makes sense. Now when I increase the counter, you see we get the console log of I ran of 2000. Careful on what I'm gonna say next. Now you can see that the second console log which we get, I ran of 2000, means that this useEffect actually ran again in the second render of the function, right? So when you call the set counter and updated it to 2000, it did not run in the first render. How do we know that? Because if it did run in the first render, we would have got a 0 here. Why? Because counter was 0 in the first render, right? In the second render, we know that this copy was created. This copy was created again by React internally. So this was like app, and in this case, this was 2000. And now we know that this returned at 2000. And therefore, this function, when it ran, it console logged 2000. Therefore, we know that this function actually ran in the second render and not in the first render, right? Another thing with useEffect is that it runs after the component gets mounted or repainted. So what do I mean by that? This means in the second render, this whole thing was mounted and visible on the browser before the console log appeared. Now this might be hard to actually prove or justify until and unless we put a debugger statement or anything, something like that, but you can trust me on this one, right? That the useEffect actually runs after the UI is mounted, right? So what's the use case of this? Well, let's say you have a to-do list where whenever you update a list order, you save the order or anything on the back end, right? So in that case, all you need to do is create a useEffect, add an order or something like that, which a variable which defines the order of the list, and then basically just write a fetch request here that whenever something changes, or maybe like a local storage save request here, you just update it automatically. Again, this is super declarative. Why? Because you're telling it that this code has a dependency on this one. You're not telling it how to execute it, what should happen, when should it re-render, and so on, right? All of that is managed automatically by other code in your code base, right? So I hope this makes sense. If it does not, then don't worry yet, because there's so much we need to do and we will do in order to solidify these concepts. But yeah, this is a start. So that is pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, and I think in this whole section of mini section which we have, we will build a to-do application from scratch using all these videos. And by the end of this section, you would probably also have a full-blown lab where you have to create the same application, pass the test as well. I'm super excited to start this, and let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can build one. If you want, what you can also do is open that lab at the end of this section in a new tab or anywhere and start building it as we learn, and use these videos as a unblocker. If you would like to, you can feel free to just go ahead and start building it yourself as well. You pretty much know all the information more or less you need to know, but we'll cover a bunch of concepts in these videos as well. But yep, that's basically it for this particular introductory video. Super excited to see you in the next one where we start with the code. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start creating our to-do application in React and how it can work. So first things first, what I'm going to do is create a div in this application space, and I'm just going to give this an h1 of best to-do app ever. Like, why not? All right, so what we want to do is we want to do a couple of things in this app. The first thing is this should have an input field, of course. So this would be an input type text. You can give it an ID or a class if you want to style it with the CSS, but I'm just going to keep it raw at the moment. And what I want to do is also create a UL unordered kind of list, which just shows us our tasks here, whatever we enter. Now, a couple of things here. First thing is whatever I'm typing in this, I need to have a reference. I need to have a track of what I'm typing. Why? Because the moment I hit enter, I want to take this text and append it as a task. And second thing, I want to just take care of all these to-dos in themselves, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a state variable called to-dos and set to-dos. And we know that these state variables can be pretty much anything, right? Any sort of data type which we have in JavaScript. So I can keep this as an array of to-dos, right? Instead of just having a single string, which you would probably need to split and do something, which will also get ugly. Arrays is best suited for this task. So now, once we have this to-dos, what I want to do is I want to render this inside this UL tag. And how do you render elements? What is the standard practice? How do you do that? Well, what you have to remember here is that ES6 array methods play a very important role when you're working with JavaScript inside of React, because whatever we write is a JSX expression, right? We know we discussed in JSX that we can only write expressions which we can also pass in as a functional argument, because technically that's what it gets compiled down to. So what we usually do when we are writing JSX expression is we do not make use of for loops like this, for let I is equal to 0, I is less than to-dos dot length I plus plus, because you see, we cannot really write this sort of code, right? What we need to write here, or what we can write here, however, is the array methods, right? So what we can do is I can write, for example, to-dos dot map to do, and then I can just return an li which has this to do. So let's just take a look at what's happening here. Let me just add my name, Mehul, and let's say John as the second name. So what's happening here is that we took both of these elements, right? For each of these elements, .map runs this function and returns a new array, right? A new array of information. So you can see I ran this and I, just put an li around them. Now this thing right here is equivalent for me storing li's directly inside of the state. This is also fine and completely acceptable. So if I do something like this and I just go ahead and directly try to use to-dos here, those two examples are the same thing, right? If you write these elements directly in the state like this, or you just map it over and then use it here, both are same things, because this thing, as I said in the JSX video also, gets compiled down to a JavaScript-like representation anyway, right? So this is one and the same thing. But the reason we avoid storing it in this way is because this gives us less flexibility. I mean, sure, there are ways to extract out, this text from this, but it's ugly, right? It's complicated. So what we do is instead we keep it in the simplest data type we can, which is string in our case. And then we construct it on the fly, what we want to do, using functions like map or filter or anything which returns us an array, right? Because JSX can display an array with, the JSX elements, right? Like I showed you, you can have a couple of LIs here and you can just display that array as it is, right? And it will render properly. So that's important. So anyway, for now, I can just say, this is my example and be done with it, right? So that's it. Now, if I add another name here, let's say hello, for example, you'll see we have another one. So what we want to do is, once we have this set up, is whenever I write something and press enter, then this should basically append it right here. So I'm going to divide this task into two things. First of all, I'm going to just create a button which will say create to do. And then we will also add the enter functionality, which I was talking about. So with button, we know how to access the event, which is using onClick. So let's say this is create to do like this. And what I do is inside of this create to do, I say, I want to append this to do whatever we have written. Now, before we are able to do that, I also need to extract out this value, right? And in JavaScript, or in React rather, I should say, how you do that is you set an attribute called value to a state variable or to any particular value, right? So let's say if I set this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what will happen is that even if I try to edit this, I will not be able to edit this input field. And trust me, I'm typing on my keyboard at the moment, but I'm not able to edit this because this value attribute, if this value attribute is not undefined, then React will consider this as a controlled component. That means this value has to change here itself if you need to update the UI, right? And because this is a string static value, this will never happen because, the string would not update automatically. So this has to be a variable. And the way we do this is the follows. So I'm going to say this is, let's say, my task. And I'm going to say set task. And I'm going to initialize this with an empty string, right? Because that's what our value would be initially. So this is my task, right? Now, still, you would see this is not very helpful because I'm still not able to type. And the reason for that is same, because, this task is empty string and we are not updating this. So what we want to do in order to make sure this controlled component behaves properly is we want to say something like on change, and then I want to do something here. So on change event receives a E, which is just like the JavaScript event which we receive, which we have also discussed in the JavaScript course. And what this E does is that, E or event or whatever you want to name it, this event contains useful information about what has happened or what has been entered in this text field. So what I can say is I can simply say set task to event.target.value, right? So event.target gives us this input field and the value gives us the current value which is in. So now if I start writing, you would see that I'm able to write pretty much just like I would used to, in a regular input field. But the advantage here now is that on every single keystroke, this onChange runs and we always have the updated task value, right, with us. And yep, this is important because now I can access this task value directly whenever this create to do is called. So what I can do is I can just say console log the task value is this task like this. And if I go to browser logs, for example, and start typing and click on this button, you will see I get the correct task value right here, right? If I update to 1, 2, 3, click, we get the correct task value always. Now it's simple right here to update this because all we need to do is we need to set the to-dos and append one more to-do here, right? Now remember what we discussed about the set state. In this case, the future state actually depends on the current one, Why? Because we want to append this to the existing array, right? So in this case, we will use the functional updation methodology, right? So I would say old to-dos, and what I want to do is return all my old to-dos, but also add my task like this to that, right? So what's happening here is that I'm just appending this particular new value to these old to-dos, right? And that's how I'm doing this. So if I try to go ahead and add a task 1 here, click on this to do, you can see we have a task 1 added. And if I go ahead and try to add task 2, click create to do, we have a task 2, and pretty much you can do anything you want here and this will be created. Now it has a bunch of things we can improve and a couple of optimizations as well. So let's just take a look at them in the next video. But that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's just go ahead and proceed with our optimizations and things which we can add in the to-do application which we looked last time. So first things first, what I want to do is whenever we have this onChange event fired, I also want to probably just blank out the task, because right now if you add it, you see the task still remains here. So that's one thing which I want to do. So the way I would do that is just by setting the task as empty like this. And here what might happen is you might think that, hey, what if this code runs before this code and then this task is old and it does not get appended, right? And you might be right? So if we go ahead and try this out and create a to-do, although this kind of works, but I would say we are in a scary territory, because it is not given that React executes this part of the code synchronously, right? It might very well be executing it asynchronously. So if I go ahead and console log 1 here, and if I go ahead and console log 2 here, and if I go ahead and write a statement and create a to-do, you can see we get 2 first and then 1 later. That means React is not executing this function synchronously, right? So a safer way for updating this would be actually to set the task as empty here and then use the task like this, right? So this is what is probably we'll stick to as well. But yeah, the moment you do that, create a to-do, it's working just fine. Now, the second thing which we can do is, like I said, right now the enter does not work, right, for us. Now there are a couple of ways to fix this. The first way to fix this is you actually have a key down event on this input field as well. So you have something like on key down, and you just say try to check for enter key, something like that. And the way this would work is that you would just go ahead and try to look at the event which you receive here. So event received is this event right here. Now if I try to go ahead and type something here, you can see that we have a lot of console coming in. So instead of looking there, we would probably stick to the native console right here. And what I would do is write 1, 2, 3, for example, and let's just ignore this exception for now, because this is because of the web console script, which is custom to codedamn editor. You would probably not see this by the time maybe you're watching this video. But anyway, what this event contains is, you can see the key and the key code. So if I try to hit enter here, you would see the event which we get has a key code of 13 and a key of enter, right? So we could very well just use key code right here. And I can just go ahead and say that if e.keycode is in fact 13, this means that we have got a enter input in this field, right? So you pretty much just want to run the create to do function, because we already have done the work in that, right? And yep, that's pretty much it. So if I go ahead and give it a refresh, for example, try to enter something and hit enter, you would see it just works just like if I enter something and click on the button, right? So this is pretty cool. This is one way. Another way, which is less JavaScripty, is to actually go ahead and stick to the basics, stick to the native things. And what is that? Well, you might have seen that in HTML world, you already have this behavior where you enter something, hit enter, and the form gets submitted, right? If you go to very old sites which are just constructed with HTML, you will find this behavior where you just enter something in the text box, hit enter, and the form gets submitted, right? The page reloads. Because HTML actually includes this functionality internally. So how do you execute this thing? You wrap the whole thing inside a form element. And this is just HTML. There is no JavaScript or there is no React part involved in this one, right? And the second thing which you do, this is fine, you can keep this input, but the button, which is the button which on click or should happen, or it should be present, how it should be present is of type submit, right? So this button should have a type of submit. Why? Because if this does not have a type of submit, then this form does not know what should happen if you hit enter on an input field. So right now, what's happening is that this on click would work fine, but if you hit enter, you will see that your page reloads, right? So if I hit enter, you see it gets entered, but our page also reloads. And why is that? Because that is the default behavior of forms in HTML, right? They just reload the page without any attributes if you don't give it a path or anything. And even if you give it a path, it will reload it at that particular location. So what we want to do is we want to add an event listener on this. So I want to say on submit, I want the create to do to run. And right here, what we will observe is that we no longer need the on click on this button. And why is that? Because whenever you click on this button as well, the create to do function fires, right? So if I write this, click, you can see it refreshes. Or if I write and hit enter, it adds the text and it refreshes. Now the only thing which is left is we want to first of all remove this, and second of all we want to just make sure that the page is not refreshed. So I can also remove this enter key function because we no longer need that. And all I need to do here is grab the event which React gives us on the submit and just say event.prevent default. Now all this is going to do is say to browser that, hey, we don't want the default behavior which happens when this form is submitted. That's it. Now if I go ahead and write hello and hit enter, you can see it works fine. World works fine. 1, 2, 3 works fine. Works fine, right? I can pretty much do anything and everything I want. So this is also a neat hack, or not exactly a hack, but this is actually a standard practice which you should know about instead of just relying on key down, right? Because this is also technically speaking a bit performance beneficial, right? It's a performance is better than just having on key down on every keystroke and doing that stuff. But yep, that's pretty much it. That's how you're gonna detect all of the enter and button clicks and everything and create a very basic to-do app. In the next video, we'll see how you can also remove these items, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what we're gonna do is go ahead and take a look at how you can remove these elements as well on a click or anything, right? So what I'm gonna do is instead of returning just an li, we could probably return a div or something else, maybe a div inside li or li inside div, doesn't matter. But what I'm gonna do is do a couple of things. The first thing is I'm gonna go ahead and remove them. And the second thing I'm gonna do is actually change the structure a little bit. So instead of setting the task like this, what we will do is we will add a to-do as task, an ID, and an ID as a unique ID, right? For example, in this case, it could just be a global counter or a global ID. And we can start it from 0. And why am I doing this? I'll let you know in a moment. But once we do this, now we have an array of objects, not just an array of strings, right? So in order to render this properly, what we need to do is just say to do, or not to do, but let's say this is item, and then say item.todo, right? So now if I go ahead and hit enter, you can see it still works fine, but we have done a bunch of changes. Now, The second thing we can do is we can say the key of this item is in fact item dot not to do but item dot id, right? Now this item dot id, like we saw, is a global id counter, which basically is unique now, right? So we don't have to worry about just having an index pretty much like this. So we can just have this as global id and we can just keep on working like we used to do. So once we have done that, what we want to do next is add a button right here which just says delete, for example. And what I want this button to do is whenever I click on this, it should delete item, somehow, which we will see how we can do that. So it's just an empty function for now, which will get called. But now what I can do is when I enter this, well, not at the moment, but let's just see if I give this a refresh, enter this, you can see now we have a small delete button with us, right? So what I want to do is the moment I click on this delete, this should just disappear from the screen. This should just be deleted. So how do I do that? Well, in this case, we need to give it a little bit of more context, right? What we should do is that we should go ahead and instead of calling it like this, we should go ahead and call this with the ID of the item. So I'm going to say delete item and I'm going to specify you what the ID of the item is, right? In this case, it's whatever the ID is at the moment. Now, what happens now is I'm receiving the item ID, right? Which we increment every single time. So DSF has an ID of 1. Maybe we can also display it just for the sake of clarity, right? At the time of rendering. So now you can see the IDs of these elements as well, which are also the keys and which are also the values which we are passing to this function. So all I want to do now is I want to set the to-dos to certain list which does not include that ID, which I have, right? And again, you can see the new state depends on the previous state. So again, I'm going to use the functional notation. So I'm going to say set to-dos, old to-dos, and then what these old to-dos would be is old to-dos dot filter item, and then item dot id is not equal to item id. Now let's see what I'm doing here. First of all, I'm using the functional updation notation. So that's what this functional call is. Second of all, I'm trying to return an array here where I'm trying to filter out all the items where the ID is not equal to the one which has been passed, right? Which will result in not copying the only ID which I have clicked. All right. So once that has been done, if you click on the delete now, you can see it updates and all the other IDs stay same. So it's 0, 2, 3, 4. Now the reason I did not use index as the key and as the ID and as the thing which you need to pass should be clear now, right? Because the index would change. The index would become 0, 1, 2, 3 again, right? So it is something which is not unique, right? So we broke our contract with React when we said that, hey, our key would be unique to the item which we will bind. Because if this was just index, which we used earlier, then this element would become index number 1. Let's just go ahead and refresh this and use some real items. So I'm going to write apple, mango, banana, pizza, and burger, right? And I can see all of these IDs here. And if I go ahead and delete banana, you can see that pizza still stays at 3. But if I was using index, you could clearly observe that pizza comes at 0, 1, 2. So it will be 2, right? So that's why I told, let's just go ahead and create an ID out of it. And whenever possible, you should use a locally unique ID, right? Not exactly globally, but a locally unique ID. But yep, this is pretty much it. That's how you can create and add more elements and remove them as well with a click of a button, right? And yep, that completes pretty much more or less your basic version of to-do app. I mean, sure, you can have a bunch of functionalities here where, you have a little bit of layout as well. and you can also store this in local storage and stuff. You can do that, but this is the bare bones structure which you require, where you learn about a lot of React concepts, and this is, you know, pretty much touches on a lot of important React concepts as well. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to follow, because after this video you will probably also have a lab where you have to create this to-do application. So make sure you do that by yourself. It'll reinforce all the things which we have learned here. So yeah, that's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video we'll be learning about something known as React Router in React and how you can work with it. So you can see I have a fresh project with me here with basically nothing set up apart from React itself. So we can start with scratch, right? So routing is a very common practice, right? You can see, even if you take a look at the URL at the moment in the browser, it's codedamn.com/playground/something. So what this means is that I'm on a route which is having certain parts, like the path is playground, then inside of playground I'm inside React Snowpack v3 and so on. So you can do the similar thing in React, right? And there are pre-built solutions for you to handle that, right? And one of those is React Router. So first of all, let me just go ahead and clean this up a little bit so it's not as scary as it looks. So it's hello world, for example, right? And let's just replace this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to set up a React Router for us here. I'm going to split my terminal and I'm going to start writing by saying yarn add react router DOM. Now remember, I wrote react router DOM because that's the name of the package, right? Now what this package truly does is that it allows you to work with certain browser APIs to, for the lack of a better word, fake a URL into user believing that you are actually on that page. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Just stick with me here. Let's just, first of all, once this installs, let's just do a hello world here, right? So it is done. And what we can do now is we can import a bunch of components which allow us to do basically what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say import from React Router DOM. And what we need is a couple of things. The first thing we need is a browser router. The second thing which we need is a route, right? So what does this mean? This means that I have a router component, which is going to be a top level component, which is contain all these routes which we will define, right? So the first thing I have to do is I have to define this as the top component in my app, right? Now, once I have defined this component as the top component in my app, I have to define these individual routes, which needs to be, you know, matched. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a route and end it with a route. And I'm going to say the path, what this path should be, what the path should match, right? So this path should match, let's say, hello world in our case. Once I do that, anything I write here inside of this would be rendered only and only if this matches the hello world route. So let's say this is I am on route hello world, right? And let's just go ahead and actually wrap this whole thing inside a div as well. And I can just say right here, I am just h2, right? Something like this. All right, so once we do that, if I give this page a refresh, what you're gonna see is once Snowpack is done compiling a bit of dependencies, let's see. All right, so it's done, and we can see now that it just spits out I'm just an h2. So if I open this in a new tab, you can see we still get I'm just an h2 because we have defined hello world on this route. So let's just go ahead and visit that. Hit enter, and you can see that we get a 404. And let me tell you why do we get that. Now the reason we get a 404 when I visit a hello world is because Snowpack right here is not configured to send our index.html file, which we have here, on every route, right? So let me tell you what's happening here exactly. When you visit a route like this, or in general, a home page like this, what's happening is that Snowpack, or your backend server in this case, which is Snowpack, sends this index.html file, right? Which contains certain scripts, which boots up React, which boots up this component, and this component realizes what path you are on, right? So in order for this component to run, this needs this index.jsx file. This index.jsx file needs this index.html file. Therefore, in the first place, your backend server should send this index.html file for pretty much everything. But it does not happen in the case of front-end applications, or you have to configure it somehow. So in this case, that's why we get a 404 error when we try to visit that URL directly. But what we can do instead is we can use another component here, which can allow us to fake redirect or fake navigate from our application itself. So what I can do is right here, instead of doing I'm an h2, we can define a small navigation, and it would be nav like this, right? You can also put it in div, it's fine, but I'm just going a little fancy. So what you can do is you can say link to and then hello world. So it's like ahref, but it's for React routing, internal React routing. And I can say go to hello world, because we only have a single link at the moment. We can also define something like link to slash, and I can just say go home. Right, so the moment we have something like this, you can see the first thing we see is an error that you should not use link outside a router. So let's just go ahead and fix this by bringing the router, or actually let's just make the router the actual, the main child of the page. So once we have that, you can see we have our links coming up, and we can actually just throw in a unordered list here for it to just be a little bit prettier, right? And let's see, looks like I have to configure prettier on this editor, right? It's just a waste of time manually formatting all this code. Maybe we'll do that probably sometime later, but now you can see that it has started looking just like you would want it to look like, right? So now if I click on go to hello world, you can see you get I'm on the route hello world. And if I open this in a new tab, take a close look at what happens to the URL up here. When I click on hello world, you can see the URL actually in fact changes to I am on hello world, right? I'm on route hello world. And if I go back to home, you're gonna see the URL changes back and forth, right? Now if I refresh on this page, you're gonna see we get the similar error. And I explained you the reason why, because in this case, when I click on this, if I go to inspect in the networks tab, and if I, let's say, remove this, and if I refresh this one more time, or maybe go back to the home page, refresh, clear this out. And if I click on this go to hello world now, you're gonna see no network request has been made, right? You can see I'm on all, there is no filter, and no network request has been made. That means React code did not go to server to check if this route existed or not. It handled this routing internally with the help of the browser router, right? So yep, that is what is happening. When you refresh this, it actually goes to the server, right? And the server says that, hey, I don't know like what this route is. If somehow you were able to go ahead and return pretty much the same index.js file for this route as well, this route right here as well, you would be able to serve the the right code even on refreshes, which is exactly what you want on production applications, but it's fine on development if you want to skip it. But yeah, you can configure that here as well if you would like. But yep, that is pretty much it in terms of introduction to the browser router and how you configure it. We will pretty much take a look at a bunch of other things in the upcoming videos, but yeah, that's a solid start. So yep, that's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go over and take a look at an exact route match. What does that mean? So let's say I define a route which is our home page, and I just say I am on home page, right? And if I go ahead and refresh this tab right here, what you will be able to see is that we get I am on home page, which absolutely is fine. But if I go to the hello world route, you can see that I get I am on route hello world, but I also get I am on home page. Now, why is that? Well, this is because by default, the behavior of these routes is to match the route first as a path, and then pretty much anything after that as well. So what do I mean by that? It means if you're on home page, basically what's happening is that you are pretty much routing, the router matches the slash, which is at the end of the URL, but anything after the slash also matches, right? So this route here would also return you I am home page if you visit this with a link, right? So I can just go ahead and, for example, create a go to random link, and I can just say this is some weird route. And if I refresh this again, and if I click on that random link, you can see I still get I'm on home page. Why? Because it matches anything after this slash, which is pretty much anything. Similarly, this route would appear every time I'm on hello world, or I'm on pretty much any other route as well. So I can copy this, actually revert back and change this to this. And if I refresh this, click on the link, you would actually see that I still get I'm on hello world, even though I'm on some weird route. Now, in order to fix this problem, all you have to do is always, it's a good practice, set this exact attribute on your route component. And this basically just means exact true, right? In JS6, you can just omit the true bit if you like. It's just a style. So even if you just write exact like this, it just means exact is set to true, right? And the moment you do that, you're gonna see that now it's actually much stricter. Now, if I click on the hello world, you can see we no longer get I'm on home page. I get it here, but I don't get it here, right? And on the random link, you can see we pretty much get nothing. So this has solved our problems, which is, the weird behavior which we were getting with the routes. So this is something more or less what I feel is a common practice which you should anyway do, right? Whenever you're defining routes, just put an exact keyword, because in most of the cases, it'll do what you expect it to do, right? Instead of having these edge cases. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to understand it. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're gonna be taking a look at dynamic routes in React, which is also pretty helpful, especially in case when you're building dynamic apps, which you probably will be when you're working with React. So let's say you are building a social media app or whatever, and you go ahead and you want to have a route which basically catches everything after user, right? So it could be a username, Mehul, or any other name which you want to capture. Now, if you think about it, if you remove the exact keyword, that would kind of fill our purpose, but this is a bad hack, right? Because now you're not only just catching Mehul, but you're also catching Mehul slash this or slash this or slash this, right? So this is clearly not a solution. So we do need exact, but what we can do is we can define a dynamic route or a dynamic piece of the path here. And the way we do that is we put a colon and we write the variable name which we want it to be called, right? In our case, let's just say, we just say username as the variable name, right? And what do I mean by variable name? We'll see. But what this means is I can just go ahead now and I can just say, I want to render a custom user component with me, right? And I can just go ahead and create this function user component probably in a separate file. Yeah, let's just go ahead and create it in a separate file. User.jsx function user like this. We can just import React real quick. And once we do that, we can just say, I am a user component, right? And don't forget to export this. And once you do that, you will be able to see that if I refresh it, Let's see, or I haven't imported it yet. Yep. Also need to import user component from user.jsx, right? So the moment I do that, you're gonna see that if we just go ahead and create a bunch of links here, let's say profile 1, which is user/Mehul, right? And let's just create this link a couple of times. File 2, 3, 4, right? Mehul XYZ codedamn playground, whatever, right? So we have 4 profile links, and now whenever I click on one of them, you can see we get I am a user component, right? That is fine. I mean, that's great progress, but how do I capture this part, right? On which path I'm on? That is what this variable name is, and that is what it could help you with. Now, in order to capture this, what you have to do is you have to use a custom hook in React router, right? And the way you do that is you call this hook, but you know what this hook is called, rather I should say, is use params, right? From React router DOM. And actually I'm in the wrong file. This should be user.jsx. So import this, and I just go ahead and call this right here. Now what this use param hook returns, this returns us an object of all the parameters which we supplied, right? So if I go ahead and take a look here, you can see we only have a username as the variable. So this will return us an object with the username being the value of the path, right? So I can say this is username, I destructure it like this, and I just say the user is something like this, right? So you can see now I'm on the user component playground. If I click on profile 3, I'm on codedamn, XYZ and Mehul, right? So this helps us to pretty much set some context, right? And now you can use this username component, for example, in use effect, or you know, React query. If you're using React query for performing fetch request, fetch some data with user name variable, right? Like their account details or anything, and pretty much just use it to display some dynamic data right here, right? So that is how it works. That is how the routing part works, right? Maybe it's a public profile or anything, and that's how you can do that. But yeah, that's the basic of it, how you would grab a dynamic path, how you would render a component, and how you would use hooks to grab out that information, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to go ahead and show you how you can use fetch request to fetch basic data in React.js. And mind you that we will be learning about React query in a different course, which is an actual library. Just like we use React router DOM for performing routing, we will be using React query for performing all these fetch requests. But React query is a big library in itself, right? So we have a dedicated course on that. Don't worry, that is included in this learning path which you're part of. So it's fine, you would be able to access it once you complete the React course. But anyway, just to give you an idea of how you can do it right away, even without React query library, I gave you a little bit of idea of how this would work in the last video when we closed it, but let's just take a look at that formally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and right here, I'm going to create a file inside of this public folder called users.json, right? And this is just a static file, which I'll just make it myself. And I'm going to say something like Mehul as name, Mehul, and age 22, right? Pretty much similar things for John, and let's say for codedamn as well. So we can just change the name of them as, you know, John as John, and this could be 40, right? Anything. So what this does is that this allows us to have a static file in place which we can fetch, because remember, all the assets in this public folder are available on the main domain. So if I go ahead and write users.json right here, you're going to see that we get this users.json file, which is pretty awesome, right? So what we will do is we'll dynamically fetch this and we will try to render the content from it. So I'm going to say fetch, what do I want to fetch? Users.json. And then when I fetch the data, I want to set this data to, let's say, a state variable, user data, set user data, which is pretty much use state of empty object at the moment, right? And we can just import use state as well. So once I fetch this, what I want to do with data is I want to get the data of username, right? Which is what our parameter is. And I want to set user data to that, right? And finally, what we can do is we can have a provision where we are trying to do something like paragraph. I just say name is user data dot name, right? And the age basically, which we also used, is user data dot age, right? So you can see right now we don't get anything because we are not on we are on codedamn, right? But if I just give it a refresh for this use effect to run, and if I visit the profile one, you can see I'm a user component, which, because we are doing it the wrong way here. It has to be passed at JSON first, and then we can use the data, right? That's a fault, but yeah, the moment we do that, you can see now for Mehul, it starts rendering the correct value. If I visit XYZ, it does not render anything for XYZ, but can you guess why that happens? Well, that happens is because this function does not run once the username changes. And a quick fix for this is you just add username as a dependency to this one, right? Now, if I click on Mehul, we get the name. Now, if I click on profile 3, we get the updated data again. Playground, well, we don't get it because we don't have that. We have John instead. So let's just replace it with playground and give it a refresh. And let's just see if I click on this now, you can see we get John now, right? So we don't have data for XYZ, that's why. But yep, that is how in a bad way, kind of, you can perform a fetch request. I know that this can be improved a lot. We are just using a single file, so we don't need to perform multiple fetch requests again and again. But think about this in the following way. Let's say if you had mehul.json and playground.json and all those files there, then you would have to perform all these multiple fetch requests. But yep, this is how you would perform a fetch request inside of React, store it in state variables and render the data after that. We will take a look at a much better way of handling network requests in the React query course, which is part of this learning path. So don't worry about that anyway. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the very first section in Tailwind CSS version 3 course, and this is an interactive codedamn course, so hopefully you can also see a playground behind this video, where you would be able to practice what we are doing in this video as we are working towards an end goal. But the point of this tutorial, the things which I want to discuss in this video, is just the basics of what we are doing in this course, what Tailwind is, what we'll be doing, and how you can practice using codedamm's playground interface. So Tailwind is an interesting framework for CSS which allows you to pack your UI and your styling of the UI into the HTML itself, right? So the traditional way of working with CSS is something like you give it a class of hello, let's say, and then you go to your CSS file. Let's say you create one, style.css, you create a file, and then you say hello, and then you give it a background of yellow, something like that. You go back to the HTML, you link the CSS, like link, let's see, link rel style sheet href style.css, and then your styles automatically start reflecting once you put in some content over here, as you can see. So this way is fine, but what Tailwind allows you to do is that it restricts your ability in a way to use certain number of styles only. Now, what do I mean by that? And this is also not fully true statement, but let's say I wanted to create a nice looking button over here, which says something like click me. Now I could have any amount of pixel padding here, which is like, if I say display inline block, I could have any amount of pixel padding, for example, padding 5 pixel, right? I could have any amount of margin 2 pixel or 20 pixel. I could have any sort of color in the whole spectrum of colors of RGB and, you know, web supported colors, which is, to be honest, you know, a huge choice to pick from. And I could have any text color. Now, in theory, this sounds awesome and this sounds wonderful, but in practice, when you're doing styling like this, it becomes very, very tiresome to actually build a UI system yourself, where the margins are pretty much, you know, standardized, the paddings are standardized, the colors are standardized, the color palette is there, and so on. So more than anything, Tailwind does two things for me, which I personally like a lot about. And if you go to the source code of codedamn, you would pretty much see Tailwind being used all the way. You know, this page is not rendered on server side, but if you go to a page like this, you're gonna see on codedamn we pretty much use Tailwind in a lot of places. Flex, px2, you can see it's Tailwind all the way, right? So one of the things which I like a lot about Tailwind are these two things, the most important things. The first is that you can cut this UI and paste it in some other project which is also using Tailwind, or some other page which has Tailwind enabled, and you don't have to like include style sheets and everything over there, because this is like a complete widget in itself. And second of all, it binds you in certain best practices with CSS itself. That is, what should your margin values ideally be? What are your colors which you should be using in your project or which you should be using in your site, and so on. So these abstractions and these value binding plus the ability to get out of these bindings, that is also Tailwind provides. So that's completely fine. This is super important stuff and super awesome of Tailwind as a framework, because I'm not a UI person. I don't like to work with UIs as a developer. I can rely on Tailwind's measurements and units and, you know, ability to create nice UIs. So this is why I believe Tailwind is an important library for you to learn only if you like it, because it will boost your productivity a lot. That is all for this video. In the next one, in the next interactive videos and labs which we have in this course, we're going to be discussing a lot of new features of Tailwind 3, as well as, you know, the fundamentals, the core understanding of Tailwind as well. Let's just discuss all of that in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing about how you can get started with Tailwind CSS. And this course in general would also be divided into two parts. The first part is where we are actually learning about Tailwind in HTML world, and the second part will be where we will look at the Tailwind configuration, and we'll also tap into React in that, you know, section or in that particular video. So right now I'm gonna stick with the basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript playground which we have, just to keep things simple. I'm gonna include a Tailwind CSS JIT compiler, which I'll tell you in a moment what that is. And we're going to be learning all about Tailwind using this interface, right? And then further down the line in the course, we'll actually see how to use Tailwind properly with React, because React is the technology which we are learning inside of this full stack or front end or whatever learning path you are enrolled right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at how the new Tailwind CSS you can use in your basic HTML project. So in order to do that, what you have to do is all the stuff we'll do when we are working with React. But for now, we're gonna be going all the way down, and I'm gonna be going to this place CDN link, and I'm gonna be adding this script tag called this script src cdn.tailwindcss.com, right? And I'm just gonna make some space over here and also remove the style sheet because we're not going to need that. And let's just get rid of these few meta tags as well, because we are not like shipping any website or anything. So there we are. Now Tailwind is pretty much available to us right away. What this script tag does is if you open this, you're gonna see that it redirects you to cdn.tailwindcss.com/version3. Now you might be thinking that if Tailwind comes with all the pre-built classes and the things which I mentioned, all the restrictions, then why is it loading a JavaScript bundle instead of CSS? Well, up till Tailwind 2, there was nothing known as JIT compiler. And what a JIT compiler is, it stands for just in time compiler. This just in time means that Tailwind is actually generating your styles just in time. That means as you're writing it, Tailwind is generating those styles in memory. Now, this is important because with CSS, obviously, even if you restrict it, even if I restrict it to 10 margin classes, let's say if I have margin 1 to margin 10, right? And then if I have something like padding 1 to padding 10. So you can see over right here, I have padding at x-axis, padding at y-axis. I would have padding at, maybe both axes and so on. So this would pretty much start to get a lot heavy very soon. And this is one of the problems which Tailwind 2 faced as well, which led to the just-in-time compiler mode. That is, the bundle size of Tailwind in the developer environment was so huge, was probably in megabytes, that it was no longer a viable option to, just keep on loading the whole bundle, whole CSS bundle every single time. In some cases, it was also approaching the browser limits of how much CSS the browser can handle. So something else needed to be done. So what the smart people at Tailwind did is they come up with a just-in-time compiler, which pretty much allows you to write all the CSS which you want of Tailwind, but it will parse that on the runtime and it will just create styles for those particular classes which you are using instead of just loading all the bundle. So this is why this is a script tag and not a JS and not a CSS bundle. Okay, so how do we verify if this is working or not? So let's verify it with a very simple, let's say h1 tag. I'm going to say my name is Mehul and you are watching this on codedamn, or rather I should say watching plus practicing, right? Because you know why. So if I go ahead and give it a class of bg gray 800, you're gonna see something nice happened. Automatically the background is very dark and it is a shade of a gray, but the text is not visible. So I'm gonna give it a text of white as well. So you see it's almost like intuitive. If you read it, it says like background gray of 800. 800 is the intensity of the color. So if you can guess, less intense color would probably be like something like 400 or 300. What you have to realize is that when we talk about intensity of the stuff in Tailwind, it's always in the multiple of 100 except for 50. So there is a shade available of BG gray 50, which is a very, very light gray. I'm not even sure if that is visible in the video, but if it is, I mean, I'm saying the truth. There is a color of BG gray 50. There would not be a color of BG gray 49 or anything. This will just probably not render anything at all because, you know, it's just CSS not found. But 50 is there, 100 is there, then 200 is there, 300 is there, and so on. So as you move above, this color gets a bit stronger and stronger, right? So it just keeps getting stronger. At a point, because you have text white over here, it's advisable to give it something like 700 or 800, right? So these are the classes, and the good thing about this is if I give it a padding of, let's say 2, and I'm going to come to these units as well, a margin of, let's say 4. Now the block which we have created over here, and let's say if I also give it a shadow, and bear with me over here, it'll just become a little bit easier in no time. Now, the good thing about this h1 tag, or a nice thing about this h1 tag, is that this tag would always render this particular layout, and all I have to do is cut and paste this in any place, in any environment where Tailwind is running, right? So this is the awesome thing about Tailwind, that you pretty much have an independence from importing all the CSS styles and stuff like that. So this is one of the aspects which I like a lot. So yep, let's keep this video to this because we have done enough. We have imported Tailwind's JIT compiler. We have understood why JIT is needed. We have done a bit of hello world kind of stuff with Tailwind as well. And we have done the hello world thing. So yeah, that's the most important part of starting something new. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video, or rather I should say next course item, because these are not just videos anymore, really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and try to understand what exactly is this 2 and 4 and all this stuff which is going on. I'm going to head back to the Tailwind documentation, and this is like one place where you should be spending a lot of time as a developer. Not just in Tailwind, rather I think in pretty much anything which is like the official docs, and especially with a library like Tailwind which has a very nice interface and a lot of things documented, it's always a good idea. But anyway, if we go to something like, let's see, if we search for padding over here, you're gonna see we have all these units over here. Now you can see that Tailwind does not has a continuous limit, a continuous unit, as in you can create a 0.75 rem in Tailwind utility, but you cannot create a 0.76 rem, right? So when I say that Tailwind restricts you in a way where it would not give you pretty much all the things to do, this is what I mean, right? You cannot just blow up your design by having a left and right width padding of 0.75 and then top and bottom of a weird 0.76, something like that, which does not seem normal. But you can see all of these units, these are like class names on the left. All of these class names actually have a corresponding rem unit, not a pixel one. There were a couple of pixel units at the top if you took a look, that is padding right pixel, padding top pixel, padding y pixel, and so on. But all the other things are not in pixel. Similarly, for margin, you will find similar units, and for space between and all the other utilities which involve any sort of padding or margin or any sort of unit, you're going to see that they do not include pixel. Instead, they include rem. Now, there's an important reason for that. Let's say if I start with this example itself. If I tell you to read this example, how would you read it? Background of gray, text of white, padding of 2. This means padding 2 pretty much everywhere on the side. Let's say if I wanted to have a padding of 10 only on the x-axis and nothing on the y-axis, you can see it reflects. And then on the y-axis, let's say if I wanted to have a 24, which is like a huge padding, but sometimes you will see that 25 would not work, right? Why? Because 25 is not a class. So for that, you would have to check either in the documentation, or if you're working locally on VS Code, your IDE should also give you hints. We are in the process of adding the auto completion and IDE part of Tailwind in the playground. So if for some reason you think that your style is not working, make sure to double check whether that style even exists in Tailwind or not. So you can see over here, after 24, you're going to see there's a direct jump to 28, right? So the values are also continuous initially, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they also have gaps, right? So this is something you have to remember when you're using Tailwind, that sometimes if the class is not reflecting, it is possible that you have written the wrong style. So I'm going to go back to 24, and you can see we have a nice little div, and this margin over here also follows the similar format of margin X and then margin Y of, let's say, 10, and you're going to see it gives me 10 units of margin on the Y part and 4 units of margin on the X part, that is the X-axis. Or if I have a similar value, I could just drop X and Y and directly use this. Alright, that is fine, but the question still remains, why do we have rems in Tailwind and not pixel? Now the reason for this is because rems are more customizable than pixel. One rem, essentially one unit over here, if this is 1, then that is 16 pixels by default in pretty much every screen. So you see, when you have a padding of 1 rem, you actually are doing 16 pixels of padding. So if I go ahead and actually take a look at this H1 over here, and if I shift to computed, which actually shows us what the real CSS is being applied, real CSS, right? Not the fancy stuff which Tailwind is doing. This is the real CSS which is being applied to the element. You can see we gave it a padding X of 10, which means padding left and right of 10 units. 10 units, according to the documentation over here, means that the padding is 2.5 frames, and 2.5 frames should technically be equal to 40 pixels of padding. So if I go back and if I check out padding left and right, you can see it's 40 pixels. It's in the computer tab. That means this is what is being applied. Now here's the fun part with rems. The fun part is if I go to the HTML tag at top and if I change the font size of HTML tag from 16 pixel to let's say 18 pixel, you can see every single thing on the page which was using a rem automatically got adjusted. If I go back to this computed, you're gonna see the padding left and right became 14 pixel. Why? Because the calculation now is not happening on 16, it's happening on 18, which is the base size of the page. Now let me tell you that most systems always have 16 pixels as the default value, so you don't have to worry about it. But you remember, or if you have ever seen, that you can go to the browser settings and toggle that area where it says I'm not able to read font at 16 pixels, so let me just increase it a little bit. So you have those sliders for people who want to see things a little bit bigger on their phones or on their screens. That is where the browser would start injecting this particular thing. And this is, if for example somebody wants to have a 24 pixel kind of thing, it'll automatically adjust according to their preference in their whatever setting they have chosen. Again, let me remind you that probably 95% of the world does not keep it at 24. They will keep it at 16 only. But for some people who want to do that, still your website would look awesome. On the other hand, if you were using pixels, then padding, or not font size actually, if you were using padding left and right of 16 and padding right of 16 as well, this would actually not reflect properly, right? This would actually break in a way where it'll I think in this case it would not really matter as much because H1 is a block element, but still in case of margin you will see the difference. Where if I change this margin left and right to different values, you're gonna see that the margin and padding, everything would remain same and your site would not scale properly. So this is why Tailwind uses rem as a choice, and this is why you don't really have to worry a lot about rem and pixel. And to be honest, I did this video, I wanted to convey this concept because sometimes you might be confused what is the significance of this unit and everything. So the significance of this unit in itself is that 4 of these units is actually 1 rem, right? So it's 4 is 1 rem. So it's basically like saying every 1 increment is an increase of 0.25 rem, which in itself is something like 0.25 times 16, which is 4 pixels, right? So kind of, if you want to think about this in an intuitive way, when you go from 1 to 2, you're actually increasing 4 pixels, then 3, 4 pixels, then 4, 4 pixels, and so on, right? If you wanted to think about that in that way. But yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to get a nice idea about how and why Tailwind uses rems and not pixels. And yep, that's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, before we get into all the Tailwind CSS styling and shadows and this and that, what I want to discuss about is a fundamental way Tailwind works with responsive design and with devices of different widths, and that is using these classes. Now, in Tailwind, what you have to understand is that a lot of metadata to the existing classes is attached using colon, right? So let's take a look at these set of classes. This set of class say that SM, MD, large, extra large, and 2 times extra large have these particular breakpoints as the, a minimum width, which is important. And what this means is that if I am in this particular class, and if I say that, hey, this SM should be BG gray 700, which means anything above 640 pixel should have this style applied, right? If the screen size is above 640 pixels, then only the style should be applied. And this could be visually seen as I drag this. And if I make this above 640, you can see the moment my screen goes above 640 pixel, we get the gray. And the moment it goes down 640 pixel, we pretty much lose the gray because it is lost, right? I mean, this becomes white. If I give this a background of, let's say, BG yellow 900, like this, you can see this is yellow right now as long as it is, under 640 pixel width. And the moment I cross that, you can see it becomes gray. Now this is like a media query, and this is in fact a media query under the hood, which says that anything which is minimum width of 640 should have this particular style, right? And in this case, it doesn't matter the order in which you can put it above as well, because media queries have a higher specificity than a single style. So you can see this would still work. But this is important because using these selectors, using these SM, MD, LG, XL, 2XL, you can customize the behavior of your website, right? So you don't have to write explicit media queries in CSS. You can just write the behavior over here and be done with it. For example, one quick example I can also show you is something like SM, and then you can say text 2XL, right? So you can see that if I increase the size of this div, the text automatically increases because the text is set to 2XL. If I change this to 4XL, for example, you're gonna see it becomes much larger the moment we cross that small boundary, right? So you can see you can play around with a lot of styles in Tailwind using these selectors. And the good thing about them is that there is no limit pretty much to whatever you enter here. So for example, if you enter a background as a normal class, you can also enter that as a background in SM or MD or XL or extra large or anything, right? So you can pretty much apply all the styles, whatever you want, with these responsive selectors as well, and that'll just work out of the box. And this is like most common with layouts and sometimes with font sizes as well, and with paddings as well. A lot of times less common with colors and stuff, because ideally you would not switch colors based on the layout. But yeah, I mean, that's something you can do. So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take out some time to discuss about all the colors which are available in Tailwind and how you can set them as background or text colors, right? So I'm gonna get rid of the responsive styles for now so that we can focus more on the colors part. So if I go ahead and take a look at this colors section in the, let's see, there should be a dedicated section for colors, I think, inside theme, inside colors. There we go. So you can see that Tailwind by default, and because we are using JIT, we get this complete color palette right out of the box, right? So you can see we have slate color, we have gray, zinc, neutral, all these colors, and we have, like I mentioned earlier in the, I think in the introduction video, we have a very light shade in terms of 50. Then after that, it just increments from 100 in terms of 100, right? 100, 200, 300, all the way up to 900. So one of the best things about Tailwind is that it also gives you a nice color palette, which are carefully chosen colors with nice, color theme and nice background contrast with the text colors as well. Obviously, you can add custom colors. We're going to learn about Tailwind configuration later down the line. But for now, the way this works is that you pick up whatever the color you want. For example, in this case, let's pick up this keyword, which I don't know how to pronounce, but looks awesome. So I'm going to paste this over here, lowercase. and I'm gonna add an intensity of that particular color, right? In this case, I just chose 900. You could have pretty much chosen 800, 700, and it will work out of the box. Similarly, for text, you can see that white works out of the box because Tailwind just provides that, although you can see that white isn't like really written anywhere, but that still works. But in general, you can play with the gray or the slate variants as well. Text gray wouldn't work. What you have to do is text gray and then an intensity of that as well. So in this case, this is just a little bit gray, so that's why it appears almost like white. This is like even more closer to white, but this over here is pretty much a solid dark gray, right? So you can play with these colors in terms of background and text colors. You can also give background gradients as a color, which is like a really cool and interesting thing you can do with Tailwind. Although I would admit it's not like completely customizable and controllable. If you want anything which is more customizable, you would have to go into CSS files. But here's how the background gradient part works. So for the gradient color, what we can do is say BG gradient to right, which means it should start the gradient from left and to right, and that is also clear in what we're about to write. And then you have to say from the color and the intensity, whatever that color is. So you can see that already the gradient is working just fine. It fades into the transparent color, but that's usually not what we want. If we are creating a gradient, it should probably go all the way. So I can say something like 2 blue 600, right? So blue and cyan is basically, a little bit on the similar side. So it forms a nice gradient over here. Similarly, you can have gradients not only just between different colors, but between same colors as well. So if you do something like this also creates a gradient in terms of just increasing the intensity. So that is also awesome. And what you can do, this is pretty much all you can get in terms of the gradient stops. This is like a 50% kind of 50% in between transition. You can also specify via and then cyan, let's say 400. So what you have the option over here in terms of customizing the gradient is specifying either 2 stops or 3 stops and the colors, which is from the Tailwind color palette, right? So this is pretty much it in terms of what you can achieve with gradients, which is also pretty awesome, right? If you just want to create a nice looking gradient. In fact, if you go to codedamm's website, you're gonna see at the home page, this gradient, this is actually a gradient which we have in the background, right? This particular thing. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to get a little bit more information about how to work with colors, how to work with gradients, how to work with background and text colors in this one. That is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's look at hover classes in Tailwind as well, because hover is also one of a common action, especially on desktops where you have a mouse pointer. So Tailwind makes it easier to customize your styles based on hovering as well. So instead of writing CSS for this, we have inbuilt support for Tailwind. And just like you would do it with a responsive breakdown, you would do the similar thing in Tailwind with a hover and then a column. And then whatever style you write over here would reflect whenever you are hovering. So if I have text gray 900 and a BG hover, remember that you have to write hover multiple times, BG gray 200. If I do something like this, then when I hover over this, you can see the text turns gray, but the background does not turn gray because you can see we have a gradient. So that might be taking a bit of more specificity. So I can probably give it BG cyan 900, something like that. So now if I hover over this, you can see the text turns black and the background turns gray, right? So this is how you would work with hover in general. Nothing fancy, nothing complicated. You just specify the styles which you want and they will start working the moment you pretty much hover on any other element. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. A quick one, a short one, but make sure you practice that out in the playground and proceed forward. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing about how to build flexbox layouts in Tailwind, and this goes without saying that we would not be discussing Flexbox in general, but only about using Flexbox because we have already done that in the CSS course. So if you're not following the full stack or the front end learning path on codedamn, it is high time that you do, because that is a path, that is a structure in which you will be following, or becoming a full stack or a front end developer. But anyway, let's start with the Flexbox in CSS, and just like other classes, it's pretty simple to use Flexbox with Tailwind because they provide out-of-the-box classes and out-of-the-box utilities for most common things. Let's just go ahead and start developing a very simple layout. So I'm going to say something like, let's say this is a div, and I have another 3 divs inside this, right? What I can do is at the same time, I can give them all a width, or let's say a height of 10, something like that, with a background color of gray 800. This could be blue, this could be red, something like that, right? And on the top, I could start giving this some flex input, right? So right away, you can see that the moment I give it a flex, everything just disappears because these do not have widths with them. Now with flex, what happens is that if I go ahead and let me just refresh this, if I go ahead and open this, you're gonna see that this flex class actually just says display flex and nothing more. So what we want is that every single one of them to be equal width by saying flex1. Now what does this mean in real world CSS is, if you go ahead and take a look at flex1, it gives you a flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis of 0. So just a quick revision with Flexbox, flex grow 1 and flex shrink 1 means that you should try to take as much space as you can, and flex basis is basically a kind of like a width equivalent in Flexbox, and giving it a 0% just means that you fall back to flex grow and shrink. So this gives you a nice little layout. You can see I can also go ahead and increase this, let's say a little bit, only if this is available. Yep, or maybe we can use the highest one, which I think is 96. And you can see now that we have a nice little layout. Now, a nice thing which we can do in order to combine this with a responsive base layout is I can say that, hey, whenever this is by default, this is flex column, but nope, not flex column, actually flex row. That is the default flex behavior. But whenever I am on a larger screen, for anything which is smaller, it should be flex column. And in this case, you can see because we don't have a definitive width, I can also go ahead and do something like on SM, this is flex 1, but otherwise it just takes the full width as a block element. Alright, so what's happening over here? You can see the moment I cross that small barrier, the moment I cross that, all of them get this class removed, or not exactly removed, but the effect of this class gone. So this is why you get a flex call. I mean, this is basically, in a stack, in a vertical stack. The moment we grow over this class takes over, and then this renders in a row, right? So if you know how Flexbox operates, this would be useful for triggering mobile based layouts, right? Whenever size goes below 640 pixels. So yep, this is like pretty much how you can work with Flexbox. There are a bunch of utilities: flex none, flex auto, flex 1. On hover, you can also kind of like modify the style and the bit of functionality. But for the most part, you probably would see yourself working with this flex property, flex call, flex row property, and the modifiers associated with them. Flex 1, something like, you can also do something like, if we go to this area and get rid of this, then I can say something like flex grow, and then I can say to this, for example, something like width 24, and then this could be width 24 as well, right? So now you can see that this one takes all the available width, and these ones are 24 units of width in this case, right? So you can play around with this, and it's easy to build such layouts. You can see this works just fine. But yeah, that's pretty much it, how you can get started with Flexbox and with Flex in general with Tailwind, all you have to do is understand which class is doing what sort of trigger. So Flex triggers display Flex, Flex calls trigger the direction. Then with responsiveness combined, you can change the direction. Then Flex grow, Flex shrink, Flex 1, all sorts of things can help you trigger various kinds of layout in your file without even changing any sort of external CSS or anything. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at grid as well with Tailwind, how you can work with grids. And grid is also a great way to build UIs, especially two-dimensional UIs where you want, a lot of customization and control over a grid sort of formation instead of just the flexbox, which allows you to either work horizontally or vertically. So in this case, we're going to start off with a very simple example where we could probably create something like this only. So I'm going to start off with the same thing, but let's say if I give each of them a dimension of 20 as well. Get rid of the flex grow thing. So we can go ahead and do something like this. And over here, instead of flex, I'm going to change this to grid. Now this allows us to use all the properties which we have, right? So in this case, you can see I can use grid columns 4, which means that this should be organized in columns of 4. So if we have like a bunch of more such elements, right? I can say grid calls 4 or 3 in this case, and you can see they equally line up in 3 different grids, right? And I could just probably say this as W full instead of restricting the width, and you're going to see that it combines. And of course, this is not visible right now, so what we can say is gap of 1, which is like a grid property which allows you to give a little bit of gap between all these elements. Similarly, you can play around with other properties of column start, template start, row start, and row end. So for example, in case of call start or call span, I can go to a particular grid and give it a property of, let's say, this one right here as call span of 2 and get rid of this one over here. So you can see that the second one now spans 2 columns. So you can play around with more properties of grid by looking at the documentation and whatever your layouts demand you to do. But it's basically CSS, right? You can see the equivalent CSS as well over here. Sometimes the CSS might be a little bit more complex in a way because Tailwind might be using variables and all sorts of stuff in the CSS. But if you understand the premise of what Tailwind is doing, it's easier to build complex layouts over here as well. You see it has pretty much support for all the grid properties which we have learned in the CSS module in the CSS section, and it also has property support for Flexbox, which we also looked at in a couple of videos before. But I think we skipped over the justify content items and this sort of stuff, which is also like pretty basic and one of the few things which we discuss like almost immediately once we start working with Flexbox. So I hope that you remember the justify content and left and right and center and all that stuff from the CSS module. If you do not, then go back into your full stack learning path or front end learning path and take a look. And these properties basically just plug and play and allows you to write those particular styles. So yep, that's pretty much it for grid as well in Tailwind. In the coming videos, when we'll build some apps or something with the Tailwind CSS, we're going to be using a lot of this stuff. So make sure you keep an eye out on not only just this course, but in other courses ahead where we would use Tailwind to build stuff. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to build a simple sort of carousel in CSS with Tailwind, which is not exactly a carousel because it will lack controls and stuff because we need JS for that, but mostly a nice widget which will snap itself in place just like this particular widget does when I release the scroll, right? And this is because of the new addition of scroll snapping feature in Tailwind, not in CSS. It has been available for CSS for a while, but this scroll snap align, which is possible now inside of Tailwind, is available in version 3. Let's take a look at how we can build this particular app right here, you can see when I leave my mouse, it snaps itself to the center. Not exactly center, to the start, because that's what the snap says. But let's see how we can build it with a couple of divs over here. So I'm gonna get rid of this code right here. We're gonna start a little bit fresh. I'm gonna start off with something like, for example, let's build up a few divs. So I'm gonna say something like width of 100. Hopefully that is available. Height of, let's say 48. Then a BG gray 800, something like that. Right, and it looks like it's just way too big, so probably something like, or maybe it's not available. That's a more plausible explanation. Yep. All right, so we have the first div. We're gonna do a bunch of divs with different colors: green, red, blue, yellow. Right, and I'm gonna give this upper div a class of flex. So what this means is that this is now a flexbox, and you can see that obviously it does not follow our widths set in flexbox, right? So what I can say is something like overflow x auto, which just means that, hey, you're allowed to scroll out of the original width of your container. And finally, to allow this element to actually use its own width instead of just shrinking to fit, what I can say is flex shrink 0, right? So the moment I say that, you can see now this area is scrollable instead of, you know, just getting shrink down to the individual widths. Awesome. So now, right now you can see in terms of scrollable, this does not do much except for scrolling. So in order to add those snap possibilities, what we can do is give it a direction first of all. So I'm going to snap this into X direction by saying that, right? So this sets certain properties which are required for enabling the scroll snap in CSS. But you're going to see that it still does not work because you have to give where that particular element should snap on an individual level. In this case, let's say if I give it a snap of center, you can see now if I go ahead and try to scroll, this green over here snaps at center, right? When I scroll and I leave my mouse. Similarly, this red over here snaps at center as well. Similarly for blue, and similarly for the last one, yellow. If I change the direction from snap center to snap start, you're gonna see it starts to snap at the start. Similarly for green, you can see it snaps at start, and so on. So if you give it something like space x of 4, for example, you can see now it is like much nicer in terms of visibility. And even if you give it a nice scroll thing, you're gonna see it always lands in the starting part of the particular div, right? So that's awesome. You can also add a margin, a scroll margin to it. So you can see the scroll ML6 creates a left margin of 6 units. So if I go ahead and give this to all of the divs over here, you're gonna see that now they pretty much have a 6 units of snap margin to themselves. And if I match this with the SpaceX, that is the padding, this would pretty much mean that, you know, it'll just keep that area to itself and it'll snap to the white area instead of the actual boundary of the element. So yep, that's pretty much it for scrolling in CSS with Tailwind, scrolling and snapping the scroll. So pretty exciting, pretty neat feature of Tailwind version 3. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's talk about shadows in Tailwind, which was being awaited for a long time. And finally, the support for shadows is here, and the color shadows, I should mean, because the regular shadow, which was just that black shadow, was already there. But now you can have colored shadows with Tailwind, and this is awesome. So let's try to create a button like this in our codedamn playground over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on, write something like, this is the best programming website, you should get a pro account, right? And it seems like it's just too much text, but that's fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and now create a button which would say subscribe via Stripe, something like that. and this would be our subscription button. But right now you can see that it does not look very fancy. So we're gonna start building this button over here. So I'm gonna walk you through with the example of how it is done on the main site, on the Tailwind site. So it's gonna need a little bit of padding on the x-axis and on the y-axis. So you can see we have given it, roughly like 12 pixels, assuming that my device is working perfectly fine. So it's 12 pixel padding on the x direction and 8 pixel on the y direction, or rather we should just say 3 units and 2 units. Then we have to give it a background color as well. Let's give it an indigo as the color, and BG indigo 500. That's the opacity. We need the text to be white, and we need a little bit of border around this as well, border radius, right? Which is what we call in CSS. In Tailwind, it is just called rounded, right? And rounded can give your borders a little bit of rounded, but you can also increase the intensity of rounded by having a dash and then, LG or MD or, SM, these sort of modifiers, which you also see in the responsiveness view, right? Then we would do something like shadow. So when I say shadow, it'll automatically create a shadow which might not be just visible just yet. So I can just give it a shadow of large. You can see now the shadow appears a bit, but that was it. Earlier in the Tailwind earlier versions, that was the only thing you could do. But now, let me just center this first. But now you can, let's just give it a margin top of 8 or 12 so that we have a little bit of gap. But now you can, in Tailwind CSS 3, also give color of the shadow. So the way you do that is you just say shadow, then the color, in this case indigo, and then the intensity of that color, right? So you can see it's 500 right now, but it appears like it's too thick of a color. So in order to control the opacity, you have to give it a slash and then the percentage of opacity. So let's say I just want 90% opacity, right? So this is like 90% of the original shadow. If I give it 10, then this is like 10% of the original shadow, which is pretty much like non-existent. So let's just give it close to like 50%. And this will give a nice shadow effect. What you can also do is on hover, let's say you want the shadow to become a bit more intense at 80% opacity. So when I hover over this, you can see the shadow increases, which is pretty awesome. Now just to complete the demo, you can also play around with the font size and font semi-bold, just to give it a little bit of bold area, bold text, and you have got a nice stripe button, subscribe via stripe. And obviously this is something which you can copy paste anywhere on your website, and this button would render exactly like this as long as you're using Tailwind. So this is the magic of shadows and Tailwind in general. Pretty awesome if you ask me. And now, this shadow could look pretty amazing on different sort of backgrounds as well. So if you have a dark background on the body, you can see that you can have a nice little text gray of 100 as a text color and a nice stripe button over here, right? So yep, that's pretty much it, how you can create shadows in Tailwind CSS and how you work with a lot of this stuff, a lot of buttons and a lot of classes. I think we have done this for the first time in having so many classes on a single element, but you get used to that stuff. So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about the CSS typography with Tailwind, which is also an important thing because most of the part of a website is actually text. So let's start with the regular h1 tag over here. And if you have not observed it yet, when you include Tailwind, you're gonna see that you automatically lose the ability of nice font sizes which the browser provides, which is not exactly very nice. But you can see here h1, h2, h3 all are of same font size and same font weight and so on. So the reason for this is because Tailwind wants you to explicitly style them according to your layouts or whatever your need is, and it provides you with a rich set of classes to do that. So font family, starting with font family, I'm just going to cover a few important ones. You can see that you can specify a particular font directly with whatever is available inside of Tailwind, and of course you can add more fonts later down the line as well with configuration, which we'll talk about a bit later in the advanced section. But mostly you would not be setting or hovering, changing fonts on hovering, right? Fonts once set for a website is usually set. So we're going to be moving on to font size, which is super important, and this is what you will be using all the time. So you can see that Tailwind gives you the variants from extra small all the way up to 9XL, which is 8 rems, so 0.75 rems to 8 rems, right? Which is the default system. So usually you would obviously have something like text 4XL for a heading, then maybe text 3XL for an H2 and so on, right? But it's up to you. So let's start with a single H1. Let's say the quick brown fox sentence, whatever that is, because it includes all the alphabets, but I don't know the exact sentence. So specifying a text font size actually increases the size of the thing, which is awesome, right? You need that. The font style is something like you can set it to italic or not italic depending on what you want. Again, just you have to write a single keyword. Font weight allows you to set a weight. That means how thick the font should be. So you can see the equivalence of this is actually in the font weight of CSS. And this would only work well if you have imported the correct fonts with the correct weights. Most of the fonts sometimes don't have all the variants, so the browser somehow just tries to make up for that. So make sure, if you are looking at custom fonts, make sure you have imported the correct weights of the font. So for example, take a look here. If I do font extra light over here, you're gonna see that this is much more thin compared to what the default was, right? And if I say font extra bold, this becomes much more thicker than what it was, right? So depending on what kind of heading you have, you might want extra bold at some places and extra light at other places. So again, this is something you can pick up with the help of Tailwind. Then of course you have basic utilities like text aligning as center. So if you give a text center to this, it will center your text instead of just writing another part of CSS manually. So that all sorts of alignments and stuff is there. But text color, you can see that it specifies text white and all the colors which you have already seen in the current color palette. So that is awesome. So you can just pick up any sort of style and you're gonna see the moment you apply it, it turns the style into that color. Similarly, if we move over to text decoration, you're gonna see this kind of is a new feature, how you customize the text decoration color in Tailwind CSS 3. So if I just copy, let's say this one over here and paste it right here, you see it will underline it, and let me just give this a gray of 800. It will underline it and it will underline it nicely, right? You can see the Q's in the sentence don't get cut off, so that looks good. And on top of this, you can also specify the style of the decoration. So you can see you have a bunch of styles. You can have a double decoration, you can have a solid decoration, which is the default style. If you opt in into double, you can see you get something like this. You can also have a wavy style, which is, something like if you want to show a grammatical mistake or a sentence, something like that, you can do that. That's also pretty awesome. You can have a dashed decoration, dotted decoration, and so on. So it's almost like whatever you can do with a border kind of thing, you can do over here. And similarly, this can be applied on hover. So that's pretty awesome as well. So if I hover over this, you can see it changes its style. So that's awesome. So these utilities over here is pretty much a lot of what you would need along the way. The font size, the type, the decoration, the colors, the alignment, the thickness, and basically how you want it to present can be done with all of these utilities in Tailwind CSS. I'm going to keep this video short and until this point only. That's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about functionality in Tailwind CSS, which was only possible because of just-in-time compiler introduced in the last version. And now it seems like a no-brainer a lot of times when you want to opt out of the default styling mechanisms. So what dynamic styling with Tailwind means is that instead of sometimes what happens is that your default styles which Tailwind provides are not enough, right? Whether that's maybe a 1 pixel margin which you wanted to give, or a custom font size, or a custom color, or something which you wanted to give which is not available, and you don't want to go into your CSS files or mess around with that. What you can do is instead use these placeholders with properties. That is like one way to go about. So if I give something like 200 pixel, and remember that I'm doing this inside these square brackets, what Tailwind would do is that it will try to infer what the property did earlier. For example, this property did margin top, and there used to be the value for this particular property, right? So instead of the value, it found that, hey, I have this weird square syntax. So this means that this is a dynamic property. This means whatever the value is inside this is actually the style which should be generated. So if you open this in a new tab, and if you take a look under the hood, you're gonna see the style which is generated, the class name which is generated over here is a dynamic class of .margin_top of 200 pixel, the same class which you used, but the style is pretty much the same thing which you would expect it to be, right? Similarly, you can have 3em, for example. Doesn't matter what you want, and refresh. You're gonna see it's gonna generate the same class as your class name, but it's gonna dynamically populate that particular style. So this is pretty awesome. Why? Because it allows you to opt out of Tailwind's default boundaries. Although it should not be used pretty much with every single style, because then what's the point of using Tailwind? But sometimes it's a great escape hatch, right? For example, I want to give a custom color to body. So instead of going all the way, to config files or to CSS to add it, what I can do is something like this, where I just specify, or I think I don't know, a black color. I think FD was the one. Yeah, not sure. So for example, let's just have a background of black, or something like which is a little bit nicer or a little bit less black, 3E. So I can have a 3E as a dynamic background color, and this will just work out of the box. So I don't have to add it as a new color or mess around with my CSS and so on. Similarly for text, I can have a 72 pixel as a size, and it will just work out of the box. But like I say, it's more of a replacement of a existing value, and Tailwind would understand it out of the box. So this is pretty awesome and pretty amazing, which escape hatch which allows you to work with all sorts of values within your Tailwind. So this is one way of having a property which Tailwind already knows and assigning it a custom value. In Tailwind CSS 3, there is another way of having completely dynamic property and value assigned to your div element or whatever element. So you can see in the dynamic section of the Tailwind docs, it actually says that you can pretty much throw in a full utility, the full property and the value pair, and it will just make it work, right? So if you want to try it out, what we can do is something like background and then the same color, just like that, and it should still work. And yep, it does work. So this is pretty awesome, right? You can have a black background over here. So at this point, you are literally just writing CSS, but in a way which is combined with Tailwind, right? So you can have background black and then display flex, something like that, and it will just work out of the box. So not display flex, I think that won't be visible very much. Opacity 0.5, and then what I can say on hover, opacity is 1. So again, this is like an escape hatch which works pretty awesome, but you should probably not use it because Tailwind already has support for opacity and opacity 100 like this. So try to not use the escape hatches if they are not required. BG Gray 900 would be a good option as well. So yep, I mean, but in case you wanted to do that, just letting you know that this is completely fair, completely possible, and completely valid in Tailwind CSS version 3. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood something. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to show you how you can use Tailwind CSS with React. And that is pretty much what you would be doing in this learning path all along, because we have chosen React as a technology. So in order to use Tailwind with React, you have to set it up according to what your environment is. For example, if I have React Playground on codedamn, at least for now, we use something known as Snowpack as a bundler instead of Create React app because it's a bit faster. If you're running it in a Create React app locally, then you have to follow it a bit differently. If you're running it on Next.js, there's a little bit of different procedure and so on. So if you go to Tailwind CSS installation section under docs path, you're gonna see you have multiple options. We have been doing so far with the play CDN, which is not optimal for production and fine for just, having a little bit of experimentation. What you want is go into this frameworks guide and pick up whatever framework you are using. In this case, we are using React, not on server side, but on client side, and that also with Snowpack. So I'm just gonna follow this quick Snowpack guide, which in essence is pretty much similar to what your Create React app guide would be. So I'm gonna fire up a second terminal and start writing these commands. If you want to follow along, you can do the same thing in the codedamn playground, at least if we are still using the Snowpack bundler. You can see that we are using Snowpack because of the Snowpack keyword. So I'm gonna install this. The next thing which we need from the Snowpack bundler is the configuration part. So we can do something like yarn tailwind init, I believe. And you can see it has created a Tailwind config for us, but not a Snowpack, not a post CSS config.js. So let's go ahead and create that ourselves, post CSS config.js. And over here in this file, I'm just going to keep it like this. And in the Tailwind config, we have to specify the content part. This is a little bit older configuration, Tailwind version 2. In Tailwind version 3, you just have to specify the content part of all you want to have. So let me just go ahead and copy that instead. So right here, we need, what we want to say is that look inside the src folder, and anything you find with JS or JSX, just try to extract out Tailwind styles from that and apply that, right? That's what we are saying. And yep, that is pretty much it in this setup. And finally, it says us in the Snowpack configuration, we have to add this as the dev options. So let's go to Snowpack, and over here you can see inside dev options we have to add this Tailwind config, and inside the plugins we have to add the Snowpack plugin over here. There we go. Finally, we have to go to the public global.css in this case, and if that is not a file, then we'll create that global.css, import the Tailwind utilities, which are the base utilities, and then finally add this as a global CSS file inside our index.html. Okay, once we have done all of this, hopefully when we restart our server for Snowpack, it should pick up our Tailwind. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say inside src folder, I'm going to remove all the CSS files, right? Including this global.css. I'm going to just close this. Inside app, I'm going to remove this, refresh this. Even inside index.js, let's remove this file and refresh this. And for global.css, it says us not found. There we go. Okay, so now you can see that global.css is pretty much empty at the moment. So looks like it did not propagate the changes. So let's just go ahead and copy these utilities one more time to see if it is not being overwritten. And okay. Now if I go back to app.jsx, remove this app class and try to write bggray of 800. Okay, so did a quick change in the setup, moved the global.css file in the src folder, and this index file now includes the global file. So now what we can do is do all sorts of Tailwind CSS stuff, which we did back in the HTML and CSS tutorials, and whatever we do, it will automatically start reflecting it in our React playground. So yep, that's pretty much it. That's how you would set up your Tailwind CSS thing in a React based playground. And the fun part of this is you don't have to reload, so that's awesome. But it will automatically minify and take out all the things, all the required things from your React.JS files, thanks to the configure, the content property which you have specified over here. So that's all for this one. In the next video, let's explore a bit about this configuration file as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly discuss about dark mode configuration option in Tailwind and what does that do. So in tailwind.config.js, you would see that there is nothing over here, but what you can do is add an option known as dark mode of class. So the moment you do this, what's gonna happen is that now wherever you specify dark mode styles in Tailwind, you can make them toggle just with a click of a button. And let me show you how that is done. We have this page over here which has a couple of dark mode classes. You can see I have a dark selector and then I'm specifying a background, and I have a dark selector and I'm specifying a text color. By default, if I did not have this dark mode class, it would automatically show me dark mode. Why? Because my system is in dark mode. So what Tailwind does is that it prefers the scheme of the system. So if I did not have this class dark mode over here, and if I just wrote these couple of styles and just started my server, I would have the dark background over here. But because I wrote class, then that means whenever I add a dark class at the top of all of these where the dark class is applied, dark selector is applied, then only it gets triggered, right? If I remove that, it goes away. So in order to create a simple, toggle button, all you have to do is import a use state. From here, you can say x, set x, for a lack of a better word, I cannot think right now. And you can say that if x is true, then dark, otherwise no class. And by default, you can see we start with a false. And I can say on click on this div itself, I just toggle the x, right? So whenever I click on this div, you can see it turns from light mode to dark mode and vice versa. And the fun part about this is you can pretty much apply any sort of styles. So you can say p class dark text to XL, and this will just start working automatically. So just give it a second for the styles to propagate and make sure you have the correct name over here as the attribute name. And as you can see, when I click on this now, it increases the font size. So you can pretty much customize your website as you like in the dark mode. And whenever you toggle it on a click of a button, it will operate just fine. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to learn something new, something interesting about dark mode in this one. That is all for this one, and I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the very first video of React Query course. Now this course is super important for all of you React developers out there who have experience with React but also want to standardize how they perform network requests in a React application. Because what you will see is talking to backends and APIs is one of the most common thing you will do when you're developing a web application. So we're going to be taking up this course. This is not a static video only based course. You are going to watch this course on codedamn.com, and you will have practice sessions in between. So make sure you are practicing completing all the labs which you get along the way. Those are super important and relate to what has been taught in the previous video. And yeah, just make sure you are also working in a real playground environment, even with the videos. So you can launch a codedamn playground by going to codedamn.com/playgrounds, and you can see the React playground there. Or if you want, you can just set up a quick React.js project locally on your system as well and follow along with the videos. And of course, complete the hands-on challenges along the way. But for the most part, this terminal, this environment is pretty much how a typical React setup would look like on your system as well. So I don't think you necessarily need to work on your local environment. Just spin it up on your browser, and once you're done, just, spin it down. So you don't really have to do any sort of cleaning and everything. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the introduction part. In the next video onwards, we're going to be seeing some basics, why we need React query, what exactly it is, how to install it, and all that stuff. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at why would you even need React query in the first place. So if you have spent a little bit of time with React.js and some multi-component architectures and multi-component file systems in your React query, in your React project, and you also have used some sort of network-based logic where you are performing fetch request and everything, a very common pattern for React developers is using a use effect like this, and just having a fetch request here, right? So you would probably have something like fetch this API, not then, data, and then you just set data to data, and you have a state variable here. So you have data, set data, something like this, So you have this stuff going on. Now, this is completely fine. I mean, this is not technically wrong. It's just inefficient if you try to consider some other factors, right? For example, what if I want to cache this API, right? So let's say if this is some sort of different page on which this API is being made call, and when I navigate away from it and then come back to this page, I want to have the cached response, because I know this API, although is slow, but the data won't change that much. So caching is difficult. You have to implement it on your own. How about something like polling, for example? Let's say I have this API, but I want to ping it every couple of seconds, or every couple of minutes or anything like that. So how do I do that, right? So that is also a problem. Refetching is also like one of the problems which can be there. For example, if you just want to refetch this, you probably would copy paste this in a function and then call it again. But these are some of the high level problems. Some of the problems like caching and polling might require a lot of code for you, and some refetching might require a bunch of hacks, right? So the problem here is that React actually does not provide any standardized way of making fetch requests, or making network requests, as a matter of fact. That means you might as well use Axios here. You might as well use XML HTTP object, that primitive way of making requests. So you could use pretty much everything here, right? There's no right or wrong answer. But in order to keep things sane and in order to keep things relevant, what you can do is you can make use of React query. React query comes with certain practices and certain things and certain hooks which you have to follow. It makes your code more declarative. That means you're just telling what needs to be done instead of imperative, where you actually define how it needs to be done, right? So this is sort of an example of, imperative request, where you are telling how it needs to be done. You might also specify a method post and all that stuff. If you implement caching on top of it, that will be imperative again, but React query abstract all of that away from you. So with that being done, let's just quickly take a look at React query. We're going to be installing it inside the codedamn playground interface as well, in it only, by actually, just going ahead and closing this terminal and doing that. So we'll be doing that in the next video. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Alright, so let's just go ahead and set up React query now. And the way we're gonna be doing that is first of all installing it. So I'm gonna go ahead and say yarn add React query. In my terminal, you have to do the same thing in your terminal, and I'm using yarn because we are using yarn.log file. If you're using npm, that means you're seeing a package log.json file, then you would have written npm install React query, but depending on whatever it is for you. Right, so once that is done, we can go ahead and start our server again so that, if I refresh this, it'll just load our React application. Once that is done as well, what we're gonna do is start making some changes here in our index.jsx file, which is the top file. And I'm gonna import a couple of things here called as query client and query client provider from React query. Right, so these two things, basically the first one, we can just get rid of the strict mode. Query client provider injects a query client inside of our full application, right? And what this query client is, this query client simply gives your application the access to modify the cache, the query cache in React query, right? So this is a mandatory step in React version 3, so you have to do that. But once you have done that, you'll see there's no major difference right here. So what I also want to do is import React query dev tools. So I'm going to say React query dev tools from React query and dev tools, right? And once you do that and just write it right here, you're going to see, you might see this error, no query client set, use query client provider to set one. And this is actually a false error. So just go ahead and restart your server if you see this, right? I'm not sure why this happens on the Snowpack build, but if you refresh it, restart it, it'll just work fine. All right, so once that is done, we can just switch to the browser only mode so that it's cleaner. Now you could see that if you open this, you will also have little React query dev tools by your side, which will actually help you debug any sort of network request you make with React query, right? So we're going to be making tons of them in the further videos, but that's how you're going to do that. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon, where we will start working by writing queries in React query. Alrighty everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and write our first React query. Make sure your setup is on the point, and it is on the point if you're seeing this little React query logo at the bottom, and we will be using this to debug or just to see what our queries are looking like. So first things first, what do we do in order to write a query? Now we will not be writing fetch or anything just yet, but instead we will be importing a new hook called as useQuery from React query, right? And you can pretty much use this whatever we will be doing now in any single component, because we have our root setup done correct, right? So you can probably have a nested component as well, where you would just import it and start using it. So how does useQuery work? Well, at its very fundamental level, what you have to understand is React query is doing two things with a hook. The first thing it says is that, hey, developer, go ahead and specify a key to me, something like hello world, for example. This is a valid example of a key, right? And you can see some activity happening over here, which we'll discuss later on. But yeah, let's just skip this for now. So we see that, hey, use query, this is the first argument which I'm going to give you. It's a string, hello world, but it's not useful. So what is it exactly? This is a key to a request which you will make now. What does this key mean? This key is basically used every time you want to, for example, invalidate this request or use this request again as a cached, or fetch this request again, do any sort of stuff. So basically whatever request you will be making here, whatever request you make as a second argument, it is cached and it is basically pointed with the help of this key right here. Now what this request is, this request or the second argument is a function. It is basically a function which should return a promise, right? Which should return a promise. That's the only condition of this function. So you can say return promise.resolve, let's say 5, for example, right? And if you do that, that's it. That's actually a valid thing. That's actually a valid condition. you have, right? So you can have a hello world 2 here, and this key actually points to a resolved promise which has a value of 5, right? Now, most likely you will not be using obviously promise.resolve like this, but you will be using some fetch request or anything like that. But what you have to understand is, before getting into fetch, what I want to show you is what happens if we use promise.resolve, right? Use query is a hook which returns you multiple values and multiple things which are super important. What these are some of the loading states, right? So I'm going to start off with data, because that is interesting. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console.log data right here all along. And let me just jump into terminal plus browser and move on to the browser preview, right? So if I refresh this page now, what you will be able to see is that inside our console, you can see we are getting this 5 repeatedly, right? If I do a console log data is the data, just to distinguish it, right? So you see 5 is the data a bunch of times, right? So what's happening is that React query returns you whatever this promise resolves, right? That's one thing. Let's say this promise rejects something. So instead of resolving, it is actually rejecting you, whatever you're writing now, right? So what this will do now is that this will actually also have an error parameter, right? And I would say error, for example, error comma data is the data. And let's just go ahead and refresh this again. And you would now see that we first of all get null undefined. Null undefined is the data because it's in the fetching state. And then we start getting this 5 as the error, right? So you can see we are actually logging this 5. React query is also doing it on its own. And then the first argument, which is an error, we get 5 and the data is undefined now, right? Or maybe like, you can just do error data like this, like cool people do, right? And you'll get stuff like this. There's also a couple of, there are also a lot of states as per se, which you can use. And I'm not exactly going to get into all of them because for the most part, you won't necessarily need to know them right away. You can know them, slowly as you're building your application. But these states are, for example, is loading, is error, is success, is idle, all that stuff. So these 4 states right here, what they mean is obviously this is loading will be true whenever the request is being in progress, right? So if I have something like return new promise, resolve, set timeout, resolve 1 second. Basically, this just means resolve this promise in 1 second. Don't really stress about this if you don't understand the syntax. You can check out the advanced practical JavaScript. We discuss stuff like this there as well. But anyway, yeah. So let's just go ahead and refresh this and take a look at the console, what happens. So you can see the very first time we get data as undefined, error as null, is loading as true, is error as false, success as false, and idle as false as well. So what does this mean? That means that our request is in loading state right now. The promise is there, but it has not resolved or rejected right now, right? Finally, once 1 second is over, you can see 1:45:30, we get this message. And after 1 second, we get data as undefined, error as null. Undefined is because we are not calling resolve with anything. Is loading is false, is error is false. Is success is true because the promise resolved, it did not crash or anything, and is idle is also false, right? We'll be discussing more on these states later down the line as well as we progress, but that's the crux of it, right? So it gives you full picture of where your request exactly is. So the first thing which will fire is loading. Then, if data is available, then is success will be true as well. If error is available, is error will be true as a boolean, and so on and so forth, right? We'll be discussing is idle. It's a special case where your query is disabled. So we'll discuss that. But that's how it works at the moment, right? So yeah, for the most part, what we could just keep it to is data and error. And, whatever we do, we will be able to do it just right here with data and error for the most part. But you can bring in additional flags as well if you want, right? Alright, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we have written our very first React query, which is technically not making any network request, but you get the idea that anything which is a promise, which it returns, React query internally caches it, uses all sorts of logic behind it, but the underlying assumption of React query is that it just requires you to return a promise as the second function, as the query function. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, and I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss a little bit about states of React query itself, you know, these fresh, fetching, stale and inactive, and what these means, and how React query, you know, assumes your data to be as well, because just getting into syntax right away won't be as much beneficial as it would be if you know about the core functionality of it first. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's just go ahead and create a very simple button component right here, which just has this. And I'm just going to return, you know, button, I am a button. Nothing fancy here, just want to separate this component from the actual app file, right? And if you do something like this, you can see you get an I am a button like this. So there's that. But what I want to do is I also want to have another button which just says toggle the button component, right? So I'm going to say button on click, hide button, or, you know, toggle button. So the idea is that I also want to unmount and remount this component. So I'll say just set visible, visible and not visible, right? So this is just a convention which says just set it to the state which it is not. And I'm going to have a visible and set visible as a state variable, which will just start with true, let's say. And finally, let's just import the use state hook. So what's happening here is that when I click on this toggle, oops, we also need to use this. When I click on this toggle, it will toggle the visibility of the button, right? So if you toggle, you know, that's how it works. Now, the very first thing you could see right away is that if I toggle this, the button is no longer on the screen. You can see the inactive query right here is 1. That means React DevTools and React Query in general will move your query as inactive, as status inactive, whenever, you know, the component is not mounted, right? And it makes sense that your query is inactive at that point. Once the query is active, you can see it immediately fetches the query, right? And this is the default behavior. You can see it toggles off and it toggles on and it fetches. If you increase this duration from 1 to 2 seconds, you'll see that now if I toggle it on, it takes a couple of seconds, and then immediately once it's done fetching, that means, you know, you get the response and everything. Instead of moving it to fresh, it moves it to stale. And you might be seeing that, hey, why this is happening again and again? I mean, why is React Query fetching everything again and again? So let me just clarify what's happening here is that I'm bringing this window, this, you know, this embedded browser on codedamn into focus and then out of focus, into focus, out of focus. So whenever you move from out of focus window, whether it's a tab, whether it's anything, and you focus it back on it, React Query would internally update that query, which, you know, has been marked as stale, right? So any particular query which is stale will be updated. That means it will be fetched in the background, and, you know, it'll just do that. It will just show you that thing. What we can do also is that instead of, let's say, just 1337, I also want to resolve a math.random number, and I'm going to do I'm a button with a data right here, right? So you can see right now in the sense that it starts with a random number. Now if I move out of the browser and into the browser, you will see that the number updates. Out of the browser into the browser, you will see the number updates again in a couple of seconds. But if I'm just sitting here, you will see it will not update. If I toggle it again, it will start with the cached value, but it will update again, right? So it starts with the cached value initially, and then as soon as it has the new data, it will just show that. Otherwise, if you're just starting off for the very first time, for example, if you're doing a page reload, it'll not have the data with it. So the data is empty. That's why you don't really see anything. And you will have an is loading flag set to true, right? At the initial point as well. So how this is happening again is a couple of things. First of all, React query will attempt to fetch everything which is stale when it moves from foreground to background to foreground, right? And second of all, the default behavior of React query is that whenever a request is completed, it's fetched, it moves it to stale. And why is that? Because there's a parameter called stale timeout or stale timer or whatever it is, time to stale, which is 0 in React query by default. That means as soon as a query is fetched, just move it to stale, right? That means the data is stale and it needs to be updated. So you can increase that, and if you do, it will move to fresh for that particular time duration and then move to stale. Yeah, I mean, right now it's an aggressive data mode. That means it always want to keep showing the user the most up-to-date data, which I think is a sane default, right? And yeah, one thing you might have observed that while it's fetching the data, it actually doesn't clear out the older data, which is fine because it just keeps showing the user a cached version of what was available earlier, right? So that's cool. So that means once you have loaded data with React query, you won't really see a loading indicator if it needs to be updated. It will just update it automatically. Now, the other thing which I wanted to discuss is about the React query dev tools itself, which probably we will do it in the next video, because in this video we have just focused on these 4 states, and I hope you understood how all of them are working. That is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at this React query dev tools and how we can make use of it, more than just seeing this hello world. So if I toggle it back again, once it fetches, and if I click on this, you will be able to see a lot of more details which React query internally stores, right? So this is like the internal state of React query library itself, which is pretty cool. So what's happening here is that you can see inside query details, we have the query name, first of all, and the state at which it is right now, which is stale. Observers 1 basically means that we have just a single component using this query. You can have multiple components using the same query and have all that caching advantage and everything, and just a single request. So this is like a super cool feature as well, which is very, very hard to do manually. I mean, you have to pollute your global scope or something like that if you want to do it. And it's usually not required if you have solutions like React query. And yeah, so you can use the same query in multiple components and not exactly worry about storing the data somewhere in global, right? React query is doing that for you internally. So, you can basically make request for user profile data in your header component, as well as in your footer component, as well as in your sidebar component. And React query will make sure that, the request only goes once to the server, but all the caching and revalidation and invalidation is delivered to all the components, right, which have subscribed to it. So that's what this observers is for. Last updated again is just a timestamp of when it was updated last, so that should make sense. Then actions is basically, something you can play around with it internally, right? So if you click on refresh, you can see, you can trigger that behavior, invalidate, reset, remove, all that stuff. You can see the data which you get is the new data, which you get every time the query refetches. And in our case, it's just math.random, nothing fancy here. Query Explorer is basically consisting of, some options which React query is using, right? So let's see if we can find something interesting here. Options is basically query key, query hash. We'll discuss query hash, what it is and why is this is an array in an array form. We also have observers, which is, again, the same thing, more or less, that how many components are using it. We have the cache, which could be used for, cache revalidation, invalidation, and then fetching the stuff again. Queries map is also there. So this is sort of, if you want to dig a lot into internals of React query, what all data it is storing, then you can do it from this particular point, right? And inside state, you will get, again, all sorts of stuff. what is the data currently, how many times it has been updated. I mean, you usually won't really need so many details, but it is there if you want it ever, right? So that's a good thing to have. Right, so yeah, I mean, more or less what's important here is that you have a lot of information inside of React query within the dev tools, and it is accessible in simple terms, right? So these are simple words: is paused, is resolved. You can understand it on your own as well, data updated count, stuff like this, timestamps, etc. So yeah, that's pretty much it for React query dev tools tour. And once we start writing more queries, you will see more lines here, and you can, just play along with them, around them as well. So that is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the query key before we actually get into query functions and in detail of building a project with React query. So we already have taken a look at what query key is and how it works, but let's just go and formally look at it once in this video. So you can see, once you have set up, just to revise, once you have set up the query client provider, you have created a new client and you have imported the use query hook. You can simply go ahead and create any query with like key one, something like this. Just write this hook as it is. And if you open the React Dev Tools, you're gonna see that key one now exists, right? Although it's saying fetching and all that stuff, but you can leave that for the moment. But you can see key one is how it is represented in the dev tools is in the form of an array, not as a string. And this is important because React query internally uses arrays for storing the keys to the query, right? And why it does that? Because it helps you to just forget about, forget about just concatenating the key in a way, if it depends on props and something like that, and just focus on passing dependencies to the query. So what I want you to think of this is in the following way. You can have like key one, you can have key two, and so on. But how you should think about this is that these are kind of like use effect dependencies, not exactly, but you can think on the similar lines, that the way you specify dependencies in use effect, that whenever those dependencies change, your keys, your use effect function runs. Similarly, your use query result, the final result, is dependent on whatever keys are here, right? And if these keys are changing, then your query can be refreshed, your query can be invalidated, the data can be brought again from the server, and so on. So for example, if I had a to-do list, right, as a to-do list application, and this was just a single item, so I would probably have a prop which was like prop.item ID, and let's say I had a REST API which got that, so I will probably specify an item ID like this, right? And you can see it is null right now, but if you populate it, then it will automatically be relevant. So in this case, you would have something like to do single item as the first key, because it just marks the namespace as such, because you would be using use query later down the line, right, in other components as well. But let's say if the item ID is just 1 or 2 or just a single number, then of course you don't really want that to be just a single key, because that's just too common, right? And some other component might override that. So you just specify what the category is and then the number. So it's more of a convention also, what you should follow and what you could follow is that the first thing could be, you're defining namespace of what is happening, what is going to happen with this query, what you are exactly fetching. And the next few keys could be just dependencies of what you want to bring in, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also throw in objects if you want here, status, data errors, stuff like this. If you have depends on your use case, but you can throw in objects. Although I would recommend try to stick to primitives. No specific reasons. I just see because just like with use effects, it's kind of a bummer or, not a good practice to throw in objects because they might get recreated on every single render, but this is not the case here. You can safely use objects, but my suggestion is just, if you could try to stick to primitives, just keeps the things clean and concise. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood what keys are. We're going to be taking a look at that in the practice labs and the practice projects, hopefully, which you're completing along the way. So that is all for this one. And I'm going to see you in the next video, in the next lab, whatever it is, real quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can make use of dependent queries in React query and what exactly does that mean. So first things first, what exactly is a dependent query? A dependent query is a query which you can control by passing in enabled, let's first of all define a fetcher function and then pass in an enabled enabled as false, right? So this fetcher function is going to be very simple. We're just going to have a, promise dot resolve, let's say 100, right? Whatever. So it's just a function which returns your promise. And if I refresh this now, let's see. So we have got our query right here in the dev tools. And what you could see is that if I go ahead and open this query right here, what you will see is that right here inside of the state, you will see the status is idle. So what this means is that whenever you have the enabled as false, this option present as the third argument, whenever that is happening, your query would be in status idle. And you can actually get out this value by saying, is idle, which we talked about as well I think in the beginning videos. I can say is idle and then just throw in right here, and inside the browser logs, you will see that is idle is true. In fact, true for us. So what does that mean? That means that is idle flag is enabled when the query is enabled false. That's something you can make use of. And second thing, what this enable actually do is that it allows you to conditionally render the hook, right? Because, you cannot technically use if else right here because React then complains that you should have equal amount of hooks. So this enable is kind of like, let's say if this enabled was item ID, let's say, right, from the props. So it's kind of like saying that if item ID, then I want to run this query. Otherwise, I don't want to run this query. So because you cannot do it with a hook, you cannot use if else with a hook. That's why you have this nice little syntax with you, which just says enabled item ID and you're done for the day. Now we can go ahead and create a very simple, very small application out there. So just to test it out, and I do recommend you guys are also testing it out as you are playing around, even with the real APIs if you want, or if you can. So I'm just going to grab the use state from React. And what I want to do is, instead of all this, let's just go ahead and have a button on click, which just triggers this and sets this to, whatever it is not, right? So this, and just say this is state. And what you're going to see is if I remove this, we have a click me button, and you can see it's in the stale state right now. It started from the stale state and it was in the stale state all along, right? But if I click on this, you could see that, well, you didn't see anything because, the moment I click on this, we got the data because promise.resolve resolves very fast. So instead, what we can do is we can make use of our nice little hack, return new promise, resolve, which just returns set timeout, resolve after a second, right? Or after a couple of seconds. And if I refresh this, and if I click on this, you can see it goes into fetching and then goes to stale again, right? So you can see now, because the query is enabled, we get all the behaviors which we also talked about earlier, that React query will start fetching whenever you bring the window into focus. But if I click on this again to disable the query, so this enabled is false now you can see we again lose out on that thing. And if you pay close attention to the state here of success, we have a state of success right here. But if I refresh this, you're going to see that it starts with a state of idle, right? And if I click on this button, it goes to loading, success, and then it stays at success, and then is fetching true false is just the variable which gets triggered. Now, if you click on this to disable it again, you're going to see that it stops working. And because you already have the data, well, it can use that data, right? So it does not need to fetch again to use that data. So yeah, that's pretty much it on how you're going to use the enabled property in the use query hook. I hope you understood how this works. That is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is create a very simple application using React query so that we could understand how it is exactly working, right? By actually making requests to the backend server. Now, the way we're going to do that is, first of all, we're going to define a fetcher function, right? So it will take in a name of the repository, right? And I'm going to come to that, what this means. And we're just going to return a fetch request. We're going to make a fetch request to api.github.com/repos and then this repo, right? And I'm going to tell you what this means. We are just trying to get some metadata about any GitHub repo, and this just passes it. And then once we have that, I want to convert the result to JSON. And I hope you understand the syntax, that how you make fetch request in JavaScript. You just write fetch. If you just want to make get request, you write the fetch, the URL, .then, and then whatever response body you get, you process it into .json. .json in fact also returns a promise. So this whole line is a promise, right? So you have got a fetcher as a promise. Now, what you want to do is right here, we just want to give this as a function. And now I want to say, let's say Facebook/React, right? So once we do that, and let's say we change this to GitHub data, and let's say for now Facebook/React, because that's our query, right? And let's just get off enabled as well, because we want it to be enabled like forever. All right, so let's see, I think we are missing some semicolons. No, not really. All right, so once we have done that, let me just refresh this real quick. And what you're gonna see that we have this, and instead inside of this, inside the data, you see we get all this nice URLs and all this data. And what this data is exactly, you can go ahead and take a look at. You can just open this in a new window if you want. Facebook React, and you're gonna see this is what GitHub returns you, right? On their public API. So we can extract away some information out of this, whatever we want in the UI. So what I can say is, I can say something like, name of the repo, for example, is the name which we get from here, right? And we know that we have the data from here. So I'm going to say data.name, and I'm going to immediately see that if I refresh this, you're going to see that we get a crash, because obviously the first time when it loads, the fetch request has not completed, the data is not available. So this data is in fact null, right? But fortunately, we also have an isLoading flag here, which is available to us. So we can just say that, hey, if this is loading, then I just want to return h2 loading, right? Something like this. So now if I refresh, you can see for a split second, we get the loading on the screen. And then once it's ready, we get name as React, right? We can do much more than that. We have more data. So we have a description. We can do data.description, something like this, which is the description which will be available. A declarative, efficient, and flexible, blah, 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 right? And you can do, the repo stars as well. So if you want stars, that is basically data.stargazers_count. This is how the property is available. You can take a look at JSON. It's not something you won't find, but you get the idea. So now what I want to do once we have this is we can have an input type text, and then I could have, value as repo name or whatever. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a state variable, repo name, and set repo name. And this state variable is going to hold this information, which we hard coded, right? So instead of this, I'm going to go ahead and actually do repo name and set repo name like this, right? And of course, close this out. And I can say on change, just set repo name to e.target.value. And you can see repo, we can get the event right here. And you can see right now, we get blank information because, well, we don't really have any data at all. Or, we do have the data, but it does not contain any name or description or anything like that. So that's why it just does not render anything at all. So now if I start writing, you can see FACE, and you can see obviously it's not very helpful because on every single keystroke we are also getting that. So instead of that, what we can do is probably just move it here also, div class name app. There are better ways to do that, but I'm just gonna stick it right now so that we just have to write it once, and of course here as well. So if I write now FACEBOOK/react, you can see that's how it looks like in terms of network requests. So it will start making all these network requests, and once we get to Facebook/React, we have it, right? Another repo which we could do, let's see, api.github.com/ if we just do, let's say, github.com/ I can do codedamn because those are private repos and will not be available. So we can do redex, which is something new. I have not really heard about it. So if I do redex, you can see a bytecode optimizer for Android apps, and it has got a 5,000 stars, right? But the funny thing here is now that if I do react again, you can see that it immediately appears, right? It immediately appears on the screen because we already had data for this request. And you can see if I do redex, it immediately appears, right? Because we already had data for this, and it can just fetch again in the background. So this is where, React Query really shines in. It's not about just making the first request, but it's more about subsequent request in your application, right? And if you have a single page application, you will realize that people, if anyone is staying for more than a couple of minutes, they're not just taking a look at the first page, but actually interacting with your application, there will be a lot of events where they would be actually just interacting with your app and your APIs, and they will be hitting the backend, and a lot of your APIs would be hitting the backend multiple times for the same thing, like user data or whatever it is, user settings, something like that. So React Query can cache it for you automatically, and you can see that what happened here was it displayed older data. I'm not sure if you caught it. If you did not, just rewind the video a little. I'm pretty sure you would be able to see it. But it started with 168.971, and then it updated to 2. And the reason it happened is because, it displayed the older data first, it fetched it in the background, it updated it with the newer data. So it's very smooth. It's something which you would almost always prefer out of the box, and which is something of a headache to maintain if you're doing it yourself, right? I mean, why would you even want to do it when a solution like this already exists and it is very well maintained as well? So this is the place where React Query and things like these really shine up. So yep, I mean, that's why you would use it, right? So this was a very simple application which you can of course improve. Maybe you can have a button here which when clicked then makes the request, but for the most part, you will have this working, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you learned something from this. Probably in the next video or something, you might be required to build this yourself using the React Query and all these hooks. So make sure you are doing this, because I can't enforce you're doing that or not if you're not passing the challenges and passing the labs and passing the tests and all that stuff. So make sure you're practicing along the way. And yeah, that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're gonna be starting off by creating a small blog for you, which would be powered by React Query. And by powered by, I just mean, just having those links and caching and all that good stuff enabled. So we're going to be using a placeholder API, but feel free to create a small backend for yourself and use it, right? And if you want to do it on codedamn, you can do it by splitting the terminal, just creating a server.js file here and by running node server.js in a second terminal. If you want to do that, that's possible. But anyway, what I want to do is I want to say that let's first of all take a look at what JSON placeholder is, right? So it's a sort of a API available for you to just try it out, right? You can just basically get dummy JSON response, and if you do like post, for example, right here, you're gonna see we get a bunch of posts, right? Which looks like, for our use case, these are just random posts with random text, so we can go ahead and play with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all try to get these posts and try to display the data. So I'm going to say use query posts, and I'm going to just have a fetcher function again. So fetcher, but this time this would be just URL, and this would be like just fetching URL, and then result is result.json, right? That's it. Very simple. So we have this, then we have something like fetcher of this, and then finally what we have is, that's it. Yeah, I don't think we need any options here. So what you're gonna be seeing now is that if I refresh this, we will have data eventually, right? Once the loading is complete. So I can say something like is loading, and if it is loading, then I just want to return h1 loading. Otherwise, we have our request is complete, right? All right, so technically we should do a little bit more than just checking for is loading, because APIs also fail, backends fail, networks fail, a lot of things can fail in the way, but we can add error handling data down the line, right? What I want to do right now is I want to say data, whatever we got, we can just rename it to post if you want. So we can say post.map a single post, and then if you take a look inside the API, you're going to see we get 2-3 fields like user ID, title, and body, right? So what we can say is that, hey, I just want to have a post.title, right? And the key which you can give it is probably post.id, because it seems like it's unique. So you can say post.id, and there you go. So now you have all these posts and all these titles, and you can also have a post.id right here, just so that we have a small number or something like that in front of every single post. Right, so that's done. So we have our post on the page, but we also want to link them, right? So what I can say is that instead of a paragraph tag, or maybe we can keep a paragraph tag, we can also give it an ahref, so that we link it to some place on our on our screen. So either you can go ahead and create a different route, a different component, which will require us to install React router and stuff like that, which I would probably not do, because this is a tutorial focused on React query, but you can do that. So either you can just go ahead and redirect the person to a post ID, or what we can do is just stick with the official documentation example which is available right now and just do it in place. So although we are doing it in place, that means whenever somebody clicks, we are just replacing the post into the same component. But it is, like I said, it is completely possible to do it in a different route as well. You just have to redirect that person to a different route and get the post ID from the URL instead of the state, which we'll define here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a state, or post ID, set post ID, and I'm going to say it equal to use state null. For example, we're going to start with null, right? And what I'm going to just say is that whenever I click on this a anchor tag, we set the post ID to post.id, right? So now whenever I click on, let's say this or whatever, if I just go ahead and say, if post ID is not equal to null, then I just want to return h1 active post is post ID, right? So what's happening here is now if I click on 5, you can see we get active post as 5. Refresh, we have to refresh because we can't really go back because we are making changes in the same component. Active post is 9 and so on. All right, so once we have done that, how do we display the active post now? So to display the active post, what we can do is we can create another component. So we can say post and then, post ID as post ID, right? And that's it. Now we can go ahead and create a new file that will just make things a little bit easier to see. So we can say post.js6, and this right here, we're just gonna have import React from React. I'm gonna say const post is equal to, we're gonna have a post ID sent to us, and I'm just gonna say export default post as well, right? So now if we just close this and if we import our post from, post, I hope that will work. Yep, and I just say return h1 post ID is post ID. You would be able to see that now if I click on 4, we get post ID as 4. So fantastic, that's working. Now what we want to do is we also want to say a reset post, right? Or maybe like go back, something like that. So what this go back just does is that it sets the post ID to null again, so that we have all our posts visible, right? So what I can say is that, hey, this is a div which we return. And I can just say, hey, this is fine, but whenever somebody wants to go back, we can just say on click, go back, which is again something which we get from the props, right? All right, so now if I click on this, if I click on go back, perfect. So it's working. We have a dynamic post ID available in a component, and it's also working. Now the question is, how do we get more data about this post itself, right? What we can do is we can make use of use query again inside of this component, because that's where the true power will lie, that we can use use query multiple times in different places. So what we can do is we can define another use query hook. I'm going to say use query, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is basically, we wrote posts here. I'm just going to go with single post, and I'm going to specify the post ID. Now this is important because here, like I said in the previous videos as well, here the post ID is actually dependent. The query's result is actually dependent on the post ID, right? So I'm going to use the same fetcher because it'll just work. We get the fetcher right here, and that's it. We don't really need a third solution or anything. So we extract the data, we extract the is loading as well, and we just say if is loading, we have a return loading, or just loading post, something like that. Now what we want to do is we want to say that once we have, actually first of all, let's see how the fetcher would work, because this is the wrong implementation. The way we want to say is that it should fetch this URL which we have with us of posts. So if I go ahead and open this, you see we get a single long list of array of all the posts. But if I go to post slash, let's say 22, so this is the post ID, right? So now we get just that single post with us. Now technically it does not really make a lot of sense because we already have title and body, but just imagine that if you had some more information or some more metadata which you could display in the post, because most likely you will. If you're creating your own personal blog, you will have some more data right here. Now what we can do is we can make use of this inside of the fetcher. So I can say something like JSON placeholder post and then the post ID. Now this is important that you're using this in the URL, obviously for obvious reasons that you want to fetch that data, but that is also important because as a dependency in the use query hook, because when it changes we want it to change as well. So now what we can do is we can finally say data dot whatever we get, title, and then we can also say p data dot body, right? So now if I click on this one which has this title, use query is not defined. Very well. Import use query from React query. Click loading post. Boom. Right? We have the title, we have the body. Go back, click loading post. Boom. Title, body. Go back, click loading post. Boom. Title, body. Go back. Now if I click on this one again, you're gonna see, boom, we have that already loaded in. Although it was stale, I agree, although it was stale and it fetched it again under the hood, but you did not see that happening because you already had some form of cache available anyway, right? So that's awesome. 33, boom, again, done. So yeah, I mean, this could be pretty much, you know, a regular different page as well. Right now we have just hacked it into a single component, but you could just very well be redirecting it to, you know, some /post or something like that. And then this post ID would be getting from the URL, not from the prop inside of this component. But you get the idea, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. If you understood something, I hope you will be able to complete the labs and the questions. That is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, and actually in a few videos now, we're going to be discussing about how you can interact with the React query cache, right? So as a developer, you know, I know that when I have clicked on 3 and I go back and when I click on this 3 again, we will not make the request. I mean, we will, but not immediately and won't show any loading. But how do I, for example, modify the cache or, you know, just get ahead of time what it is? Maybe I want to get it for some reasons. So the way you do that is by accessing this little thing which we created earlier, right? So this query client right here is the thing. So what we can do is we can just go ahead and create a React query client.js, something like that. And what I can say is that, hey, this little guy, or you know, this statement right here is this, and I can just say export default client, right? And we can just have import query client from React query, right? So now what we are doing is, the purpose of this is to have a singleton representation of this client so that we are working with the same client when we import it other places. So what I can do is I can go ahead and say client like this, but I need to import the client from React query client, right? And once we do that, you would see that it's basically the same thing in the browser preview. Nothing has really changed, but you can now also access the query client inside your app.jsx, for example. And I'm going to tell you why this matters. So we have client from React query client, right? And remember, this is the same client which is being used by the React query client provider. That means whenever you are using use query, whatever data it is fetching, it's actually linking that somehow to this caching, this query client provider. So what you can do, one interesting thing you can do with this query client provider is you can fetch and see what is available inside of the cache, right? Inside of the cache system right now. All right, so the way you would do that is you will say, let's say cached post is equal to client.get query data. Now this get query data is something which will give you a sneak preview inside of what's happening. And the first argument is just like use query, it's a key. So for this one, I'm going to give it a post because, you know, we obviously know post is there because of this thing, but post and then the ID of whatever it is. That's what we want to get, right? That is that post cached, right? So we can have like, let's say just 5 as the ID at the moment, right? So if we have this, if I do something like console.log cached post and then cache post, something like this, if I do like this, and if I refresh this page right here, you're going to see in the browser logs, we have the cached post and as undefined, which makes sense because, you know, we have not really fetched this number 5 yet. But if I click on this now, right? And if I go back now, you're going to see that we get the cache post. So this means that get query data would actually return you undefined if it is not present in the cache, but it will give you something back if it is, right? And obviously it will just give you back what is present in the client. This is useful. This is helpful because now you can get ahead of time. You can not only just fetch data into the cache, which we'll see soon, but you can also get the data out of the cache as well. So what you can do, one thing I can think of is you can go inside this render function and you can say something like, if the cache post is there, then I can just say visited. Otherwise, I just say nothing, right? So this just means that, hey, if the cache post is already there, that means this value is not undefined. We will get a visited. Otherwise, we get nothing. And you could see this is actually not working because we are getting all the visitors because, well, we have visited 5. So we want to replace this with post.id, and now it works like clockwork. We get visited only on the post 5. Maybe we can, if you want, you can just take it out so that it does not appear as a hyperlink or something, but it's your wish. So there we go. So now if you have this, you can see you get a visited in bold and then a link. Otherwise you get nothing. So if I click on 3, go back, boom, right? 4, go back, boom. And it knows that we have visited because it is present in the cache. 19, go back and boom, right? So you'll also have that on 19. So yeah, that's how you get something from the cache. And you can pretty much do anything you want. I mean, if you just import this right here and try to do a cache check, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense because, you would be running the hook eventually. So why would you want to extract it? But, if the use case is there, then that it's possible, right? In programming, most of the things, we are watching these videos, you're watching these tutorials, most of the things are not for you to just go ahead and implement immediately, but they're mostly for you to just know that they exist so that when you need them, you at least know that these things exist and you can take a look at documentation or these videos or any other text later down the line. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how this get query data is working from the client, how you can abstract it away. And yeah, that's super helpful in a lot of cases. So that is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And this is a good time to discuss about a parameter called cache time. So cache time in React query is used to determine how long your query result will be available in the cache. And this means that whenever, let's say somebody, in this case, you visit a page or you visit a component, you get a split second loading and then this loads, but you don't get that again, right? So for how long will you not get that loading again? That means for how long will it keep it inside its cache? That's what the cache time parameter determines, right? That when something becomes inactive, that means, when this component is not mounted, this use query hook is inactive, then how much time will it keep the cache, will it keep the results in the memory, right? Because obviously it does not make sense to keep it forever because, well, you probably want to free up memory a little, but you can customize that by using a cache time parameter, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this parameter cache time to, let's say, 0, right? And when I do that, and if I refresh this, you're going to see what we have done is we have set the cache time of this every single post to 0. That means when I click on this, I get that loading for a split second. I go back, and if I click on this again, you see we still get that loading, right? So what you were able to see was that it was no longer present in the cache, although it says visited here because when I click back for a split second, it is present in the UI. But let's say if I click on this number 2 and go back, you can see it's gone. The visited is gone from number 1, right? Because the cache time is 0 and it is immediately destroyed as soon as this post is unmounted, right? And you will always get that split second loading, which you see, right? You might not be seeing that much if
that is an issue, what we can do is I can just go ahead and throttle my request to slow 3G. And now if I click on this, you can see we get the loading post. I go back, and if I click on this again, you see we get loading post again. So this is what happens, right? I hope that helped you understand how the cache parameter is working. And yep, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's quickly take a look at query data selector in React Query, which is a relatively new feature. So you won't find it like in previous versions of React Query. And what this essentially means is that, it's nothing fancy as such, but the ability to modify the response of the query or transform it somehow. What do I mean by that? Let's go to the app.jsx, and right here inside of the third argument, which is like, the options argument for us, what I can say is I can pass in a select here. And what this will do is that it will allow me to transform the result of the query. So what do I mean by that? We are getting post, right? Initially. So we get all the posts. So what I can do is I can say post or, result, whatever you want to say it. It's just an anonymous function. And I just say result dot slice 0 to 5, for example. And you can see immediately what we saw is that we just get first 5 results here. And if you console log it, in fact, if you try to console log it, if you console log the post here, you're going to see that in the browser, not really post.length. You're going to see in the browser, you always get 5 posts, right? Now, if I changed this to 6, you're going to see we start getting 6 posts, right? Now, what does this mean is that, you can surely write .slice here if you want, but React Query just gives you the ability to pass in a function which can transform your result somehow before your component actually consumes it. It might be super useful if you want to just keep your component level thing clear and if there is a transformation required. But if not, well, you can just bounce it off. But like I say, for all the things I say, that you should know that this exists, right? So you have result.slice. Maybe you can just do a result.slice 0 to 1. Just get a single post, right? You can do probably, 1 to 2, whatever, you can just play around with this and get a single post. So this basically gives you the ability, the superpowers, you can just return the first post as well. In this case, it will crash because, we are trying to map over this, but now this is just a regular post. So your call, whatever you want to do, right? This will fix it, but you get the idea. This is similar to like how the slice would work. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how the selector thing works. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let us just go ahead and take a look at what set query data does. Now, if you remember a couple of videos back, we looked at what get query data does. And that's how we implemented this visited thing. You can see right here. Now, just like get query data allows you to query the cache of the React query and extract it out, set query data actually allows you to do something but opposite, right? It allows you to overwrite this cache or update this cache if you want to say that. So what we can do is right here with this anchor tag being done, what I can say is button, and I can say mutate the title, for example, right? And I'm just going to say that. You can see we got this mutate the title button with every single thing now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on clicking this, I just say, hey, mutate title and post.id, right? Let's just take it out of this function. It's already getting too messy. I'm going to say function mutate title. And right here, I'm just going to receive an ID, right? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's just alert this so that we are sure that we have the right ID. 1, 5. Awesome. So we have the correct ID. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to make use of the same client which we had, and I want to say client dot set query data, right? Instead of get query data. And what this does is that it takes the first key as the query key, like, the first argument as the query key. So we know that this is post and then post ID, right? And the next thing it does is that it takes either new data as the thing Or just like, use state works, that use states handler can either take the new data or it can take a function which has the old data as the first argument, right? So it can do that. So we have the old data first, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and first of all, try to just console log. Yeah, maybe just console log if old data exists, right? Something like this. So let's just go ahead and keep it a little small, give it a refresh because, all that cache is already present there. So if I click on this mutate the title, we get post is not defined. And that is because, we just have to write ID here, not everything. So if I click on this, you can see that we are getting undefined in the console, right? Like right here. Keep your focus here. If I click on this, we keep on getting undefined. So this means that, hey, this is, the post is not present in our cache, right? So that's all it means, that it is, the source is not present. So if I click on this, okay, cannot read property title of undefined. Let us see what went wrong. So we have is loading data.title . Looks like we are missing something. Set post ID. Looks like a network request error, most likely. Let's try this one more time. Click on this. Yep, looks like some network error or something. We should be handling, network errors as well. I'll go through that, how we can do that. But anyway, now you can see that I've got the title, I've got the body. If I go back now, and if I click on this mutate the title, you can see now we have the post as the console logged, right? So there's that. So what I can do is right here, I can say if old data is in fact available, I just want to return, old data. And I just want to say title is boom mutated. I have no idea why I went with that. It's just completely random. But yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to click on this and looks like this is something different. Probably not exactly sure if this is a cache problem from React query or something related to that. But let's see if that happens again. I'll just pause the video and see it for once and get back to you. But anyway, if I click on this now, we get this, go back, I can mutate the title. So it hopefully has done it. It hopefully has set the title as boom title. And if I click on this again, we get that, go back, mutate, click on this again. You see for a split second, we do get boom title, right? But it gets replaced after that. So what I can say in order to not make it replace is I can say the stale time is infinity, right? And what stale time means is just like we have cache time, which keeps it in cache. The stale time just means, hey, I'm not gonna refetch it, considering it's not stale. That is, considering it's out of the screen or, by default, the stale time is 0. We're gonna discuss that in the next video pretty much. But for this video, if I take the stale time as infinity, and if I click on this now, go back, mutate the title, click on this again, you can see we get boom mutated, right? This time because stale time is infinity. And let me just actually discuss stale time in the next video in depth real quick so that you guys are not lost. But anyway, you can go back, you can start seeing stuff now. If I click on this, you're gonna see we get this, go back, and if I mutate this, click on this again, we get boom mutated. And bonus points to you if you can guess why the title here is not changed. Title here is not changed. It's changed inside this, but it's not changed on the out front. Can you guess why? Well, of course, you should be able to guess that. That is because posts is a different key than post and then the post ID, right? Hopefully you were able to get that. Although the titles are same in both the cases, when of course they are same, but in this case, we are modifying the post ID as the key, right? Using set query data. This is being iterated on post, which is this key right here in use query. So if you modify the post key right here, then it will make some differences, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Let me quickly jump to stale time as well in the next one so that we are on the same page. But yeah, that's all for this one. And I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what is stale time and what are the differences between stale time and cache time. So first things first, let's understand the fact that React query starts with a stale time of 0 as a default value and a cache time of, I believe, 60 seconds. No, not 60 seconds, actually 300 seconds, that is 5 minutes. So these are the default values React query uses for you. But what do they mean exactly? So let's see that. So first of all, about stale time. What stale time means is that whenever React query fetches a request, whenever React query completes a request, that is the data is available and it's done and dusted, what it will do is it will start a counter inside it and it will count it to stale time, right? So if your stale time is 1000, that is 1000 milliseconds, it will start the counter to 1000, that is, for 1 second, and then it will mark the query as stale. So what's going to happen is once your query is fetching, it is into the fetching state, it moves to the fresh state, and then once that stale timer hits, it moves into the stale state. Let me tell you how this works. Let's say I have a stale time of 10 seconds on every single post request. Let me just give it a refresh real quick. We have the cache time as default, so don't worry about that. Let me click on this and you can see it fetched it for a brief amount of second and it is in the fresh state for 10 seconds, right? It's going to stay there for 10 seconds. And you can see once 10 seconds are over, it moves to stale. And you can, even take a look again. If I refresh this, if I click on this, you see this post 1 is green for 10 seconds. And once these 10 seconds are over, it will move to the stale state, right? Yep, there we go. So what's happening here is for 10 seconds, it will not go ahead and refresh the query in any case. Now, what are the cases? The cases could be, if I click on this, the mount, the second one is refocus, like we used to do. And the blue request which you see is of the post request, right? It's not the post one because it still is fresh, right? That's why. Now you can see if I refocus it again, both of them would be served and this one again gets fresh. So you can see refocusing, unmounting and mounting, that will not happen. So if I change it to, for example, 20 seconds, and if I go ahead and, just go ahead and activate our mutate function, which is already activated. And now if I refresh, what's going to happen is that if I click on the title, quickly go back, mutate the title and click here. Also, before getting into that, one bug which I discovered is the cache time is actually 300 milliseconds, not 300 seconds. So let me just go ahead and remove that. And what I'm going to do, if I go back here, refresh this, and if we click on this, quickly go back, mutate the title and go to this post again, you can see we get boom mutated. But as soon as 10 seconds are over and the query is marked as stale, let's see what's going to happen. So nothing is going to happen as such, once 10 seconds are over. So you can see, let's see, the query is still fresh. I think it's 20, probably. Yeah, it's 20. So you can see now the seconds have passed. And now if I click on, for refocusing, you could see that React query saw that, hey, the query was stale. So I'm going to refetch it, right? So this is how stale time works. If I go back, mutate this, click on this, and now if I go back and, just visit this again and again over the time until and unless this query has been marked as stale, it's not going to be refetched, right? You can see nothing is happening to this. But the moment it switches to stale, it's going to be refetched by the browser. This is super important. This is super critical to understand. You can see now it will be refreshed. That seems like a good choice if you think about it. Now, what about the cache time? So the cache time is pretty much for how long it should even keep the stale data in memory. That is cache time, right? All right, so now let's try this with the cache time and stale time both of 0, right? So if I click on this now, you can see it loads for a split second and then, it's just available for you. Then you can go back and click on this again and you can see it still loads back again for you. You get that split second loader. So this is what cache time did. if you had a cache time of, fairly large number like infinity or, even 5 minutes, which is like the default, you will see that if I click on this, go back, if I mutate the title, and if I click on this now, you get that boom thing, that cached value, but you did not get the loading indicator. That's what the cache time is. That will keep displaying you the stale value, refetch it in the background and replace it once it's ready. But if your cache is expired, well, then your query is just as fresh as a new query, right? So yeah, that's how the cache time and stale time work together. I hope this gave you more clarity on what stale time is. Super useful parameter. And the use case really depends on your use case of what you're trying to do. But yeah, for the most part, you can push a little bit of higher value on stale time, right? You don't want to be too aggressive on data which is available on your front end. But yeah, like I said, again, depends on your use case. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood something. Let me know what you think about this in the discussions below on the codedamn website. That is all for this one, and I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at how you can modify the stale time, cache time, and any other parameter value which we have seen and will see at a global level as well, right? Because let's say if you don't want to do it on a per query level, but actually for every single query, how do you do that? Well, the best way to do that is actually go to your app.jsx or whatever, not exactly app.jsx, but where you have defined the query client provider, right? And right here, you will see the client which you're passing, and we are using an external file. So what I wanted to do is I want to create an object which I pass here with the first key as default options, right? And this default options is basically just gonna be, just being merged with all the options which are available, and they will act as a default base for you to start. So you can say like stale time as infinity, and basically get the same behavior which you were getting earlier. That will not refetch it again. So if I go back, click on this again, oops, and made a mistake. This should also have a query right here, and we also have something known as mutations in React query, so I'll come to that. But now you're defining the default options for queries, only queries, right? So if I refresh this again, click on this, go back, and can you believe that I made the same mistake 2 times in a row? This should be queries, not query. So if I refresh this now, you can see the queries are now always green, right? Once they are fetched. If I click on this, you can see these are always fresh and they'll never go to stale. So pretty much you are locked into an application which is never gonna be updating itself again. Unless the cache expires, of course. But yeah, they will not refetch to the backend unless and until the cache expires. So that's it. And if you want to go like total insane mode, you can also set cache time as infinity. And now you have got a truly weird application which will never really contact server ever again once it has, visited once, which might seem like something you might want to do, but not really. I mean, why would you want to do that? I wouldn't recommend that, right? So you should keep sane values. I mean, stale time infinity still might make some sense, I don't know, but cache time should be a finite value according to me. Alrighty, so that is pretty much it, how you can customize default options. I'm gonna see you in the next video where we will discuss more stuff about React query, building projects, doing something more interesting with it. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss about mutations in React query and what they mean. So we have so far just seen how, use query hook works, but there's a important thing which we have not discussed yet. This architecture assumes that we want only the data from server, number one. And number two is that we want only the data whenever, the component mounts. But this is usually not the case, right? If you have a form or if you have some sort of interactivity where the user clicks on a button and then the data is fetched. I mean, in case of this, we are just, just changing the link, changing the whole component. But If we have something like that, then what happens? So in that case, what we can do is we can make use of mutations in React query. And I'm just going to get rid of all the code which we had, just to keep things a little bit cleaner. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in a p tag here as well, just because I feel like it. And I'm going to start with a new mutation. And I'm going to say this is use mutation. And we're going to get this hook from, from the same library, obviously, right? React query. And what you want to do is inside this use mutation, you want to pass in a function which returns you a promise again, right? So I'm going to pass in this fetcher and I'm going to say, whatever it is. You can say a fetcher, or I can just say, a timer. So I can say, duration and new promise resolve, which just sets timeout. And don't be afraid if you don't understand anything, but this is just, just a fancy way of making a timer await, right? So this is a promise which just resolves after set duration. That's it. So I can say this timer and after 1 second, right? So expected identifier but found function. What the hell? Anyway, so you see that, we have a mutation now with us. But if you take a look at inside the dev tools, what you will not see is that, there are no queries as such. And also this mutation has not run. And how do we know that? We can just, just see that if we have console log, for example, I was run, something like this, right? And if we go to browser, you can see that we do not get that. We do not have a I was run console log here. That means the mutation is not run when it is defined. And it makes sense. Why? Because the idea of a mutation is that it mutates the state on server, right? It mutates either some database, it mutates something, right? At the end of the day, this is just a convention. This is again calling just an API endpoint. In this case, we just have a promise which resolves after a couple of seconds, but this would ideally call something like, /API/create post, something like this, for example, right? And then, whenever you have a submit button here, you would say P on click, run this mutation somehow. And that's it. That's how you get event-based requests now. So how do you run this? Well, what you can do is you can just create a function called mutation. And right here, we can just say on click call mutation, and I can just, tease you a little bit more by saying console log about to call mutation, right? And if I click on this, you can see in the console we are getting about to call mutation now, right? Now, how do we call the mutation exactly? Is we say mutation dot mutate async, and we're going to start with async right here, right? And there are a couple of methods, but that's one way to go about. So what I can do is I can refresh this. I can click on submit, and you can see that we get I was run right here. And actually, let me just go ahead and move this I was run inside of the promise which is resolved, right? So that we get that, actually not even here. We want to add it right here once it resolves, right? Kind of. So if I refresh it now, you're going to see that now if I have, console.log mutate async called, if I have something like this, and if I click on this, you're going to see we get about to call mutation, mutate async called, and then I was run after a couple of seconds, right? Now, the good thing about mutate async is that you can await on this. That's why async is there, right? So if I create an async function out of this, and if I call await on this, what you're going to see is now if I click on submit, we get about to call, we get mutation. Oops, looks like we need to give it a refresh again. Oh, I think we are not returning this promise. That's why. All right, let's do that. And now click on the submit. You can see about to call, mutation, I was run gets called from here, and then we call this mutate async. So it could be something like, you are updating the post. So you can have updating post as a notification, and then you can say post updated, something like this, right? Assuming that, your request is successful. But there are a couple of more things we have with mutation, not just mutate async. You can have a mutate only function, which we'll discuss in the next video. But yeah, that's how you can do some event-based triggering. And you can see pretty much nothing appears in the React Dev tools because of the reason that you obviously don't want to cache mutations. Why? Because like I said, mutations is an idea that something is changing on the server. And you don't want to cache that result. You don't want to, just rebroadcast it again at some interval sometime, because these are these are actual systems which will be affected. Think about somebody who just, tried to log out sometime and then somehow that cache was invalidated and your application automatically logged them out, right? In case of fetching that mutate async endpoint. So that should not happen, right? So that's why mutations do not cache. They do not work like typical queries work, and they are usually driven with events from users endpoint, like on click and stuff like that, or form submit or anything like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the idea of a mutation. That is all for this video. I hope you understood this, and yep, I'm gonna see you in the next one, probably with some more examples and some more functionalities. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at side effects from mutation. And side effects is just a fancy way of saying some sort of callbacks from mutation. So what is it and how does this work? Well, the first thing is that you can pass in an object like this, which is inside of your use mutation hook. Now you can start defining some good stuff. By that, what I mean is you can say something like on success as a callback, and this could be a function which will just be called when request is complete, for example, right? Now if I click on this submit, you can see we get update post, request is completed, and then post updated. So basically what React query internally is doing is that once the mutation is successful, it internally also calls this on success handler, right? And not only just this actually gets a bunch of things. So it gets not error, actually, it gets data, and it gets, variables and context as well, which we'll discuss later down the line. But most importantly, it gets data. So what we can say is if I do data console log like this, and if I click on submit now, you're going to see we get updating post, request is complete. We get data as undefined, well, because we are not passing anything in the resolve, but let's say yo is what we passed, right? And give it a refresh because probably this is outside the function, so might not get hot reloaded. Click on submit, updating post, request is complete, data is yo, and you can access it here as well if you want, and move ahead with your life. So you can pretty much drop this at all if you just want to keep your side effects at a single place, but that's how it would work. Then of course you also have on error with this, which will accept first argument as error, and if there is any error, then this is what's going to happen, right? So it will just say error with the request, and we can just throw an error. What we can do is to simulate that, I'm just going to have a reject here as well, and I'm going to reject it with yo again, right? So now if I click on this updating post, we get I was run, we get the error as yo. This error is actually thrown by JavaScript because we are not using try catch. But what the console log says us in the on error, we get error with the request and we get the error as yo, right? So you also get error, you can also get error handling. But on settled, which is another one, is something which will run every single time. So it will just say request either errored or successful. I don't know, but it has happened, right? And of course you can know because onSettle also receives data and error as a couple of arguments if you want to do that, right? So this data is basically if onSuccess was there, error is basically if onError was there, and so on. So this is how you can maintain your side effects like this inside of your mutation hook itself. Sometimes it might make sense to do this, sometimes it might not, right? depending again how your component is laid down, your component is structured, you might want to do that. But one thing which I know is that when you combine like on success mutation with something like, you know, query client.set query data, stuff like this becomes a very useful thing, because now your UI can automatically update, refetch new data after a mutation is done, which is pretty sweet. We'll discuss on that, what I mentioned by that, in more practical examples later down the line. But yes, for now, that is pretty much it. I think that is all for this video. I hope you understood something out of it, and I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm gonna discuss with you the syntax of .mutate. So earlier you remember that it was mutate async, but we also have just a mutate as a function available on your mutation. And this one is not asynchronous in the sense that it does not return you a promise. Well, it is asynchronous because it has got callbacks, but that's how it works. So when you call this, for example, if I refresh this and click on the submit, what you will see is if I click on submit, you get updating post updated, because you know this is not awaited, so it does not wait for that. And you know, you get all sorts of logs and errors. But what you can do is you can also pass in a bunch of options, just like how you pass in the use mutation hook. And I have passed null here. I'll explain why, because we don't really need the data right here, but I'll explain it why we have passed null here and what could we have passed. But for now, if I have the same thing as above, what you're gonna see, request is completed from mutate, you know, error with request from mutate and from mutate, right? Just to make a distinction. And now if I click on submit, you will see we get, you know, the same things, request either errored or successful. This is basically from the original hook, and we get error with the request mutate. So that's it. And error with the successful mutate, right? So one thing you can understand is that React, first of all, internally calls these before calling the actual ones, right? On the mutation itself. And that is important if you care about order or something, but for the most part, you should not have a code that relies on that thing. But yeah, that's how you have to work with it. The next thing I wanted to discuss is why do we pass null here? Well, this argument could be anything, right? You can have 22 here. That's completely fine. Whatever you pass in here is actually available as a param right here. So if you have, you know, like a second argument which passes some data, and you get a second argument like param like this, and if you can say, you know, yo, and then whatever the param was, you will just see that if I click on submit now, we get you know, this outer function does not update on hot reloading, so we have to give it a refresh. Submit now, and you will see error. Oops, I think it is not updating anyway. Oh, we are using a reject, not console log. Oops, so this should be right here, and maybe it does update. Let's see. Submit. I was run. Where is I was run? Yeah, it gets updated. So you can see the param was passed 22. If I change it to like, you know, something else, click on submit, you're gonna see that in the I was run, we get the param as updated. So this mutation is just a, you know, this argument is just one way of transferring some data to your actual handler, which is something you would obviously do, right? You won't just run a mutation without any state. You would probably have some sort of form data or some sort of new post, some sort of JSON, which gets passed here, which gets passed again here. And then, you know, in your fetcher or whatever you're using, you just JSON.stringify it and so on and so forth. So that's how it will work, right? And similarly, it will also work with mutate async, you know, this, not this exactly, but this part, where you have to pass the data. So even if you have something like this right here and give it a refresh and, you know, just click on submit, you're going to see that you still get the params as correctly, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how mutations are working, how mutate async work, how you can pass some data, how mutate only works, how these side effects work. Super important stuff, super practical stuff, which you will obviously use when you're building some new applications, some new projects. And yeah, very standard stuff and very high quality things as well. These are like, you know, standard practices for calling mutations, calling something as mutations for updating data, queries as different things, and so on and so forth. So you can use all of this knowledge in production level applications. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to give you a real use case of using mutations with the help of queries. But for that, we have to write a very simple Node.js server. And I'm gonna do that all in the codedamn playground itself. So feel free to follow along with me, or you would probably have an exercise like that in some one way or another. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have a mutation right here, which has all of these handlers, and you know, we can just get rid of onSettled for the most part. And what I'm gonna do is first of all define a fetcher function like this, which gets a URL and then does a fetch of the URL with a method of post, right? And probably like URL and body, because this will be used with the use mutation. We're gonna say headers is content type. This is something you have to do with, you know, fetch request application JSON. Then you do a body of JSON.stringify of the body, right? And that's it. That should get you started. Now, once you have this fetcher, I can define this fetcher and I can say this is like body, and I can say, you know, the URL is something like api.createRecord, something like this. And the body is, of course, the body, right? On success, we have, you know, got response from backend and the data. And on error, we pretty much have the same thing, got response from backend, but the error, got error from backend, right? Just to distinguish it. Now, what we can do is pretty much, you know, get rid of this, even get rid of the async await thing. We can just say mutation.mutate and with some body, whatever we want to pass in. But before that, what I want to do is I want to say some, or you know, some favorite languages, right? Let's say that is it. Now, what I want to do is I want to say, let's see, first of all, let's just close this up. Let's refresh this guy. And let's say that, hey, here are my favorite languages. And I'm going to have favorite langs.map language. And, you know, just returning an li of lang, right? With probably a key of lang as well. And this should probably be lang, not lan. And the only error now we get is that favorite langs is undefined. So let's create a query as well. So I'm going to extract out the data as favorite lang. I'm going to say use query right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the query as, you know, the key as favorite langs, and the fetcher, we could either define the fetcher or, you know, I can just return fetch here because it's just a single query, API get records and then t.json to convert it into JSON. And that's it. That's pretty much it, right? Because now we just have to define this very simple server and we'll be up and running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just split this terminal real quick. I'm going to create a very simple server.js file right here, right? And I'm going to just open this, install Express real quick, and I'm going to start importing stuff, right? So I'm going to just say const app is require Express. And this is going to be just a very simple server, so don't really worry a lot about this. So app.listen, here we have to do a little bit of hacking in this playground interface for now. I'm going to tell you why that is. So I'm going to just give it a refresh, app.listen 1337, because this is the only publicly available port. You should probably not face this issue on your local setup because you would have multiple ports available, but because this interface is just connected to a single port right here, that's why we have to use just 1337. And I can just say console log server started on 1337, right? And I'm just going to say app.get you know, right here, what we had, API/get records, app.get this. I'm just gonna respond with request response. I'm just gonna say response.json, favorite langs, and I'm gonna say app.post right here with API. You know, add record. I think that was it. I'm gonna first of all get the record from request.body.record, and then I'm just gonna say rest.json status okay. But before that, I'm also gonna add it favorite langs dot push record, right? And I can just say my favorite langs is an array, which is like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, right? So what you can say is like, you know, langs here as favorite langs, something like that. Alrighty, looks like we are all good to go. So what I'm gonna do is, first of all, you know, let's see, first of all, fix our front end so that we don't exactly need a back end, because we cannot use this port and the server together. So what I'm going to do is right here, make a bunch of more changes. So I'm going to say right here, I'm going to say if is loading or if is error. I'm just going to say if is loading, return loading ... right? Or if there is an error, is error, return, you know, error with request. Simple enough, right? Now if I go ahead and close the server, and if I start the server of server.js, what you're gonna see is that we still get favorite langs.map is not a function. And that is not pretty awesome, because what we would have in this favorite langs is actually the response like this, lang and then favorite lang. So what we can do is we can actually go ahead and close this. And this is a little inconvenient at codedamn playground, but you know, right now it just supports a single port forwarding. That's why you can only get access to 1337 on a single port. But what we can do is we can go ahead and right here, just write, you know, as a third argument, select, remember we discussed this, data, and I'm just going to say data.langs, right? Because that's what we are returning from the server, I guess. Lang, not langs. Okay, let's go ahead, give it a refresh, close this down once we have got the data, start the server, and what you're gonna see is that we get our some favorite langs ready for us, right? So we have got 4-5 languages right here from the backend server. What I want to do next is, once we have that in place, what I want to do next is right here, I'm gonna have an input type text, you know, with a value of add lang, whatever, you know, or maybe like temp lang or whatever. And on change, I'm just saying e set temp lang as e.target.lang, e.target.value, not lang, right? And the set temp lang is just a state variable. Temp lang, set temp lang is use state of empty string. And finally, what we want to do is, when I call this, I just say record is this temp lang, right? Because at the server side, we get the record like this and use it. One more thing we want to do here at the server side is actually split this down into express and app. And just before that, we want to also say app.use express.json so that we are able to send and receive JSON post bodies, right? Alrighty, so there's that. Now, once we have that in place, what I also want to do is, whenever I click on submit, we should also, you know, fetch the data again. So how do we revalidate that query? How do we get that data again? But for now, you know, if I just go ahead and close this and start the server, not really close this, basically start this, give it a refresh real quick, and then close the server and start the server. Close this, start the server. Then you will see that we have all the languages available from the server. But now if I click on submit, although we do make requests, but nothing really happens. And the reason for that is that we are not refreshing this. So how do we do that? That is something which we'll explore in the next video, because that's all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Alrighty, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually invalidate our query, our data, so that it refetches it again from the backend once the mutation has been done. So what does that mean? That means that whenever we have a success, I want to say that whatever our query client was, that is this client right here, I want to say that, hey bro, just invalidate my queries. And my queries are, for example, in this case, it's just this favorite lang queries, right? So the moment I do that, what's React query going to do is that it says that, okay, I think, you told me to invalidate this query. So I'm just going to invalidate this. And because this is already mounted, it will try to get that, refresh the data and show it on the screen. Also, what I can do is also set temp lang as empty once we have got success, or, just press the button as well, depending on whatever you want to do. And that is pretty much it. That is all we need to do. If I close the server right here, start this again, just so that we propagate the React changes at least. And once we have the React changes with us, close this again, start the server again, you can see that we get our application up and running. So our backend is now running. And if I try to add 1212 here, hit submit, what you're going to see is that, well, it goes out and the query is also fetched, but our data right here does not contain 1212 or anything like that. So that is probably some issue with our our end on the back end. So let's just see what the record is that we get here. So if I submit it now, maybe give it a refresh, submit. Well, actually it looks like we are not actually making any request at all. So let's just quickly see if we can debug it real quick. So I'm just gonna go to the networks tab if it just allows me to, and there we go. So submit, create record. Okay, so we are hitting the wrong endpoint. This should be create. There we go. 1212, submit. There we go. Now it works perfectly fine. So you can see we also got the record on the back end. And what's exactly happening here is that we write something, hit submit, it goes to the back end. Once it is resolved, we get the, we set the input field as empty, and we also invalidate the query. So that means it'll just refetch it again because, it sees that it is mounted. So it's going to refresh that query again, and it's going to populate it with an updated view. Super convenient, super easy to build a to-do application like this now. You just have to use a query, you have to use a mutation, and you're good to go, right? So see how convenient it gets. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably take another video and do some good practices on what we have here, right? Because we can definitely improve this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. And I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back to a brand new course in React, in which I want you to understand exactly how React hooks work internally and how you can become a great React developer by making the best use of them. This course will be followed by an advanced React pattern course, which you can again find on codedamn.com, learning paths, go down to React mastery, and here you are. As a lead member, if you're a member from codedamn, you're going to have access to this and any other course you see in the React mastery learning path. So you're going to get access to basically everything you see here from the link in the description if you are a codedamn member. So that's all for the introduction part. Let's get started with the material from the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And let me just go ahead and quickly show you how you can practice the course along with me using the codedamn playground. So if you go to your dashboard right here, you're going to be seeing a link which says playgrounds. And once you open that, you could see that there's a React 16.13 playground which you can open. Opening this playground will give you access to this particular interface where you can just play around with stuff. You know, if you have a thought, if you want to create something, you can do that extremely quickly from this particular place. So we're going to be using this particular interface to, you know, just explore React even more and how it works. And you're recommended to do so as well. If you want to set up a local React setup, that is also completely fine. You can make use of create React app or, you know, Snowpack or anything you want basically, but get started with it. So yeah, once we have the environment set up, let's just go ahead and get into hooks. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just understand why hooks were needed in the first place. Well, you see in React, there are mainly two ways to create components. The first one is class-based components and the second one is functional components. For a very long time since React was launched, the statefulness, that is, your component could hold internal state only with class-based components. And the way you create a class-based component is you say class button, you know, extends react.component, and then you do all that stuff. With render, you return something, and that will be your class-based component, right? You can also add state in here inside your constructor function and do all sorts of stuff. However, this was never possible with functional components before hooks. So hooks enable, in very simple way, hooks enable you to have stateful components inside, stateful paths inside your functional components. How? We're going to be seeing that with a variety of hooks, use state, use effect, use layout effect, all that stuff. But the main hooks, the major two hooks, you have to understand very deeply, and you know, something which you would be using all the time are use state and use effect. And we're going to be starting off with both of them, starting off firstly with use state from the next video onwards. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video very soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at use state hook. So first things first, I'm just going to go ahead and switch this to browser so that we have more space for the browser. And next, I'm going to show you how you can create a use state hook. So what you want to do is, first of all, you can just go ahead as an exercise, we can just go ahead and say console log use state and let's say 100 as the value. And what you have to do first is bring in this use state from the React library. So you can do that simply using this. And once you do that, you're going to see that if I open this in a new window, if I inspect this inside console, we're going to be seeing that, well, we have a console, we have a couple of consoles actually, and this says 0 as the 100 value and 1 as the function. So what does that mean? That means that this returns an array, number one, that is our observation. And the second observation is that this array right here, if I try to do console log array, you're going to see that this array right here would consist of the first value as the value which is passed here already, and the second value is a function. So now you can go ahead and destructure it into something like const state is equal to array 0 and const set state is equal to array 1, right? And just to keep syntax smaller and much cleaner, the convention is to just destruct it right here. So you can do that because of the ES6 syntax. So this just means that use state returns an array with two values. That is, the first one is state, which is exactly what you passed here. There are, you know, this is not entirely true, so we're going to understand that later on. But the state is exactly what you passed here. You can assume that for now. And the second value is a function which can help you update the state value. Now, one thing very important you can see here is that I declare the statement as const. That means both the state and set state values are going to be constants. That means you cannot assign them a value by equal to sign. What do I mean by that? If I go ahead, first of all, let me just go ahead and give it an h1 of state like this. So now if I do that, refresh this right here, we will be able to see that we have 100 on the screen. What I cannot do is if I want to change this, for example, if I do on click, something like this, I cannot say state is equal to 200, right? Why? Well, I could say that, but if I go to like refresh this and if I click on this in console, you're gonna see we get an assignment to constant variable error, right? Now you might argue that this is obviously because I'm using const. So even if you use let here just to, allow this to happen, still if I click on this, you're gonna see that although the value has been assigned, you can just do console.log state here, value has been assigned. What you're gonna see is that this value is not updated on the screen. Why? Because React does not know that you have changed the state variable. This is a regular variable. React is not monitoring this variable or anything, right? So when you update it, React does not know that, hey, you have changed the value. The way you inform React about that update is that you call this setState function, right? Now this could have been like one way that you update the state and then you call it. But what React does instead is that it asks you to pass this value, this updated value, the value which you want to set inside the setState function call, right? So just like inside useState, you pass in a default value, you can pass in a default value. Similarly, when you set a state, you have to pass a value which should be a new state, right? So in this case, if I pass 200, and let me just go ahead and remove this for now, we're going to be coming to that later on. So if I pass this as 200, you're going to see if I go ahead and refresh this, if I click on this, now it changes to 200 on the screen as well, right? Now the reason I removed this console log statement is because I will be discussing the exact workflow of how the state updates and everything later down the video. But for now, that's all you can remember, that if you want to update the state, you're going to make use of the setState function. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, this small introduction video. I'm going to see you in the next one. We're going to be moving more into useState hook and different ways to initialize variables. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and understand a very important concept, and that is lazily initializing state in React. Now, what you can see, I told you that you can go ahead and pass a default value inside this, but there's a catch. The catch is that this value can be anything or a function. So I have divided this value which we pass into two things, anything else and something which is a function, right? So if you pass in a function here, for example, function like this, or if you want an arrow function, lambda function like this, or maybe this could be a separate function all along, const lazy value, something like this. This is also fine. And you can pass in lazy value like this. So whenever you pass in a function, what React will do, that will check that, hey, if this is a function, I'm going to call this, and the value it returns, I'm going to set that value as the initial value of stuff, right? So if I go ahead and return this 100 right here, refresh the terminal, you're going to see that we get a state of 100. Well, on clicking it becomes 200. If I return, let's say hello right here, refresh, you're going to see that we get a state of hello. Now, why would you do something like this and not directly hello like this? Well, it would work. Obviously, it will work just fine like this as well. And this is absolutely fine. You do this if you have a singular expression which is, let's say, computationally expensive. For example, you do a JSON.stringify of not really stringify, but maybe like parse of something like this. Now, this is also completely fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this as such, but the only problem with this is that every time the state changes, this function gets executed. Why? Because this is inside running code. It has to evaluate it anyway. Because when this useState function was written, it might be written in this way. That useState, react.useState is something like this, initial value, right? So the authors might have written this in something like, if type of initial value is equal to a function, then call it, right? And do something with it. And if it is not, then maybe just do something with initial value. In either case, if you do a json.parse of something like this, so when the type of this is being evaluated, the function call has already been made. That means this would be made over and over and over and over again, because if this is a function and first time, this is an important part, that if this is a function and if this is first time, then we evaluate it, otherwise we ignore it. Or maybe like, if this is not the first time, we would ignore the value. But if you have a constant expression, which is actually a call to a function in itself, then it is a problem. Let's take a look at a very simple example to understand that. I'm going to go ahead and do a console log of hello world here, right? And that's it. And right here inside set state, let's just set the state to math.random so that we get a re-render on every click. Let's go ahead and refresh this tab, which is again pretty much the same thing which has already been opened. And you see that we already get 2 hello worlds here, right? We already get 2 hello worlds. If I start clicking on this, you're going to see that we get more and more hello worlds. Although this value ideally should be the initial value of the useState hook, still we get all these hello worlds because React would anyway call this function again and again whenever the render happens. We're going to be coming to that in a moment in some other video. But what you have to understand is that whenever you call a set state function or set something function, which is a useState second argument, you trigger a re-render of state, a re-render of the function, given that the state is different, right? Because if I set this to 200, for example, and if I go back, refresh this, if I click on this, we get a trigger first time, and then when I keep clicking on this, nothing happens, right? So that is why I needed math.random here, so that I can trigger multiple updates and then we will get multiple console logs. In this case, we do not get any more console logs because, well, the state is not updating. So React does not re-render the function. What you have to realize here is that if I try and put this console log in a lazy initializer, then if I refresh this, you're going to see that this happens only for the first 2 times. And now if I click on this, this never happens again. And this happens for 2 times because, well, it re-renders again because of the React strict mode. Because in strict mode, React tries to render your component again just to see if there are any side effects so that it can inform you. We'll discuss this more in the advanced React patterns course, but for now, if you remove strict mode out of it, refresh it, you're gonna see your component is rendered only once, which is helpful because we don't really want to bother working with twice the amount of logs. So anyway, now you could see that if I click on this, well, if I change this to math.random, and if I go ahead, refresh and click on this, nothing really happens, right? We don't really get any more console logs. And the reason for that is that your state is lazily initialized, because now it just sees the next time when the component re-renders, it sees that, well, this is a function which is passed. Therefore, I don't need to re-render, or maybe like I don't need to call this function at all because I already have the stored value from the function itself. So that is why it will not call the function again. But this means that inside useState, you cannot really store a function, right? Because, well, if you store a function, it will execute it. And if you try to store a function, it will execute it, and then you will lose the results, right? So there are ways to store this, and that is you can have a function which returns a function. So what React will do is that it will call this function, and when you call a function which returns a function, you get a function. Now this might seem a little weird, but if you do hit this enter, you can see you get the inner function because you called the outer function. And that is exactly what React will do, and then it will store this value, which happens to be a function, inside your useState hook. So that is all for how you're going to initialize the useState lazily. And in the next videos, we're going to be learning more about useState, how they exactly work, and how to work with other hooks in React. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can update your state variable. So let's say we start this as a counter application. Why not? So we have a counter, set counter, very simple stuff. And inside h1, whenever I click, counter is, let's say this is a counter. So whenever I click, I want to update this counter, right? So one way I could do is that, just like we saw, that set state accepts, anything you want, and that will be the new state, right? Or set counter in this case. So once we do that, once I refresh this, you're gonna see whenever I click on this, this counter works absolutely fine, right? And obviously you would expect it to work as well. However, what else you can do with the set counter function is that you can specify the argument instead of a value as a function, right? So what is going to happen is that now if I have, let's say, instead of creating a function out of the thing, we can also pass it a function like this. So now if I return it a value that is, let's say, 50, React, just like it does with the lazy initialization function, it will also do the same thing with the set counter function, or maybe like set state function, whatever you want to call it. So if it sees a function is passed inside the setter, it will execute this function, it will get the value which is returned, and then it will set this. Now you might ask me that what is the use case of this? So first of all, let's just click it and verify that yes, in fact, this is 50 now, and it is not changing whenever I'm clicking on that. The use case of this is that this function right here, the first argument, is going to be the value which the React internally knows is the value of this, it's the counterpart of this setter function. That means the first value, if I go ahead and put value here, and if I put value +1, this value right here is the value of the counter itself. And let me just go ahead and refresh and tell you why that is the reason. So now if I click on this, you could pretty much see that this works similar to how count +1 worked, right? Now, you might ask me that, hey, or like not really count, but counter +1. You might ask me that, hey, why do we need that anyway, right? Because you already have access to counter, you already have access to the updated state, so why would you need that? Well, the reason for this, and there's a very good reason for this, first of all, this will help you very much with the use effect hook, which we'll cover very soon in the next few videos. And second of all, at the moment, I would request you to just keep this thing as a thought in mind that whenever your state, your next state, that is the updated state, depends on previous state, that means you need your previous state to calculate the next state. Whenever that is the case, use the functional method, right? Return counter +1. Now you can have this as value, doesn't really matter because this function right here would be called
by React internally, right? So internally what React would do is say set counter, and if it sees a function like this might be the definition of the React set counter function. It'll see that, hey, this is if type of value is a function. It'll say then go ahead and execute value with the newest state value, right? And then, you know, return value as the newest state value, and then it'll just set that as the new value. But what I'm saying is that, you know, in this case, you can see that, well, because we are creating a counter which increments, it depends on the next state, right? So you need 14, you need 13 to create 14, you need 14 to create 15 because that is the next value, right? So in this case, you need it. Therefore, make use of the functional notation. If you don't need it, if the previous state does not depend on the next state, then you can just go ahead and directly set it. So for example, if I refresh this now, you know, this would work just fine because, well, the next state is completely random and it does not depend on previous state. If you want to do something like this, that is also completely fine, but this is not required, right? And I'm going to show you an example maybe in the next video why this is a good approach if your next state depends on the previous state. So this is like one way of updating values in React, and you should understand that when you should use it whenever your previous state depends, whenever your next state depends on your previous state. That is the ground rule. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, I'm going to show you an example of when this will be helpful and when this will fail. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at when exactly the set counter will not work and when will you need, this approach. Now, almost always, if you do not know what you're trying to do, just like I said in the last video, the rule of thumb is that if your next state depends on your previous state, you almost always want to do this approach, right? Let's see why. First example is I'm going to create a set timeout here, right? Just to introduce some delay. So I'm going to say after 1 second, whenever I click on this, then do a set counter of counter plus 1, right? So now if I go ahead and click on this, you're going to see that after 1 second, it updates the value, right? Let's just go ahead and copy this out and paste it right here. So now when you think about this, what do you see? Well, you see that, first of all, let's just go ahead and update the counter. So in your case, if I refresh this, the counter will go from 0 to 1. And here you might think that, hey, I want to increment the counter again. So it should go from 1 to 2, right? Wrong. Let's just go ahead and click on this. So it goes to 1, but it never goes to 2. Why is that? And as a matter of fact, if you do a, let's say 500 here, then also you would expect this will go to 0 to 1, then this will go to 1 to 2, and then this will make it go to 2 to 3, right? Wrong. Let's refresh this again. Click on this and you're going to see the counter always stays on 1. Now to understand this, you have to understand how React functional components work. Well, in React, just like I told you in the first few videos, I'm not going to give you an in-depth look of how the function re-renders. That is going to happen in advanced React pattern course, so wait for that. But in this video, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of how this happens. So what React sees is that whenever you call set counter as a function, it sees that, hey, there is a state update. It will internally compare if there's any change in the state, and if there is, or if it feels like re-rendering, it will re-render the component, right? However, what do you mean by re-rendering the component? Re-rendering the component means calling this function, right? So what's happening really is that your UI is calculated every time
For example, the app component has changed, so we're going to call this app component. React is going to do that internally, and your UI is created, and you can think of, React says to browser, go paint this UI, right? This is your UI thing. So React does this particular stuff. Now, when you do something like this, what is happening is that inside a particular function call, when this function was called for the first time, this function had the counter value as 0, right? Because that was the initial state. Then when somebody clicked on this, you read this counter, which is still 0, and you set this to 2, or 0 plus 1, that is 1. However, after 500 milliseconds, you are still reading the same counter, right? So, you're still doing 0 plus 1. You're not doing 1 plus 1. Even though you might think that counter is a state variable, and I have already set counter to 1, this 1 right here becomes counter only when React calls your app function again. Remember that your UI is calculated only when React calls your app function, right? So when you call set counter, it updates it to 1. This value is not counter of the current function. This is super duper important thing to understand deeply how the use state hook works. Why this 1 is not a value? Well, for starters, you can think of, because you cannot really assign counter as 1 because it's const. That is why I prefer to keep hook values as const, because they convey the meaning that this is immutable. That is, neither React nor you would change this value, right? So once you understand that, once you realize that this set timeout runs with the same counter variable, you get that, right? Because you know that this variable, this value is not changed, this is still 0. So you have 0 plus 1, 0 plus 1, 0 plus 1 all the way here, right? Now let's come to functional sort of update inside the set counter variables or the set counter functions. So instead of this, let's just go ahead and do a counter plus 1, right? And see that I'm still using the local variable. So obviously you should now have realized that this is no different than the previous code snippet which we had, right? Well, I clicked on that twice, that's why it happened. So let's just go ahead and click on it only once, right? So you can see nothing really happens. And the reason nothing really happens is because you're still using that old stale value, which has now been flushed out. So how do you fix that? Well, you supply, or maybe just like I said, use the updated value right here. Now, whenever React is calling this function for you, whenever React calls this function on your behalf, we have seen that React will see that if this is a function, it will call it with the newest state value. Because React internally knows what is the latest state value, right? So React knows that, well, whenever it has to call this to update the new value, update the new state, React will automatically specify the latest value of state. So if I go ahead and refresh this now, and if I click it on it once, you can see that it changes to 3. And the reason for that, just like I said, the first time it changes to 0 to 1, the second time it changes to 1 to 2, and the third time it changes from 2 to 3, right? So you can see right here is the transition. And the reason this works completely fine is because every time this function right here, you can extract this function and say this update value like this, and you can go ahead and probably give it something like this. This is also fine. The reason this would work, just like I said, is because React knows what to put in here. React knows that, hey, the latest value will go automatically inside that particular argument. So yeah, that's as simple as that. I hope you understood how the functional update in a use state hook works. Super important stuff. And the only thing you can take away from this one is that whenever your previous state depends on your next state, I always speak that in a wrong direction. Whenever your next state depends on your previous state, you should use this particular approach, right? Because this will help you not to get those troubles of using a stale value of state. If you have timers, or if you're somehow jumping out of the reactive way of doing things. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this one, and I'm gonna see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can recreate the this.setState from class-based components. So let me just go ahead and clean this up real quick. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what this.setState was, right? So if you had a class-based component like button extends react.component, so if you had something like this, what you could do is, if you have, let's say, div id counter, something like this, or maybe like not counter but this.state.counter, and inside constructor, if you have this.state as counter as 0, and then what you could do is on click, you only had to specify the variables you want to update, right? So you're going to say this.setState is counter is this.state.counter +1, right? So that's it. That means that if you had a counter 2 right here, and if you had a this.state.counter2, this will not affect the state call, the state update will not affect the counter 2. So let's just go ahead and see if I just go ahead and embed this button right here, which already brings in its state. So if I go ahead and do that, you're gonna see that, well, we are lacking a super call here. So once we do that, you can see now we have two numbers, and we could change this to h1 for a little bit more readability. So now we have two numbers. So when I click on this, the second counter works just fine, right? So if I have counter as 10, this would work just fine. So if I have the first counter would work absolutely fine. But if I try to recreate the same example in functional components, what we're gonna have is state, set state, and I'm gonna have, counter 0, counter 2, 10, right? Similar stuff. This.state is use state here. Then what I want to do is I want to have the same thing. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this, basically the whole thing, and I'm going to have a return of this thing right here. And instead of this.setState, I'm just going to say setState, and I'm just going to say state.counter +1, and this will also become state.counter and state.counter2, right? So now you can see so far it looks fine, because you just have a single thing and a 0 and a 10, just like we had in class-based components. But the moment you click on this, you can see that the 10 vanished. And the reason the 10 vanished is because this setState call right here, it overrode this counter2 property. Why? Because that whatever you supply inside setState would automatically be set as the new state. So on the first render of this app function, your state is counter 0, counter 2, 10, right? So this is your first render state. Your second render state, once the button is clicked, the second render looks something like this. The counter 2 has been removed from this. So how do you reconstruct this behavior where you can just simply go ahead and supply something like this? Well, you can do that, but you have to be a little bit more clever for that. So instead of having set state directly out of this, what you can do is you can create a function which is, just an internal use function. And then you can have a function set state, which would say receive new state right here. And what this will do is that this will set state, it will call the internal set state, old state, and you can return a new object, which is the combination of old state and new state right here. So let's take a moment to see what's happening here. So what we are doing is that we are specifying set state, which is this function which we are now calling, as another function altogether. This is not your second argument which comes with use state, right? This is another function. So this function right here accepts a new state, which is object in our case, and it calls the internal set state function. However, it takes in the the previous sort of state, which is the newest state, and it returns a new object. And the reason we did this and not just something like state and new state is, I hope you remember from the last video when I said you that whenever you want the next state, whenever the next state depends on the previous state, you should probably, it's a good idea to use the functional notation of updating stuff. So we do that, and we destruct the old state, we destruct the new state, we destruct the new state after the old state, so that the properties are overwritten, whatever properties are changed, right? And yep, that's pretty much it. So now once you have done that, you can go ahead and refresh, click on this, and you're gonna see that 10 basically stays just like it will stay in a class-based component. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And how you're gonna recreate this .state and set state, you could pretty much now go ahead and basically throw anything in the state variable, and you can just call set state with a limited number of things which you want to update, and it will work just fine. But of course, I would not really recommend going down this way unless you know what you're doing, because just like I said, you can have multiple use state in a single function, right? This is probably a better idea if these are not like a lot of things to have a separate use state, right? So you can have set counter as use state 0, and then you can have counter 2, set counter 2 as use state 1, or whatever you want. And then you can just maybe just update a single hook if you want. But again, it also has its use case. The other syntax also has its use case. So it really depends on what you want to do. But this is like one way, one analogy if you're somebody who has done a lot of stuff in class-based components. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood something new, something good. And that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and move on to use effect. Now, use effects is one of the two most important hooks, I would say, in React, and those are like use state and use effect, right? So use effect allows your component to be aware about changes. So what do I mean by that? Whenever you update the state, for example, let's just go ahead and remove this all along and create a counter, set counter again. So we can have something like return h1 counter, right? So this should also be inside the app class so that we just have some CSS with us. So once you do this, what you have to realize is that whenever the counter updates, for example, if I on click and set this, set counter as counter +1. So whenever you do something like this, what you have to realize is that your component gets updated, right? But how do you know the component is updated? Or maybe like if you want to do something whenever the component updates, how do you inject into that life cycle? You do that with the help of useEffect hook. Now this hook right here consists of two parts. The first part is a function, right? And the second part is a dependency array, which is optional. So I'm going to remove the dependency array at the moment, and we're going to just focus on this function. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and console log something changed, right? And that's it. That's all I'm going to say. If I go ahead and open this in a new tab now, go to the console, you're going to see we get something changed, even though nothing really changed. So if I click on this, if I start clicking on this, you can see that I get something change exactly one time more than our counter, because our counter starts at 0 and we already had something change already available. So if I click on this, you can see that we have something change on every single state update. So I can go ahead and say counter1 as this, and I can go ahead and say counter2, for example, if I want to create another counter as this, and I can have, let's say counter2, set counter2, and this could be just counter2, or maybe like, set counter2 only, because we are not using, we are using the functional notation, so that's convenient. So now if I go ahead and refresh this, if I start clicking on this one, you're going to see that we still get something changed console logged. And if I click on this, we still get something changed console log. So this means that if you do not provide a dependency array, that is the second argument, this will always run whenever your component updates. And when exactly does it run? We're going to see that in the life cycle sort of video, which will happen very soon. But what you have to realize is that whenever you use useEffect without a dependency array, it will always run whenever this function re-renders. This is something which you almost never really want, because you want an effect to run against a particular value which is changed, right? You don't really want to monitor, like, unless you're trying to debug something, or you're doing something or checking how many times the component re-renders. You just want to focus on a single or maybe like multiple values, not really like every single update. So we're going to be taking a look at how do you restrict it using dependency array, what exactly that is and how this works, how that works in the next video. But in this video, I just want you to realize that the useEffect is a function which runs by React, which is, React calls this useEffect function every time the function is re-rendered or updated, or, React calls this function again. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at the dependency array in the useEffect hook. Now, what do I mean by that? That means that you can specify an array as the second value. Now, it has to be an array or it has to be undefined, nothing else. But if you specify an array, that means that you say React that, hey, look, I don't really want to render, I don't really want to call this function on every single render. What you can do is go ahead and look inside this array and check the values which I have specified. If those values have changed, then and only then run this function. So you see what you're trying to do here is that you are binding this particular effect to a set of values. So you're just monitoring these bunch of values, whatever you specify in here. And yep, that's it. If those values change, you read in the function, you call this function again. If they do not, you don't call them. Let's see. So if I go ahead and specify counter here, and if I say something changed, or maybe like just say counter1 changed, let's do that and go to this new tab, refresh right here, and see that the first update which you get is counter1 changed, even though that is not changed. So with use effect, what you have to remember, the first time your component is mounted successfully, a use effect call is run, right? It doesn't matter what you specify inside the dependency array, the first use effect call will always run whenever your component is mounted, right? Now, once that is mounted, now you can go ahead and change counter1 by clicking on it. And you can see every time you do that, the counter is in fact updating, right? However, here's the cool stuff. If I update counter2, you can see that this counter1 change does not appear, right? And the reason for that is that, well, whenever you click on this, sure, the counter2 updates and the whole component is re-rendered. However, your use effect is not configured to run the function on counter2 changes because you do not have counter2 inside dependency array. Now, if you go ahead and add counter2 here, now you can say counter1 or 2 changed like that. And now if you refresh, you're going to see that you get counter1 or 2 changed console log on this one and counter1 or 2 changed console log on this one as well. So you can see it happens for both the counters. Similarly, if you get rid of this at all, you have to change this to something, right? And the reason for that is because not only it will re-render and run this particular thing on counter1 and counter2, but also if say you receive new props from the parent or the parent re-renders, right? So in that case also, this will render. So it will say something changed, so it will work just fine. Again, just like you can have multiple use states in a component, you can have multiple use effects. So you can have like counter1 changed and you can have counter2 changed like this, right? So maybe you can do some logic here for counter2 only, you can do some logic here for counter1 only, right? Whatever you want to do it. So once you do that, hit refresh, you can go ahead and see now, right now you just get counter1 changed, now you just get counter2 changed, and so on and so forth, right? There's one little thing you should remember here is that if you try to update your state inside use effect, you might run into troubles, right? Because you see, if I go ahead and do set counter of counter +1, you see what's happening here is that you have created an infinite condition, right? So you see it keeps on updating all the way till whatever it can support. And yeah, it is not exactly it's not exactly rushing to infinity or anything because it has to do a lot of stuff, but you start seeing these sort of error messages that, oh boy, slow down, stuff like that. So you almost always don't really want to get into a condition like this. So don't really try to update. I mean, again, if you know what you're doing, it's completely fine. But as a general rule of thumb, if you see yourself updating the value of the state variable without any if-else checks, you might want to revisit your logic, right? So yeah, that's one thing about the dependency array. Another thing which is important about dependency arrays is that these values right here are compared using triple equal to sign, right? Inside the React library. This is super important because now you cannot really use objects right here. So for example, let's say you have an object which is hello1, right? You see, you're not changing this object, nothing is happening, and you just have a single, let's say, counter and an object dependency, and you say console.log counter1 updated, right? Which makes sense because you could see that counter is a state variable which you're monitoring. An object is a simple object which just has hello1 property. However, if I go ahead and open this in a new tab If I inspect this, go to console, if I click on this, we get counter1 updated, which is completely fine. But if you click on counter2, you will see that you get counter2 updated as counter1 updated as well. At the same time, you can observe that counter1 was never updated. Then why it is happening? Why is it happening? Well, you see that in the last video we discussed briefly on how React really works with functional component. That is, it calls your functional component again and renders the stuff with the updated state values. But here, when it calls your function again, you're gonna see that objects in JavaScript are never the same. That means even if they have similar values, you're gonna see they return you false. This is false because this object right here, if you have x as the variable, this object right here in the memory is represented somewhere else, right? And y is represented somewhere else as well. So if you think about it, x might be, something at 0x abcdef, right? And y might be at 0x 1 2 3 4 5 6. Whenever you use x equal to y or x equal to y in objects in JS, with objects in JS, JavaScript internally always compare the memory address locations, right? So even if x and y have same properties, same values, everything same, they are still not equal because their memory addresses do not match. So x equal to y will always be false, y equal to y will be true because they refer to the same memory in the space. Similarly for x equal to x. Now, whenever the function re-renders, this object is created again for that particular function, right? So once the component mounts, React says that, hey, this object is not the same as the last object, therefore I need to re-render this. You're gonna see that if you move this outside, this problem gets fixed because, well, every time now you have the same object to refer to. If you click on this, you can see this problem is not there because you're not recreating this object. But if you move it right here, then because you also have this as a dependency array value, this will trigger your counter1 update changes. So you have to be very, very careful. Interestingly, this will change if you have this as a state variables. So if you have obj set obj like this, and if you throw this inside a use state, what is going to happen is the very first time on the very first render, React is going to store this value inside this variable, and from that point onwards, it is not going to refresh the value. That means it's going to reuse the same object. So if you refresh now, if you click on this, counter1 gets updated, but if you click on this, counter1 stays the same, right? So that means you could technically you could have a behavior where let's say if you want to preserve the memory location of an object, you can throw that inside a use state variable, right? And then this object always refers to the same object unless you modify it. So yeah, that's a little bit of information you might want. This representation and actually just extracting out object out of this and mutating object refers very closely, is similar to another hook which React provides, that is useRef. We're going to be understanding useRef later on, but for now this is how you can preserve the memory location sort of an object inside the functional component itself while maintaining it inside your dependency array as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and take a look at the final piece of the puzzle inside useEffect hook, and that is the cleanup function. Now, what we have seen so far is that, let's see, we have, let's say the app 1 is the, let's say this app first render is something like this. Then a state change happens. Then what happens is that you get a second render of this app function again, right? So the use effect is called after mount, and again in the same re-render, if the use effect includes a dependency which has been changed, the use effect is called after re-render, right? However, what happens is that when this transition is happening from 1 to 2, you might want to do some cleanup for this particular function, right? For example, let's say you have established some listeners, or some event listeners, or something which you might want to clean up, right? So React gives you the opportunity to run that particular cleanup code just before the transition happens. So what do you mean by that? That means that you can return a function right here. You can name this function if you want, and this function right here says cleaning up effect of counter1, right? So what do we mean by that? Well, let's just hop back to the demo, and now if I see, we have a counter1 updated, but we do not see cleaning up effect. That is because the cleanup runs only when a function is about to tear down, the UI of a function is about to tear down, and another one is going to take its place. So if I click on this, you can see I see a cleaning up effect of counter1, and then counter1 updated again. So what you could see is that this runs the first time, this runs the second time, and this runs the second time as well, right? So the very first time only this runs. Once I click on the counter, this runs and this runs. The reason this run is because the first instance, the first UI of the app is going to be teared down, and the tear down was because of the variable which was about to change. If I go ahead and do the same thing with counter2, you're going to see nothing really happens because this effect does not care about counter2 at all. However, if I click on this again, you're going to see we get a cleanup effect of counter1 and counter1 updated again, right? If I click on this, cleanup effect again and counter1 updated. If I click on this, cleanup again, counter1 updated. This is super useful in the sense that, for example, when we'll be seeing about creating custom hooks, we're going to be seeing how you can use a callback or a cleanup function like this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we're going to be taking a look at maybe how you can get started with custom hooks, and we can do a lot of good stuff, a lot of damage with just these two hooks alone. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at the life cycle of hooks and how they are called, especially the use state and use effect hooks. So you can see that I have console log spread all over the place, but just to walk you through real quick, we have a child component right here which has console log inside the use effect and the cleanup function, right? We have console logs inside app all the way. We can actually have console logs here too. Why not? We can say child rendered, right? We can right here say child rendering complete, and we can say this is child component and return, oops, not return, but const child component is this h1 tag, right? As simple as that. So now this is completely analogous to its parent component. So you can see in the app component, the first line we have is a console. Then inside use state, I'm using lazy initialization just to see when these console logs will appear. Similarly, inside use effect, we have a console log. In the cleanup function, we have a console log. And before we return the component, we have a console log. So now let's just go ahead and refresh this, and we're going to see some interesting result. First things first, I am a child is visible, right? Now the reason this is visible is because show right here becomes true on the first use effect call, right? So let's just do one thing. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna say if counter is equal to 5, let's say I want to set show as true, right? So now if I go ahead and refresh this, we're gonna have a smaller render console logs. So the first console log which we get is app render started, which is obviously what we'll expect once the function is called. The next one you can see is lazy init1 called. Now this, well, technically speaking, this is lazy init, lazy function inside useState. However, this is called immediately and the return value is set as the initial value. The reason this is lazy is because this function will not be called again at all, right? As long as this component is mounted, the useState functions will not be called again. Why? Because they have served their purpose and we have extracted out a default value from them. So this is the reason these functions won't be called again, but they are called the very first time. So once these are called, you're going to see lazy init2 as the second value, so that's fine. Then finally, you can see that app render ended is called. So you can see right here, we could just call app render ended casually, and you would expect that to happen as well because there's no such console log going on inside this app component, because show is also false, so the child is not rendered, therefore we do not get these particular statements right here. Now once the app render is done, you're gonna see we get a statement called counter updated, and the reason for this is that you can see the use effect right here, which includes the statement called counter updated. So what you could see from this thing is that use effect, well, technically this is not, you won't be able to see it exactly, but you can have my word on this, that use effect would run when your component is mounted on the screen and your component is available to the user. That is, the pixels are displayed on the screen. How we can verify this is I can go ahead and put a debugger statement right here, go to console, refresh right here, and wait for it to pause. And you can see when it's paused on debugger, inside the console, you still have the 4 statements: app render, lazy init1, 2, and app render ended. However, you can see that on the screen you do have the contents pasted, right? You do painted, not really pasted. So the browser has already painted the contents for you. Now, whenever you click on this plus, you can see that the counter updated is called because the debugger is there, right? Now, once that is done, let me just go ahead and remove this real quick because we don't really want to have debuggers all along. So once that is done, let's just go ahead and click on the counter. So just to add a gap here, I'm going to click on this and you can see that we get 2 things: app render started, app render ended, cleaning up effect of counter, and counter updated. Now, why is that? Because when you click on this, you set the counter to the next value. Because counter is a state variable, you can see that React would internally call this function, that is to extract the UI, the updated UI again. So React will call this function again, which will run app render started, right? This time you see that we do not get lazy init call because React knows that, hey, I already have the value for the state variable from the first run, from the earlier run. So I'm just gonna restore that if this value is not changed. If this is changed, I'm gonna, just return the latest value in this case. So you can say that in this one, in the second case, your counter is 1. That is the reason it is displaying 1 right here, right? Because the value in fact is 1. Then app render ended basically just means you do not hit any of the lazy init. And once the app is rendered on the page, this use effect cleanup runs, right? So this is important right here in the terms that once your component is rendered again, the cleanup from the last component happens. What does this mean? This means that I can have a debug of like value right here, for example. So I can say value right here, right? So now this will make things a little bit more interesting. So now if I click on this, you can see that the cleanup which has happened is of value 0, not 1, obviously, right? And the counter updated which happens is of value 1. So if I have value equal to counter, you're gonna see that now if I go ahead and refresh, and if I click on this, you can see the counter updated right here happens for value 1, but the cleanup has happened for value 0, which makes sense because the function which was mounted earlier was for the value 0, 1, right? And the counter has been updated for value 1. So the use effect, the latest effect, includes the value of 1, but the cleanup which happened was of value 0. So once that is done, that is all fine. Now I can have something like this again. So if I click on this again, you're going to see you get a similar thing again, but something interesting is going to happen on count of 5, right? Because we're going to be setting the child to true. That means this component will become available. So let's just go ahead and click on this now. You can see the following things happening. App render started, app render ended, cleaning up effect of 4, setting the counter to 5, which is again absolutely fine. App render started, app render ended, child. So what's happening here? Well, you see that what we did right here is that first things first, you set the counter, which resulted in a re-render. Then once the counter was updated, you re-rendered the application again in this block, right? So you set something in this block. Because of this thing, the app component re-rendered again. So you see this thing right here. This thing happened because you called the set show and set it to true. So the moment you did that, app render started again, right? Which is completely fine. Then, we skip the lazy init calls, obviously, just like we discussed before. App render ended. However, you see that the child rendering begins after we get this app render ended console log. Now, this might confuse you a little if you're thinking that, hey, how can app render end before the child logs are available, right? So according to you, you might think that you should have app render started, then these 3 statements, and then app render ended, right? But what you have to remember is that when something like this happens, this is transformed internally into something like react.create element, and then not really JSX, but something like this, right? So this is what is happening internally. So what React is doing is react.create element div with class name this. These are the children, and then this is something React is doing, right? So this app component is pretty much like a react.create element app, and then props and so on and so forth. But it is totally up to React to determine when it wants to actually call the child function, right? So react.create element internally will somewhere down the line call this child function, somewhere down the line will call this child function with appropriate props and values and all that stuff. But before it calls that, it just has that, sort of markup, and React will call it once you return it from the component, right? So this means that if you are doing, even if you are doing something like const child component as child like this, and if you do something like this, then also React is not going to mount or call this function, or you're not gonna see any sort of logs if this component is not really displayed on the screen, right? So that means this sort of thing is actually free to do. You do not hit any computational bottleneck or anything of using components before you render them, or maybe like displaying them like this before you render them, because React never really calls this component unless this is not really rendered on the screen. So this time it was in fact rendered on the screen. So that is why, looks like we actually refresh this. So now you can see that is why app render ended gets called first, because, well, technically speaking, the render has not really ended. The render ends when you return the component and React renders it on the screen. So once that console log is done, then the child rendering starts. And as usual, you're going to see child renders, child rendering completes, just like app happened. And then once the component is mounted, you see the child updated console log, right? And if I click on this again, you're going to see that we get app render started again because of the counter, app render ended again because of the counter. And yeah, actually this I am a child will remain visible because we do not set this to false. So let's do a set show false, something like this, right? Refresh, and now click, and you're gonna see that we get the child console logs just like we would expect them. And the next time you click on this, you could see something interesting. You can see that the app render starts, app render ends, child rendered. Why? Because child is also the part of the tree, right? So once this happens, once this counter is updated, the app re-renders, the child component is also visible. The show is not false right now, right? The show becomes false once the component is mounted and once this effect runs again. Then counter is not 5 anymore, counter is 6. That means this runs, and then again the component re-renders, this thing runs, and this counter becomes 6. This show becomes false. This was 6 before as well, right? This becomes false, and this is unmounted, right? So this is literally now not on the screen. So when it was on the screen, that is just after the counter has become 6, but the show variable has not become false, you get child render, child rendering complete, child cleanup called. Why? Because, well, it is a use effect without any dependencies, and child updated, right? So you can see right here that cleaning up effect of counter is called next, where the counter updated value becomes 6 and the show variable is set to false. Now once the show variable is set to false, you can see that app render started again, app render ended, and the child cleanup is called. Only the child cleanup is called, not the child updated and child rendered and all that stuff. And that is the reason is because your component is unmounted. Just like on mounting the very first time the child updated appears, similarly React will give you one last chance to do anything before the component is unmounted. And this is the place where you'll get your one last chance. That is the cleanup function of a use effect sort of hook, right? So this cleanup function will run irrespective of if you have any dependency array or not, right? So for example, if you have a cleanup function in the counter one, this cleanup function will also run before your app component is unmounted. Similarly for any other thing which you're doing in the nested child components as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it on how the whole life cycle works and looks like. That's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can run asynchronous code inside a use effect and how you should do that if you want to do that. We're going to be doing that with the help of making a fetch request. Now, this is not a React pattern you should follow, but this is just a demonstration of how it could be done. You should probably take a look at the advanced React patterns course if you want to actually know how to make use of fetch request effectively and efficiently in a React component. So you can find that course in the React Mastery Learning Path. But for now, let's just go ahead and stick to this. So I'm going to be making use of this use effect right here. And if I have not told you before, if you specify an empty dependency array, you can pretty much just run this function right here on the very first time. That's it, on the very first time of the function when it is mounted, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. This could be, you could argue that this and use state something like this. This is equivalent, funnily enough, right? So this is equivalent sort of to this one. The only thing is that you would not get a callback or a cleanup equivalent in the use state sort of thing. And plus, this is a ugly hack, to be honest. You should always use use effect if you want to run it once, if you want to run some sort of code once the component is mounted. And yeah, so let's just go ahead and really quickly inside our public folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a data.json file, and I'm going to say this is just hello world. That's it. So not really anything interesting, but now I can go ahead and take a look at data.json like this, which is going to return me hello world. This is of course will be different for you depending on how your playground looks like. But anyway, I'm just going to make use of fetch right here, and I'm going to say then text is text.json, and then we finally have the data which we want. So one thing which you can see right away is that we would not want to do something like this, right? And I can just show you message, set message, use state, empty string, and I can say message like this, right? So I can say set message data pretty much dot hello, right? Because that is the property. Now you can see it technically works. But you should not really follow this convention. And bonus points if you can think why, right? Because you can see we already have a warning already. So it actually provides you an actual solution as well. So I'm going to tell you really quick why that is the reason. You see, when you make use of an async function, what happens is that by default in JavaScript, the moment you make a function async, it automatically returns you a promise, right? So it returns you a promise. And remember, what use effect function should return? Yup, that's a cleanup function. So instead of a cleanup function, something which should be a function in the first place, you're returning a promise value. That is why you get a warning as well, and you get a possible solution to fix that as well. So we can follow a possible solution, and that is async function fetch data. For example, have this as this, and then just call it randomly, not randomly, just casually right here. No need to return anything or any sort of stuff, because if you return it, then it is a cleanup function which will be called later on, right? So now you can see it works perfectly fine, and that is how you should exactly do. So anyway, I hope that clears up the question of fetching data asynchronously inside a use effect hook, and I hope that helps. That will be all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at useRef hook in React. Now useRef hook is pretty awesome in the sense that you have access to an object, to a property in an object, which you can mutate. Now, hear me out. First things first, let's just go ahead and import useRef from the React framework, and you can do it like this. Next is you go ahead and create, let's say, I don't know, obj is useRef, and then write anything you want, 100 or 1 to 3 or whatever, right? And yep, that's pretty much it. So let's just go ahead and throw this inside a use effect, or maybe like not even in a use effect. Let's just go ahead and console log the ref object right here. So now if you go ahead and refresh this right here, you can see the ref object magically holds an object which has a current property and a value 100, right? Now what happens is that, let's say if I have you know, I don't know, something like use effect which runs whenever the obj changes, right? Now you remember that inside the dependency array of use effect, it uses the triple equal to or double equal to or whatever, it uses triple equal to actually to check for the dependency changes. And because obj is an object with a current value of 100, we know that this effect would run if this object is being recreated, right, on any state change or whatever. So we can say effect ran, something like this. And let's say if I click on this, I just set counter to a value +1, right? Let's just quickly create a counter, set counter, why not? That's like a standard state variable for us. And I can say counter right here, right? So now if I go ahead and refresh this, you can see use effect is not defined. Let's bring in use effect. You can see that if I click on this, we get the counter increase and we get an empty console log for some reason because of this. Let's remove that, refresh, and now you can see that we do not see the effect ran console log running. That means on every single render, every single new render which is happening, this object is not changing. This is important. So what's important is that useRef on every single render will always return you the same object. So this means that you can store anything you want here, you know, any number, any string, anything you want here, and on every single render you're gonna have the same object and the value can be accessed using the current property, and not only just accessed but also modified, right? So as to say, for example, let's say you want to have whenever the counter changes, for example, use effect, whenever the counter changes, you want to say I want to multiply object.current, I want to multiply it by 5, right? And let's say you have a value of 5 here. So what's happening here is that you just multiply the object.current value, and yeah, that's basically all you do. And you can just say console log new object ref is obj right here. Now if you go ahead and refresh this, you're gonna see that if I click on this, we get the new object ref as current 125. If I click on this, we get 625, that is 125 times 5, right? If you click on this again, you get 625 times 5, and so on and so forth. So what's happening here is that you can see object.current can be mutated, but if you just try to update the object.current value, it will not trigger a re-render. So if I go ahead and comment this one out and just do something like this and say, you know, something like this, 2 and 1, just to distinguish them. Refresh. Now if I click on this, you can see that all we get is a new ref, new object ref, and that's pretty much it, nothing else. We see that there is no update, no render running, no effect ran, nothing is happening, right? You can also make it like this so that you detect every single re-render, and even now, even when you're detecting every single re-render, you see no re-render is happening, because when you mutate the current property inside a useRef thing, nothing really happens, right? Because React does not inform you about changes of this current property. So what's the use case of this? Well, you can think of useRef and using this thing as sort of storing a mutable value inside your function, inside your function component function, right? And why would you want to do something like this instead of storing it in a global scope? Well, you get free memory cleanup right here. For example, let's say you are storing some heavy JSON object, maybe like this. So your current value would consist of all that heavy JSON, and then once your component is unmounted, this memory would be freed, right? However, if you have an object which is like this memory will not be freed because it's in the global scope of at least this component file, right? Not if in the whole scope, but it is still in global scope. So this is like one use. Another use is that you can actually attach the ref objects to the elements as well, which is sort of another use case, which we'll see in the next video. But let's just keep this one to just the simple mutable application of the useRef hook. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to quickly show you a use case of useRef, and that is to get access to DOM elements directly. Now you know that in React, the reactive way of doing things is to not really interact with DOM directly. That is, not really use document.getElementById and query selector and stuff like that directly. But sometimes there is no other way, right? You need to hook into your DOM element. So one of the ways you can do it and still keep it sort of reactive is to make use of a ref. And that means that if you have, let's say, this other, let's not keep it div, but let's keep it ref. And if you go ahead and do a ref attribute like this, if it's confusing you, I can also say that this is element ref. This does not really matter. So once you do that, and once the render completes, what you can do is you can go ahead and say console.log element ref.current, right? Now this, pay close attention to this. This is super important. You know that useEffect hook runs after the component has mounted and the browser has painted it on the screen, right? We know that. That means this particular thing means that when the component mounting process and everything is done, what will happen is that this ref attribute will set the current value of this particular ref as this HTML div element. So what you can expect to see ref element right here is that this should contain your div element. So let's just go ahead and refresh this and let's see. So you can see this ref element is directly this div right here. However, pay close attention to how this operates. So let's just go ahead and, for example, I have something like, on click, I say set counter value +1, right? So we are back to where we were. And now I have I am toggling as the p tag. So I just say that, hey, if value modulo 2 is 0, that means on even numbers I want to show it, and on odd numbers I want to hide it. And if I give a ref to this p element, what do you think the console logs would look like? Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this, and I think we have an error, set counter. Yep, this is not value, this is actually counter, right? So let's refresh this, and now you can see we have a ref, which is completely fine because this p tag is in fact available on the page. But when you click on this, you see the ref element is null, right? So you have to be careful when you're trying to access element.ref.current. For example, element ref.current.tag name, right? So if you're doing something like this, if you refresh this, you're gonna see the first time you get the correct tag name, but the next time there is an error. So you have to be careful that this could be null if the element is not mounted on the page, right? This is important. With that being said, the useRef thing does not has a callback, just like we discussed in the last video. This does not has a callback inside it, which triggers whenever the current property is set, right? We talked about this in the last video as well. There are use callback ref and all that stuff. There are external hooks, but the internal hook which comes does not come with a callback, right? So this is just a sort of a free floating object with a current property, which is mutable. And every time a re-render happens, it's going to assign that particular current property, if you are supplying this as a ref to some element, to that particular HTML element itself, right? But if you know that the element will not be hidden, or will not be just going away randomly, then you can of course very confidently have a inner text or inner HTML, or whatever you want to do. It'll just work absolutely fine, right? So that's how you make use of useRef as a second thing as well. Another interesting use case of useRef is that you can pretty much just go ahead and have a useRef of something like, renders, for example, and you initialize it with 0, right? And on every single render, you say renders.current is plus equal to 1, because we know that this is a mutable value. That is, it will not trigger any state updates, not trigger the re-renders. So you can do something like h2 current renders and renders.current, right? So you can do something like this just to keep a track of how many renders you have already done. Now this is an interesting part. You see that actually the value right now is 1. The current renders value right now is 1, because we know that useEffect runs after the rendering is done. But we still see 0 because, once we set this to 1, there is no update to update the UI. So to actually, just to make more sense of the data and keep it real, rather, you should do a +1 to it. So now if you refresh this, you have current renders 1, which is the initial render. Then if you click on, if you do any sort of render, it'll just update the counter. And if there is any other re-render, for example, from some component, or for example, if the parent props changes or anything happens, this current re-render would update automatically. But I hope you understand why I put a +1 here, and why on the initial boot, this actually showed 0 initially if there is not +1 here, right? If you do not understand that, I would highly recommend you to watch this video and a couple of videos about useRef again. So yeah, we discussed this in a great depth in the previous video as well, if you skipped that. So yeah, that's pretty much it for useRef. I think we have covered a lot of stuff, a lot of ground along the way, and I hope this puts things in perspective. In the next video, I'm going to show you a way how the useState can act similar to how useRef looks like. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can make use of useState as a useRef thing, right? So let's say I want to make use of this renders thing again. So what I can do is, because I know that useRef would create an object like this, and now this object is same on every render. These two things are important, right? The current property is not so important, just given the fact that this is not being monitored. So what you can do is you can have a renders which is a useState, and the state is current with 0, and then you do a 0 right here. Let me just tell you what happened here. So this renders and this renders right here is similar, right? So I can pretty much replace this renders like this, comment this out, and if we take a look, refresh, if I click on this, you're gonna see it works pretty much in a similar way, just like useRef worked. So what's happening? What the hell is happening here? Let's take a look at that. So you see that useState will actually return you two values, right? The first value is the getter, right? And the second value is the setter. So the getter in this case would be an object with a current of 0, right? You're gonna get an object whenever you do, for example, r set r, something like this. Then the r is this object, and the setter will be a function which will allow you to update the whole object itself, right? Instead of this object, if you want something else, you can place that. But if you just pick up the getter, you lose the setter along the way. That means you're not using the setter at all. So it's like saying something like this and then never using setter, right? So instead of doing something like this, I just did render and I selected the 0th element, which is just our getter element, right? So once I did that, I have this object with me. Now, remember that you can only modify your state with the setter object. That means React will only trigger a re-render when you call the setter object of the useState hook. It will not trigger a re-render if you try to modify, manipulate the state directly, right? Because it just doesn't know, it just doesn't care that you are mutating the state, right? Because every time you call the setter function, then it's going to run the new occurrence of that app function, just like we discussed how it calls it again, and then it is going to re-render all the stuff. But in this case, we just lose the setter. That means this value will never update, and because this is an object, React will always keep on returning you the same object from the useState, because that was the original value, right? And you can mutate and play around within this object if you want, right? In fact, you can just keep, a bunch of more properties, prop 1 as 100, prop 2 as 200, and then you can pretty much just, do a prop 1 as plus times equal to, stuff like this, and you can make use of this if you want to, right? Again, similar difference. Why would you want to do this and not something like this? The reason is you do not want to pollute the global scope, because this will not be cleaned from the memory if the component unmounts, right? But the state variables, the refs and everything will be cleaned automatically for you. You don't have to do them. So yeah, that is another way of using the mutable feature of refs through useState. You should not probably use this. You can pretty much just stick to useRef only if you want to, but you should know that this is possible, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hope you learned something new. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video in which we'll be taking a look at useReducer in this video. So far we have seen how useState and useEffect work. Now we have actually also created the this.setState from class-based components, with the help of useState alone. And we basically touched down on how useReducer would look like in that video. So let me just go ahead and quickly do that again. So what we did last in the video, which was creating a this.setState from class-based components, was something like this. So you would have useState imported, and let's say you have an object obj1, obj2 has 2, right? And this could be 1. Now if you want to have a setState like thing, what you'll do is you'll create a setState function. You will accept, let's say, new state, and what you're going to do is say setState internally old state, and then return something like old state and then new state, right? So you see that if you're doing this complicated logic already, React provides you the ability to do something like this, and with a much more precise control over things, because, well, it's more or less the same thing, but you'll understand. So this is actually a forced sort of implementation of another hook in React, which is called as useReducer, right? Why useReducer? Because it accepts a function which is called a reducer, which reduces your state to a new value, right? So let's see how that works, because let me just go ahead and create a counter here. For example, let's say this is state, and I want to say on click, or this should be rather state dot, let's say this is counter, right? State dot counter, and on clicking I want to say it set state counter is counter state dot counter plus 1, right? So now if I go ahead and click on this, you can see the counter going up. All right, and of course we can also have an h2 showing us the state dot obj2, and we could see that the state.obj2 will not be lost when we are clicking on the counter. Now let's move this logic to useReducer, and the first step we're going to do is we're going to import this, right? Next up is I'm going to try to create a similar logic here. So I'm going to say counter, set counter, and I'm going to say useReducer, but this time the first argument right here will be a reducer function, right? So this function will be called whenever setCounter is called. Now bear with me if you do not understand this. So let's say I have a random function here, right? And if I go ahead and create this function, what you're gonna see is that it's pretty much like useState alone. Let's just simplify useState a little so that we can see the exact differences. So I'm gonna have useState as 1, and let's say I have this as setCounter as counter plus 1, and this one as just the counter, right? All right, let's see. So this still works, right? Now we want to get rid of this, and we want to see how the useReducer looks like. So we're gonna have a random function. Now what happens is that this random function right here, the value which this function returns will be set as the new counter value, which is this one. You see, this is pretty similar to how this function sort of implementation worked. That is, whatever you did inside this thing and returned will be set as the new value. The only difference is that the function, the set state, instead of you are calling setCounter directly, React internally calls a random function which it observes the value it returns, and the value which it returns is set as the new value. It's as simple as that. So let's get rid of this, and let's say I want to return 5, for example, right? So once I do that, what you're gonna see is that if I get rid of this, in fact, and I say setCounter as, let's say, that's it, because we are not really passing or accepting any arguments at the moment. So if I just say setCounter and have counter as the variable, what do you expect will happen? Well, it is not having any value at all right now, but when I click on this, you can see a 5 suddenly appears. Why? Because when I click on this, React internally ran this function, that is random function, and this function returned me 5, which got set as the counter variable value, right? Now, this useReducer also accepts a default value just like useState accepts, and that is the second argument. So I can specify 10 here, and now when I refresh this page, you're gonna see that our counter starts with 10, and when I click on that, it becomes 5, because you can see that when I click on that, this function runs, this returns 5, that gets set, right? Simple as that. Now, what you can do is you can get access to this counter right here as the first argument by default, right? So you do not necessarily need to pass, counter or whatever here. You do not need to pass this, even if you do not pass it in the set counter function, which is returned when React is calling your reducer, that is this random function. Remember that these two are different functions, right? When you call this, you tell React to internally just call this random function sometime in the future, right? This is not a synchronous call. If you call this, React will not synchronously call this. React will call it on the next render. So what's happening here is that when React calls this function, it automatically calls it with the updated value, or not really updated, with the older state, right? So if you go ahead and return a state plus 1 here, what's going to happen, if you can guess it, it's going to take this counter value, which is 10 by default. When you call this function gets called with 10 here, you return 11, and the value becomes 11. On the next call, a similar process happens, right? So if I refresh this, we start with the 10. If I click on this, we become 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and so on. So I hope you understood how useReducer is working. The only difference which is inside of useState and useReducer is that useReducer will put a sort of a middleware, right? A middleware function which is executing before your final state gets set. It is useful if you're trying to manage, just like I showed you, those multiple object states, or just want to have some custom logic. In fact, you can have a very close sort of application of Redux sort of thing as well, right? Because what you can do is you can name this function, this set counter, as a dispatch method, and then accept another argument, which is an action. So more on that later, but what you can do right now, you can see that, well, it accepts the state by default, right? Now you might say that, hey, what if I want to send some data from here? Let's say you want to have a step value, right? So how do you do that? Well, you can do that by just sending it like this as an argument. So if you do step as 20, for example, what you can do is the argument which you call the set counter with, it's gonna internally call your reducer function with that argument as the second argument. Why? Because the first argument is the state itself, right? So what's happening is, if I can just explain you the flow of execution. Well, this is not really comment, it's not Python. So let's go ahead and make use of backticks. So what's happening here is that you can see you call set counter, right? React schedules a call to random function internally. Sometime later in the next render, React calls random function with counter as the state, right? If you pass in 100 here, React will call random function with counter and 100, which is the second argument, right? So you receive this 100, or in this case a step value, in the second argument, and then maybe you can just increment it with a step. So let's get rid of this. Let's refresh this right here, and now you can see that you are incrementing in 20 steps, right? If you change this to 15, it'll work in increments of 15. So you get the idea. So this is a very basic tutorial on useReducer. I hope you understood the the core concept of it. In the next one, we're going to see a little bit of more use case of useReducer and how you can turn it into a Reduxy-like thing. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create a dispatcher function and a Redux-like effect with useReducer as the hook. Now remember that useReducer, the way it works is that when you call the setter function of useReducer, it internally calls your reducer function, which in this case is our random function, and you can pass in a single sort of argument as well, right? So it sends you state by default, it sends you a new argument, and it calls your reducer function. You can go ahead and make use of this thing in order to create a sort of a dispatcher way of updating the state. And what do I mean by that? Is that you dispatch certain actions, and based on the value of that action, something is performed to the state. Now, hear me out. Let's say you have a couple of buttons, right? So this button here says increase the increment, right? And I'm just going to go ahead, and when I click on this button, I say increase increment. And what I'm going to do in this function is that I'm going to try to increase this step value right here, right? So what you might be tempted to do is have something like step and set step, use state 20, right? And then maybe you can say set step as step plus 1, right? You might want to do something like this. And I'm not saying that it's wrong or something. I'm just saying that, you know, if you click on this, we get 20 increment. Then I click on this. Now we get 21 increment. Now we click on this. Now we get 22 increment. It's perfectly fine. It's not wrong. But you see that you have already like broken down your logic into two things, use state and useReducer. And the whole point of using useReducer is to bundle and bring together complicated state-based logic, right? useReducer is not a very good choice for, you know, if you just have a single value to return. So what we can do is we can refactor this application a little bit to make it more organized. And the way we will do it is we'll get rid of this first of all, right? And inside of this function, I'm going to rename this as state and this as dispatch. And I'm going to tell you why. Inside this thing, I'm going to set a dispatch action and say type as increment counter. Now, why did I do that and what will happen? So what's going to happen is when I click on this button, this dispatch gets called. This dispatch internally calls this random function with state as 10 and step as this object, right? I hope that's clear. That state will be 10 and the step will be this object when it's called. We know this from the last video. Now let's do a little bit of more refactoring. Instead of initializing it with a, 10 as the variable, I'm going to initialize it with, let's say, counter 0 and step 1, right? So now we have another update. The state will become counter 0 and step 1, and the step is still this argument, right? I'm going to rename the step to action because that's like more of a convention. And now we have something like this. So what exactly is happening here is whatever value which I return from this will become the state again. And obviously we would want to return an object itself because we don't really want to have, crashes and everything, because we will be expecting an object in a render function as well. So what we're going to do is follow a very common practice, and that is switching over action.type. Remember that we are calling this dispatch as an object which contains a type property, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that, hey, if we have a type of increment counter, what I want to do is I want to say return a new object, which is of course the already existing state, whatever it was, but the step in that state is what it is, state dot step plus 1. You can do something like this, or you can take it one step further and you can pass in a payload here. So you can say payload of 1, right? So now you can remove this one and completely depend on the dispatcher action thing. So now you can say action.payload, right? I hope that makes sense. In case of, case default, what you can say is pretty much, I don't know, you can just either return the original state, or some people also prefer to like throw an error here that, action not found, whatever it is. Although I would recommend you to throw an error because, if you are having a typo or anything, that will be easier to detect this way, but it's up to you. So once you have done that, what you're going to see is that, well, you can now increment counter, but yeah, I mean, or actually we are not really incrementing the counter, so it should rather be increment step, not counter, right? In case of increment counter, which should be the actual name, what we are trying to do is return state, and then counter is state.counter plus 1, right? Again, you can have or not really plus 1. In this case, we want state.step, right? Because that's the whole point of stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, that's how you're gonna do it. And just to put all the things in action, what you're gonna do is right here, you're gonna say dispatch, or maybe like, get rid of this and say increase counter, and create another function which just dispatches the action of incrementing the counter. So in this case, we'll say increment counter and no payload, because we don't need the payload in this one, right? So we have this, and it looks fine. And we can change this to state.counter, right? And we can also change the h2 and say, for example, current step is state.step, right? So now you can see the counter is 0 and the current step is 1. So whenever I click on the counter, we are incrementing it. If I increase the increment, you can see now if I start clicking on the counter, it increments in the current step 1, right? So if I have 5 here, it works fine. Similarly, you can create a decrement button as well. So for a decrement, increase increment, decrement increment, not the best naming convention, but anyway, who's watching? Decrement, increment. And in this case, you can either go ahead and create a new action and then specify a negative here, or you can simply say a payload of -1, right? Because, well, plus minus becomes plus. So you can go ahead and say this as decrement the increment, or the step, right? Step, that's a better name. So increase the step, decrement, decrease the step. So when you do a decrease, it becomes 0, -1, and when I click on this, you can see the counter runs backwards. So now if I go ahead and increase a step, the counter again runs forwards. If I go ahead and decrease a step, the counter again runs backwards. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I hope you understood how you can abstract away a very small counter inside of a use reducer, and this is a much better way of handling a small little counter instead of having to maintain multiple state variables and do all sorts of stuff, because this makes things much more cleaner and easier to maintain, right? So as a general rule of thumb, you can think about use reducer, using a use reducer whenever you have some complex or complicated state to manage here, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you learned something new. That's all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at a new hook, a special hook, and that is use memo. Now, use memo is a special hook and something I would recommend to really learn before you use it and why you should use it in the first place. Alright, so first things first is that if you're using this hook ever, that means you are doing something computationally expensive. If you're not doing something computationally expensive, do not use it. Now, why do I say that? That is because it just adds a little bit of readability complexity to your code. So let's take a quick example, take a quick look of what this is. So I'm going to say const value and use memo. And I'm going to pass this a function which returns 100 and an empty array. This might look very similar to like use effect, right? You have a function to call. Well, you're returning a value. That's the only different part. And you have a sort of a dependency of things. So what happens if I do a value right here? You see, let's see, we have 100 right here, just like you would expect. So what is the difference between this thing right here and let's say value 2, which is just 100? So you might ask me, what is the difference between value 2 and value? Well, technically there is no difference because these both are 100. But what is happening under the hood is that use memo is going to run this function which returns you 100 only once. That means because there's no dependency of things which are changing, it memoized that value. It remembered that, hey, nothing changed, therefore I do not have to run this function again to extract out that computationally expensive value. You know, you can have a very, very computationally expensive task here, calculating primes or the answer to the universe and everything, and then return a very simple value. And if you do not have a dependency, or maybe like if your dependencies are not changing, this will not be computed again. So to give you an example, let's say I have not really console, but const state set state as use state as 0. And let's say I have I don't know, state variable as state, right? And let's say whenever I click on this, I just set the state to something random. Now the only reason I'm doing this is to trigger a re-render, right? So when you trigger that re-render, let me just go ahead and console log I am inside use memo, right? So we have a sort of a setup like this. So now if I go ahead and open this, looks like we have an error or something. Use state is not imported. So let's just go ahead and refresh this. And now you can see the state variable is 0. And if I go ahead and open the console here, we should be able to see I am inside use memo, which is rendered twice. And again, the reason for that is because we probably are inside React strict mode, right? So let's just quickly go ahead and remove this. There we go. And this should drop our rendering problems. So now we should be rendering it just once. Now, when I click on this, you can see that I am inside use memo is not getting called, right? Because it has memoized that particular value. However, you can see that this value 2, for example, value 2 will be set again, right? So if I have a console log like this, you can see that I can refresh the page and I can start clicking on this and you can see value 2 will be set again, is happening again and again, right? Now, what if this is just not a number, right? You can also have objects in here, and one of the reasons use memo is used is that the referential equality here is preserved. You remember that I showed you an example where you can have an object here, const obj, and x is equal to 1, for example, and inside use effect, if you have this obj as the dependency, this will run always. This will always run. Why? Because on a new render or a new cycle render, you can say did obj change. So you can have something like this with an obj. This will always run because objects are compared referentially. That means where they point in memory. And React uses triple equal to, or not really triple equal to, but object.is internally, which is kind of like triple equal to only. And these two objects, the first one in a previous call to this app function and the second one in an updated call, the two objects do not point to the same location in the memory. So that's why this effect runs. So if you go ahead and take a look, refresh this right here. Let's see, use effect is not defined. Let's just go ahead and put that here. And now if we go ahead and refresh this, we're going to be seeing that objects are not valid. All right, let's see. Where did we go wrong? Here, right? So if we go ahead and refresh now, you're going to see we get did the object changed as the log. And whenever I click on this, you can see we are getting did the object change log as well, even though the object is not really changing, right? However, if I do the same thing with use memo as memoized value, so I can have an obj here and say return count as 100, right? So now I can say obj is like this, and maybe get rid of this, and maybe just say obj.count, right? And get rid of the value 2 as well, and probably get rid of state as well, or maybe not, that's fine, right? So once we do that, once I refresh this, you're gonna see that we get the first did obj change as the console, but never again. Why? Because this count 100, this object is always the same. This is always returned in a same way, right? That means you always point to the same object in the memory. So yeah, I mean, use memo is used very rarely. I mean, in your React coding experience, in your React career, if you're a React developer, you will not see a lot of places where use memo will be used. But the places, if you put it in the right places, in the right computationally expensive places, this could be really, really helpful. For example, I can give you one quick example of where I use memo is in the calculation of this tree-like structure. Because on codedamn, what happens is when you are opening this folder or closing this folder, there are certain changes in the tree of the file structure, right? So use memo is used to save the computation involved in calculating a tree structure, because this component might get re-rendered for some other reasons. For example, you know, some prop gets updated or a WebSocket connection is established or whatever it is, right? I don't really want to compute and recompute the whole tree of the files again and again. So that is why that is inside a use memo. If you're doing anything simple, you know, which is not so computationally expensive, it's much better than just go ahead and put it directly instead of, like, you know, complicating your code with use memo. But I just showed you how you can do that, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So one thing you can also do is, for example, if you want your use memo to, let's say, recompute the stuff whenever state changes, then you can do something like this, right? So now let's say I say that if math.random is greater than 0.5, I want to say math.random. Otherwise, I want to say state itself, right? So what's happening here is that 50% of the time I will trigger a re-render and 50% of times I won't, right? So let's see how that works. So now if I go back, refresh this, and if I click on this, you can see there's no re-render. Click on this again, no re-render. Well, I think I'm clicking on the wrong element. This is H2. Click on this, no, click again. So you can see I'm inside use memo gets called because the state changed. If I click on this, no re-render. Click on this again. I'm inside use memo. Why? Because the dependency got changed. Pretty much like how use effect works. So you can specify the dependencies which are required inside use memo for computation of the thing. And once the dependencies changes, it's gonna recompute your value and not really compute this function again until one of the dependencies changes. I hope that makes it clear. I hope you understand how use memo works. Pretty important function if you have, a bunch of prime factorization going on the side here and there. But other than that, if you find yourself using it, try to take a step back and see if this is really required. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at use callback hook. Now this hook is pretty simple to understand once you have understood use memo and how it works. Now, just remember that, just consider if you have, let's import use callback as well. So the way use callback works is that it is a special case of use memo. If you return a function from this, right? So if you say something like console log, hello there, right? I don't know, maybe like return a div, or maybe like h1, say memoized component or something like that. So what's happening here is that you can see that you have now memoized a function. Remember that with use memo, you can pretty much memoize anything, right? Whether it's 100, whether it's a string, whether it's an object, or whether it's a function itself, right? So what's happening now is that object obj right here is now a function, and you could probably call it like this, and you're gonna see that when you do, you get a memoized component like this. Now, the difference between use memo and use callback is that use callback would directly accept a function which it has to memoize, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say object2 is use callback, and this function right here, you can see that this function is the memoized function itself. And of course, it will also accept a dependency array, just like use memo. And you can pretty much go ahead and call object2 here, refresh this page, and it will still work just the same way. So what has changed? Well, you can see that use callback would not call this function, but it will return this function, as it is, not really as it is, but it will return the instance of that function if the state has not changed. Just like with objects, for example, if you have an object like hello1, and if you try to do a referential equality of the objects between two function renders, you will realize that these two objects are not same. Similarly, for a function, you will realize that these two functions, the function 1 and the function in the next render of the application, will not be same. Why? Of course, because you are recreating the function, and just like objects, functions are not equal as well, right? They are not compared on their toString value or anything. They are compared with their referential equality. So use callback right here will return you the same function over and over again, right? A special use case of use memo. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. If you want, you can always, you can almost, not really even almost, you can always go ahead and make use of this equivalent instead of just going ahead and making use of use callback, but it's up to you. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, and I hope you learned something new, and I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video we're going to be taking a look at context in React Context API once and for all. Now, this is a super important topic in React, and you should really know about how Context API works, and it is very simple if you understand it. So first things first, you have to import two things from React, and that is use context and create context. Once you do that, the first step is to create a context. And you can think about context in a very generic terms, right? Just like the context word means in English, that you're creating a context of things you want to store globally, or at least, in a shared space, if not globally. Although the most common use of context is to create a global store, but you can have sort of mini local stores as well across your React code base. So the first step is to create a context, right? So I'm going to have a context and I'm going to say create context and pass in null, basically. Why null? Because you could pretty much get away with anything written here, because we immediately override this value. So at the moment, just remember, you can pass anything in the create context, right? Because this value doesn't really matter. So I can pass in null, I can pass in whatever you want. Next, this context right here gives you a provider. Now what this provider is it's a single shared parent which will fill in the value which should be shared. Now hold on, let me tell you how this works. So I'm going to go ahead and create a context.provider. Now there is nothing special about this .provider, it's just that this is a JSX element which is returned by this create context, right? So you have to use it like this only. So context.provider is a JSX element which helps you inject a value. Now whatever this value is, this value can be technically accessed by any child down the line, right? Which is super cool without actually doing all that prop drilling. So let's see, I have a hello world here, for example, or not really hello world because that's pretty much what it is written. So let's say Mehul codedamn, right? So we have a very simple string right here. Now let's say instead of this hello world, I have a remote component, and let's say I go ahead and import this remote component from a different file. Let's just go ahead and create a remote component.js, and right here I am pretty much just going to make use of the same thing, but just going to say this is remote component and this is a div and maybe like I am remote, right? That's it. So this component, you can see that we have not drilled props inside this component, right? So if I go ahead and give it a refresh, this should probably work. You can see we get I am remote. I can say I am local, something like this. And inside this remote component, we can go one step down the line, component 2, and I can say function remote component 2 return h div h3 I am even remote, right? So we have a little hierarchy with us, which is consisting of a local component in which the context is created, remote, and even remote. So the beauty about context is that once you have wrapped it inside a provider, you don't have to drill props. What you can do is you can directly go ahead and access the context value from the component itself. And the way you do it is as follows. You say your value is use context, which is again a hook which you can import from React. And right here, you have to pass in the context which you have created here, right? So a better way would be to move this piece of line in a different file, or maybe like export it if you want. But a better piece, which is something I would recommend, is to go ahead and create it in a different file. So we can pretty much go ahead and say store.js or something like that. So you can say context is create context, and you can import create context from React, right? And then you can say export default context, something like that, right? And then you can go to maybe like app and say import context from, let's say, store, right? Store. So once you do that, you already have access to context.provider, but you can do the similar thing here as well. So, you know, it can act as a central store sort of thing now. So I give it this context inside use context, and now I suddenly have access to this value. So if I go ahead and echo out this value, you can see we get Mehul coded codedamn directly out here as this particular value, right? We did not inject it. We did not do any funky stuff. We only just shared a piece of information in different files, and that is just the context, right? Now, you can do pretty interesting stuff with this. Why and how? That is that you can share, you know, because you populate your context inside value, you could probably go ahead and say something like that, hey, I want to share an object, not a string. And you can say, let's say app state, set app state, use, or maybe like, you know, state and dispatch, why not? And say use reducer here with a reducer function and default state. Let's say your default state is theme is dark, right? And you can have a function reducer which says state and action. We're gonna follow a typical React Redux practice. So I'm gonna say switch. This is something which we have done already, right? So I'm not gonna get into a lot of details here. So I'm gonna say toggle, or not really toggle, let's say set dark theme. And I'm just gonna say return state and theme is dark. And similarly for light theme, I'm going to say set light theme, light, li, set light theme, and this one will become light. Now how this would work is that we initialize it with a dark theme. We have a dispatcher and a state with us. And what you can do is put both of them like this, right? So now what's happening is that you have a shared context space. You access it like here, and you can say that mode currently is value dot whatever value you have stored inside the theme variable, right? So if you do value dot theme, and if you try to give it a refresh, if we did everything right, we should probably see something, but we do not. We see use reducer is not defined. So let's see. Let's import this right here. And now if we go ahead and see, we get the output. So the mode at the moment looks like it is nothing. And that is because we have to destructure the state and dispatch both, right? Because now we are not storing a simple object, but a simple string, but an object, right? So now you can see the mode is dark. So what you can do is when you click on this, you can pretty much call the dispatch function just like you would usually call, and say the action type is set mode light, right? Or set light mode, whatever it was. Let's see. Set light theme, not light mode. So now when you go ahead and click on this, you can see the mode changes to light, right? And you can say, you can check here if state.theme is dark, you want to set light theme, right? Otherwise, just go ahead and dispatch an action which sets the dark theme. So you can say set dark theme here, and this will absolutely just work fine. And now you are toggling the values which are in the global scope, right? You can do pretty much the similar thing inside this remote component as well. So you can go ahead and say style and you can say background is let's say computed, and text, or not really text but just color, is also computed. So we say the background is equal to state.theme is dark, then it's black, otherwise it's yellow. Similarly for color, I say that hey, if state.theme is dark, I want to say white, otherwise I want to say black, right? And that's all we want to do. So what's happening here is, now you can see on the dark mode we get a black background and a white color, but the moment I click on this, we get a light background and a black color. And you can actually just move this to just an H1 so that the remote component is unaffected. So now if you click on this, you can see you are toggling the value in both the components, right? You can see that, when you click on this, the value changes and propagates in both the components. Now, a big caveat with this approach, which you should know, is that React context will re-render every single component, even if you do not need the part of the state from that component. And the reason for that is because, you can see that use context right here cannot really determine that whether you will use, let's say we only have a couple of values here, but assume that, for example, inside this, we also had, let's say, some custom prop and set 200, right? And I don't know, assume that this some custom prop is changed from 100 to 200 by some action in the parent component. So even though your application, this remote component, never really uses some custom prop, it will still re-render, right? It will still re-render because the context value has changed. So React, what it does is that with use context, it will simply dispatch updates to every single component and tell them to re-render with the fresh values. This is a fundamental and a significant difference compared to Redux, for example. Redux does not do that. Redux can specifically update components depending on what values they need. And to fix this, there is an ongoing solution, which is another hook called use context selector. But we're not going to get into that at the moment. It's not very popular right now. For simpler use cases, you can stick to use context. If you need complicated use cases like, heavy state and, sharing a lot of state in very deeply nested components in a lot of components, Redux is still probably a better approach. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the use context hook. I hope you learned something new. If you did, that's great. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and try to create our own custom hook, a very simple hook, and see how we can go about that. So first things first, the convention in React to create a hook, as you might have seen by now, is that hooks start with the keyword use, right? Use state, use effect, use reducer, use context, all that stuff. So the way you do it is, first of all, you realize that, well, a hook is just a regular function. Therefore, you're going to just create use, let's say counter in this case, right? And then you're going to accept basically whatever you want as the arguments, right? Because like use state accepts either a default value or a function. You can accept, let's say, a value, right? Or an initial value. And what you can do is now you can start composing your hook. Now what you have to remember is that hooks, basically the higher level order hooks, basically consist of are created of smaller hooks, smaller fundamental hooks, use state, use effect, stuff like that. So our counter, this hook would sort of provide a wrapper around creating any sort of counter, right? And then incrementing or decrementing it. So let's say I want to create a counter, count, set count, use state, and I'm going to initialize it with initial value, right? So there's that. Next, I'm going to say that, hey, my add function, let's say if I want to increase the counter, is something which does a set count and count +1, right? Something like this. And a subtract function is a function which does a set count of count -1. And then finally, I can return all these: count, add, subtract. Now you might want to do like count, add, subtract, which is again fine. It just changes how you would destructure the values here, right? So if you have an array like notation, you can do a number, add and subtract, something like this, and say use counter 100, right? And you can say counter 1, add, and then number, right? And you could probably say on click add, something like that. So once you do that, once you refresh, we see we have not been able to make this work because use state is missing. So now I can see counter is at 100. Now whenever I click on this, it can increment. You know, I can create another button which can show you how it can decrement, but you know how that would work. Similarly, if you return it like this, count, add, subtract, you have to destructure it with an object notation, right? Because you know, you can see that this is a regular function just composed of smaller hooks, right? So now you have count, add, subtract like this, or maybe like sub, not subtract, because subtract is not defined at all. So now you need a count here, and then it'll work in a similar fashion, right? If you have a sub here instead of add, it'll still work in a similar fashion. So there you go. That's how you create a very simple hook with simple custom hook. In the next video, we're going to be creating a little bit more complicated hook, which will involve use effect as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create more hooks in React. Now, before we do that, I want to shift this to a custom file. Let's say hooks.js, right? Just to keep things organized. And I also want to tell you about a single thing. And that thing is that every single one of these hooks, whenever you create them, are independent from each other's instance, right? So that means you can create these two hooks. I can import use counter from hooks, right? And you can create two hooks right here from 150, like counter 2, add 2, something like that, right? And you can do this and they would be completely independent, right? They would not share any state or anything like that. So once you do that, once you refresh counter 2, once you refresh, you're going to be seeing, hopefully, well, looks like we have some problems. So let's check out in the console. Use state is not defined, of course. Let's go to the hooks file and import use state from React, right? So once we do that, you're gonna see that it should work now. So I can click on this and I can click on this. You can see their states are independent, right? So that is important thing. Next up is, let's just go ahead and try to implement a little bit more complicated hook. And this one will be a local storage hook, in which I would want your hook to store whatever value you are writing, you know, just like how use state works. We're going to be extending that to local storage. So I'm going to say this hook is use local storage, and then we're going to initialize it with a key name, which is of course the key of the local storage where you want to store it, and the initial value if you want, right? And this is going to create our effect of stateful component. Now, first things first, we do need a state and set state. We still need a state, and I'm going to initialize that with our initial value, right? And I'm also going to return the getters and setters like this. So, you know, right now it pretty much is just a use state replica, right? But things get interesting when, actually, let's just go ahead and use this. So I'm going to say input type text value. You're going to have, let's say, name and set name as use local storage. I'm going to say username as the key, and default value is Mehul, right? So I give it a value and I say on change, I want to set the value, set name to e.target.value, which is the current value from the input field, right? And I can also say name currently is name, right? So what we are doing here is that now whenever I type something here, you will see that it reflects on the screen, which is pretty cool. But what we also want to do is, as we are typing over here, this should also store the result in local storage, so that when I refresh the page, we do not lose the existing thing, right? So how do we do that? Well, for that, first things first is that we have to observe whenever our state changes. And the way we can do it is using the useEffect hook, right? So this function fires whenever the state changes. And who changes the state? Well, the application, right? Because you set the name in the application on every keystroke. So whenever you change the state, this function right here inside the hook gets called. And inside this function, what we'll do is we'll say local storage dot set item key and the state value, right? Now remember, the useState function fires after the update has been done. That is, after the state value has been updated, so we get a fresh value here, right? So we don't really have to worry about getting a stale value here. This will be a fresh value, and you can just go ahead and convert this to string if you want. Otherwise, this will automatically be done anyway. But yeah, so once you do that, it is now storing everything inside of local storage. So let's just go ahead and open this inside the browser. Let's see why we probably have some error. useEffect is not defined. Why not? And there we go. So once we do that, you can now see if I go to, let's say, application, local storage right here, you can see we have the username value and set to Mehul. And now let's just go ahead and start changing it. I'm going to say this is a pretty sweet hook, right? So you can see that as I was typing, this value was getting updated over and over, right? So now if I remove this and if I type, you can see it synchronously writes it to local storage. This is pretty cool, but if I refresh this, you can see that the hook value is lost. And why is that? Well, you see that, of course, this runs the moment this component is mounted, right? Because it's a hook, and the useEffect runs after the component is mounted. So we set it again to the default state which we had. So instead of this, what we can do is we can pretty much pass in a function here and try to compute the correct initial value. So the way we will do it is we'll do something like this. I'm going to say, let's say local storage value is local storage dot get item key, right? I'm going to say if we do have a local storage value, I'm going to return that. Otherwise, we just return the initial value, right? So that's how we can compute for a particular value inside of the initializer of the useState. There's one missing component here, and that is that inside useEffect you can see we are using both key and state, but the key is missing, right? So this means that if suddenly somehow, let's say this key is also a state variable which comes dynamically, we will overwrite over the wrong key, right? So in order to fix that, I want this effect to run again with the updated value once the key is also changed, right? In most of the cases, if you're using this, probably key will not change, but of course and obviously you have to write every single dependency which can change inside the dependency array. Alright, so now once we have done this, I guess that is pretty much it. But yeah, that's pretty much it about the overall picture. Now what you can do is go ahead and make use of this hook. At least we have a basic setup ready here. And you can say, for example, let's say if I do a Mehul hello world here and refresh this page, you're gonna see that we still get the correct results stored directly in the browser input windows, right? Pretty cool stuff. You can do this with, let's say, email, set email, something like that. And you can say instead of username, you can say something like, and you know, you're gonna have a little bit of mismatches because we have two web pages open there. So I can say email and mehul@codedamn.com, right? And similarly, we can have the column for email, which is gonna be email, and this is gonna be email, and there we go. So now we can have, once I refresh this and enter Mehul Mohan, mehul@codedamn.com, and once we refresh this, we're gonna see that both the values persist thanks to local storage hook which we have created on our own. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you learned something new, something interesting. That will be all, and in the next video we're going to be exploring something different. Hey everyone, congratulations on making to the end of the course. It is a big deal if you're completing these small courses and making your way towards becoming a better developer. It really is an amazing feat. Now once you have done this, in order to proceed forward, the next steps are taking up the courses listed in the React Mastery Learning path, and most likely this will be an advanced React patterns course, so feel free to continue to this part now once you have done with React hooks. So that is all for this video and this course. Hope you learned something new, something interesting. If you did, make sure you leave a rating on the course. That would really help. So I'm gonna see you in some other course really soon. If you're still watching this video, make sure you comment down in the comment section, I watched this video till the end. Also, if you're not part of CodeDamm's Discord community, you're missing out a lot on events which we organize on a weekly basis to code. You already know the drill. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and thank you so much for watching.